we're going to be picking up where we left off in the Tileman challenge. For those who have missed what this challenge ultimately is, basically the Tileman challenge, you'll notice I'm walking around a little weird on my pathing. Ultimately, there is a grid here that determines where I can and cannot walk. Hey, Pandarific, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Pandarific today? What were you playing? How was it? All that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. I'm suddenly trying to remember. I know I could change the color of the tiles because I saw someone else doing that. You were playing... I need to make my screen larger. Is that Trackmania? Does that say? My screen layout's all messed up, and I should be able to read fewer one. Did it say Trackmania? Or My Wanting Pizza? Oh, was it a demo day? Oh, Sunday is track day. Gotcha. I don't know Trackmania, but I hope you had fun with that and all that stuff. And hey, sick. Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. Usually watch your YouTube, but try to dual stream. No, it's appreciated. And I know it's a thing for those. Oh, I don't have you followed. We gotta correct that. Yeah, so go check out Pandarific and all that good stuff. Doing some Trackmania, it says. Very difficult time trials, running crazy tracks. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I know, like, especially when I do, like, demo days, on the YouTube side can be very rough, just because on demo days we end up switching a bunch of games constantly throughout the stream. And you could set it up to switch from one stream to the other, but you have to set it up in advance. So it's kind of those things as I have to like make the new stream, point the old stream to the new stream, and then all stuff. And it's just a lot of data entry for the middle stream. So it's good, like, if I have planned in advance, like I'm going to play Stardew, then like a sponsored segment, then more Stardew. That's easy because I could do it all before stream. But reacting to things, switching around is always rough on the YouTube side. They kind of expect you to do all the data entry. Speaking of demos, you played a bunch of Roamstead as well. Yeah, no, Roamstead. So we did a demo day the other day, and we played as like 4 or 5 different games. And I definitely felt like the ones that stood out the most to me is Roamstead definitely looks like the one that I will burn the most hours in. It's very Core Keeper-esque, but instead of underground, like above ground and vaguely Roman themed, but like a Fallen Rome. That one definitely shows a lot of potential as the kind of game you could burn a couple of 100 hours in. Let's see, how is YouTube when it comes to editor stream key safety? Can you give a mod a login to be able to do the prep for you? I can. The only catch is giving them that permission is basically giving them the permission to edit any and all of my videos, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but you would want to give it to someone you genuinely trust, like, to do that kind of thing. But you can get an editor on there that they can do the redirects and all that. It's in the same thing that you'd set, like, your video category, your video description, language settings, does it include paid promotion? All of those, I believe, are under the same settings section. So it would be all that. Yeah, so in real life, friend, trust. Yeah, I mean, just someone you have a high level of confidence that you can trust kind of thing. Yeah, so something I probably wouldn't want to put on other people, because it's also a lot of data entry. So it's asking kind of a bit from people if you're not paying them. You know, it's putting a lot of work on someone who's unpaid. But yeah. So we did the Roamstead. That's the one I think is going to be the one I'm going to lose the most hours to. I think the other one that stood out for me is Everything is Crab, which is kind of like on the other end of the spectrum game-wise.
Thank you all care for subscribing for 18 months. Rual love.
And thank you all care for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. 18 months, a year and a half you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Oh, I'm not sure you could even see this. Oh, I mean, I guess it's small, and if you don't notice that, it's clear. It's a little tractor that my family got me as just part of a Christmas gift as a joke, since it's playing a lot of Farm Sim. But yeah, so then it was Everything is Crab, which was a roguelike creature evolution game. So basically, you start as like this little slime, and you go around and you kill stuff and give yourself like antlers or teeth or, you know, scales or whatever, and you just evolve this creature and all that kind of stuff. I guess it's big enough on YouTube you could do it with a secondary channel, and just the lives, and then cut and copy them over to the main. Yeah, I don't get enough through YouTube that I would put that kind of effort into it. I kind of accepted long ago that I could make my content catered towards YouTube, or I could make my content catered towards Twitch. I'm trying to make the Twitch content into YouTube content that isn't terrible. Will require like having a dedicated editor, which means someone I would pay, and I just don't make enough through YouTube for it to make sense. I feel like I'd have to put like some proper effort there at the cost of Twitch, so I just figure Twitch. Thank you, Jim Cotta, for the 130 stream streak. Catch the last 130 streams, and I do appreciate that. Anyways, so what I wanted to actually check here is I believe we have options here. I know I tried to set it the other day that with our Tileman reworked, so toggle overlay mode is supposed to be H. Just double checking. I'll set it to that and we'll see what happens. Oh, that is... Okay, so I can show like the tiles I can walk on, the tiles I can't walk on. Alright, but yeah, so you see the green tiles I'm moving around on right now, those are the tiles I've unlocked. I can move on these tiles. All the ones outside of here, I can't move on. I think overall... I think the white tiles are the least invasive. They can be hard to see at times, like during the winter, I think I might switch over. Ooh, hey, we got worms. And they gave me a vertebrae. Oh, did you set yourself again? There we go. But regardless of, if I want to get another tile, I got this little tool here. I can walk up, and it says it's $1,000 for a tile. So for me to walk in that little square right there, that's in front of that post, so just this little spot here, that's $1,000. So needless to say, we don't walk places we don't really have a need to. We are at the phase of the game where I do have access to most of the major things I care about. The things I still need to get added to the list is I do need to get Joja on the list, because we are going to be doing a Joja run here. Just because with what we're doing, that's going to be the only one I can practically do. I technically can't reach Willie's. I can reach the beach so far as going onto the map that is called the beach, but I cannot reach the beach in the sense of getting to the beach itself. But right now, we're kind of in money-making mode. That basically what I'm doing is we're scaling up our farm, and pretty much what happens is every time I get a harvest, I'm making somewhere in the area of $20,000 profit. And that's usually enough for me to open up another 9-ish tiles of farmland and put a sprinkler down. So we are gradually growing there. And that's been a very recent development in our run. Oh, right, it's heading towards a museum. That's the whole reason I was walking over there, because that... Yeah, alright. So I gotta go over there and drop off the vertebrae to the museum. That's a good find. Now, with the mod we're using, we do have the benefit of, while this is the harder mod that we found for Tileman, because we tried with Tileman Redux first, and we had the save glitch like immediately on the second stream. And go check out a set playing some Roamstead. So if you're looking for that, or stuff like, you know, the Pokemon or Digimon or any of the RPGs like that, you can find that over there. Yeah. Made spaghetti today and put a cream of mushroom, cheese, and vegetables and chicken on it. That sounds like some fancy spaghetti. Alright, new record.
Thank you Zaslesol for subscribing for 5 months.
Thank you, Zalsal, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month that you used to hear, and that's 5 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I do appreciate it. I've been enjoying the stream. Alright, so what I was going to say is, while this one does get expensive much faster, so for those who don't know, the way this mod works is there's kind of 2 primary modes you can play as. There's Classic mode, which every tile costs 5 gold. You know, it goes up by 5 gold per tile. So if I buy the first tile, it's 5 gold. If I buy the second tile, it's 10 gold. If I buy the third tile, it's 15 gold, and goes on for basically ever. Then there's tiered mode, which is what we're playing on right now. Tiered mode, on the other hand, the price starts at you get a couple tiles for free, and then it goes to 10, then 100, then 1,000, then 10,000. So the price still goes up to completely unmanageable levels. It's just the nature of how it goes up is a little different. Ultimately, the other mode, the classic mode, the prices do end up higher overall, but it is a thing where it's fairly gradual. So, like, especially early on, it'll kind of switch back and forth between which one is more expensive. See the grass growing, and I gotta keep cutting that back. Alright. There's not much else for me to do today. We're gonna go ahead and go to sleep. The big thing we want to do, something got done. I don't know what we finished that day, because I only sold the tiniest bit, so it's very unlikely it was a money marker. It could be. Oh, donate to museum. So we got an extra 5 tiles for free for donating enough stuff to the museum. I think it's like every 10 items. That's not a bad find. But yeah, so stuff like finishing things in the museum will give me a couple tiles here and there. Or like getting 10 things in the museum will finish that. Maxing out our levels in something will give me a couple tiles. And that's one of the big differentiators between this one and the other Tileman stuff. Is the other Tileman stuff, literally money is the only way to level or to get more tiles. And so that kind of is a limiting factor that it makes you want to approach playing as you just only go and worry about money, that everything else is a distraction, which does tend to be less interesting, whatever you want to go with. Alright, so grab you, drop the stick in. We did get a mystery box to pop open. It looks like we're going to get the summer squash tomorrow. Those are just stuff we got seeds for. One thing I would like to do is once we hit winter this year, I do want to take the time during the winter to try and get my hands on some winter melon, and we're not going to worry about selling them, but I'm going to grow them on my farm and just try and rotate through winter melon to try and get as many seeds as possible. That way I at least have a type of crop I can grow during the winter. But the big thing we're waiting on is ways of getting money for a bunch of stuff. Then go over here, Popper Geode. Let's see, the sheer wild nature of your farm would have anxiety at 10-10. It is definitely one of those things that, like, I'm, like, trapped in this solid wooded area that if I want more stuff, I'm gonna have to work at it. Some other things we could potentially do is I want to start working on our friendships, because I can unlock stuff through friendship. When you max out the friendship, it's something like 5-10 tiles per person or whatever. And there's a couple different options I have for that. One is I could grab all the people who go to the bar on Fridays, because that's actually a good chunk of the town. Honestly, hardwood is actually a pretty good find there. So that's a pretty good chunk of the town shows up to the bar on Fridays. The thing, though, is it'd be good to have gifts for them, but I'm gonna need to do that. I mean, some characters like some of the river trash. Oh, like if I make it refined quartz or whatever. You're so full. That pasta will do that. Absolutely pasta will do that. I'm actually trying to remember. We check. You don't show me what people like, do you? Now I remember. 2 plates. No concern, they put some cheeky accepts now. Oh, like someone just like might want a literal bag of garbage, just as a weird thing. Yeah, sure. Because I could see something like the dwarf or Krobus wanting certain stuff. Maybe Linus? I'm gonna swap this one out, and then we'll go inside and rest for the night. Ah, Leah taking driftwood makes sense since she does all her carvings and all that. And in reality, like, slightly rotted wood actually makes for some pretty awesome carvings. You can get, like, this cool, like, blue and green patterns in your wood when it starts to go, but it's not fully rotted. Taking the broken glasses is kind of weird, though. Alright. It's a great interaction with Granny. Just like, oh, you returned my glasses. You know, it's appreciated. Yeah, let's go in here and grab a couple of these, like, acorns, and we'll just plant them. I've been basically filling in this whole area around here pretty constantly with, like, the acorns and all that. I know they won't grow in if they're too dense. But still. Okay. The only downside is I kind of don't want to sell glass, or don't want to give glasses to Granny. And kind of the reason for that is just the fact that those glasses are what make the refined quartz that I can make my sprinklers out of. Because as our money goes up, that'll become more. Like, right now, I'm in great shape because I got 50 of them sitting in my inventory, basically. Alright, so we got our summer squash. That'll be a nice little bump in money. If you can't get powder melon, there's always the tree farm during the winter. Yeah, I mean, I can plant all the trees. Those don't have as reliable or as profitable of a return, in my experience. It's something. But I think I'd also need to... Oh, sure. I'll give Sebastian a refined quartz. I can work with that. Okay, and our community board changes tomorrow. But yeah, so the things we immediately want to do is grow the farm, just broadly speaking. That way I can increase my profit margins, unlock tiles faster. Oh, I can turn off that rule 1 second. Because that sponsorship ended yesterday. Let me go ahead and turn that timer off because it's not needed anymore. I do appreciate everyone who did participate in the sponsorship and all that. Which that was just Opera GX. It was just basically while it was going on, just downloading the thing and all that. It really helped a lot. At this point, it's over as far as the sponsorship. You know, you can still grab it obviously if you want it and whatnot. But like, you know, we're past the point that it does anything for the channel directly. Okay. So I got 2 days for Sebastian to get down here. So summer, Sunday and Monday. When all does Sebastian leave his room? It's gonna be a major question. There's nothing I want or need from you, right? Not really. Because Sebastian tends to hang out in his room a lot. I did hear they gave Sebastian more times he leaves his room now. But the big question being, like, Will he just leave his room and then go to the kitchen and go back to his room where I can't get at him? Will he go outside to, like, smoke or whatever? And how late in the day will that be? Oh, hey, you aren't getting in-game sound. Why are you not getting the in-game sound? Did my audio settings get messed with? My apologies. Gotcha. That should fix it. Or not. Okay, what's going on here? Stardew Valley, you're running. You're on the right audio channel. Because I definitely see that the game isn't putting out sound, and I'm definitely hearing sounds. Alright. So it might not get sounds for the rest of this in-game day. So I do apologize about it, because what's going to happen is when the in-game day ends, I'm going to have it save, close, and reopen. I can't save in the middle of the day. That's not how Stardew works. Stardew, it saves every time you sleep. But I do see that we're not getting sound. Let me check if it's an OBS side thing, because normally, if it's an OBS side thing, I would see it earlier, because our music... No, OBS is set right. Let me also make sure my audio software is doing fine. No warnings. So yeah. Yeah, so I think it's just going to be a matter of I'll have to reboot the game, but I'm going to need to wait till the day's done. Unfollowed, blocked, and reported. But yeah, so I apologize about the lack of audio. That'll get fixed as soon as we're done this day. If you wanted to get the most effective way to tile, but it would still be fun with just a run under your belt, just knowing. You heard some, but definitely no music. Weird. So you feel like you need to do multiple runs to know this game well enough for Tileman. Yeah, no, I made the comment earlier as well that I don't think this is one of those ones you go into blind, like for like you've only done kind of a partial playthrough or anything like that. I think this is one of those challenge runs that the way to approach it is once you've done like you don't even need to do like the perfection build, but once you've gone like late game where you've got a relatively good idea of being like, oh, artisan goods are pretty good money, this crop is maybe not as good as this crop, not like knowing the meta, but just having an idea like here's a handful of crops that are relatively good money, here's some that aren't good money, and that like you make monies doing XYZ. The only thing I think you have to know that isn't intrinsic to a lot of people in the game is right at the beginning, knowing that if you keep hoeing the dirt, you can find clay as one way to make kind of a trickle income, or that there are ways to make the trees grow rapidly to then, you know, be able to like do the super sleep and all that to get your trees to grow so you can cut down a bunch of trees to get a little bit of money, which I would just dig for the clay. The abusing the sleep thing feels weird. I do wish I could tell if Sebastian was going to leave his room today. I hate to have to look it up on the wiki and all that. Sebastian Stardew summer schedule. Alright, so we're on the 14th. So Sebastian's schedule during the summer. Green Raining, he'll stay in his room all day. Summer 4, he has a special schedule. Summer 11 and 15, he has a special schedule. Yada yada. What is your regular schedule? So Sunday. Let's see. He leaves his room and goes to the computer at 3. He leaves the kitchen to go back to his room. He leaves home and walks to the lake outside to smoke at 6:30. So 6:30 he's going to go out. So he got about 3 minutes or so before he'll pop down here to smoke, and I'll give him his thing. Yep, there's him going to the kitchen. There's him going to the kitchen. Yep, 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 there's him going to the Yeah, honestly, if you play, let's see, you play in 2 in-game years, you're probably fine getting through. Perhaps not optimally, but you can manage. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like if you've gotten to the point that the community center is mostly done, that kind of thing, now he's supposed to go back to his room. So he just went downstairs, got himself a drink or whatever. He goes back to his room, and he'll stay up there for about 2 minutes, and then he'll come down here and we'll be able to throw a refined quartz at him he wants. Which is a lot of effort just to get some points and all that. What I do think I need to do is we need to make it a point, probably get access to the front door of the tavern, and then that way we could just start bombarding people on Fridays to just talk to everybody. And then later on when we get gifts, we can do that. That way, hopefully between Pierre's and the bar, we can start working on getting everyone on board. Because then I could sit there and between I'm willing to bet between just the bar and Pierre's, like, yeah, so like bar on Friday and Pierre on Sunday, I do think that'll cover about like 80-ish% of the town. All right, you need to get your butt out here, man. You are killing time. I probably should have gotten the mod that lets me speed up time for stuff like this. When I go, I don't really want to mess with that during stream. I was gonna say there's like I could definitely like snag a time mod and just drop it in the folder when we go to reboot since you're not hearing the audio, and I apologize for that. We'll try rebooting the game here as soon as I get a chance to save. But like the fast forward time mod kind of things. Which all that does, it lets me, like, for the next in-game hour or whatever, make the time run, like, 10 times as fast. So when there are situations like this where we're just waiting for Sebastian to get out of here, instead of standing here for, like, 4 or 5 minutes. Alright, so you should be heading out now. Hey, thanks for the help. This is just what I wanted. I usually only go outside after dark. Does that sound weird to you? No, man. No. The sun does not deserve to deal with us. But yeah, so what we could do is actually, let's see how many tiles it would take to get to, like I said, the bar's front door. I don't need to go in there. I was waiting here until dark for you to come out. Yep. Then we can snag people on their way to Pierre's. So it would be 5 tiles to reach the front door of the bar. And I actually don't even technically need to reach the front door. Just the 4 tiles there would be enough. Yeah, it doesn't matter if I go this way or that way. It's still 4 tiles. I'm going to go ahead and do it. And again, that's so Friday nights, we can go by there, and we could snag people who are on their way into the bar, so we can just talk to them all kind of thing. Because if we start doing that, it should make it so I'll be able to start working on those friendships to get them up to hopefully snag a bunch of extra tiles. We're kind of trading 4 tiles today, so that we can get however many tiles number of people who cut through that area have tomorrow. So let's save this in-game day and try rebooting the game and see if you can all hear it then. So I do apologize about that. Because it looks like it just changed the audio device for my game for some reason. Alright, so let's go ahead now that it's saved, quit the desktop, reboot the game. And hopefully this time you'll actually be able to hear it. Because I did double check, and on OBS the audio settings are correct. My software for making sure everything goes through its proper channels. There we go. Now you got sound. Yeah, so what we'll do is, if I hit another spot where I'm stuck waiting, while I'm waiting, we'll quickly try and grab a mod to let me fast forward time. But I'll do that when we're waiting for something else going on, since I'll be stuck standing around for 3-4 minutes anyways. And it is payday. Always gotta love me, payday. Okay, so we got a couple down here that aren't quite ready, and that's because I set them up later. And our batch down there. All right. Yep, green rain day 2. And I know a bunch of people go to the bar on green rain as well. One of the big benefits of green rain days is just the fact that a bunch of the trees grow in, and you get some extra bushes. We've actually had real hard times getting plant fiber. It's just not been an easy thing to make happen. So that's been a pain point for us. Alright. Hey, we gained a level on foraging. Here we got you. And green rain also makes a bunch of the trees grow faster as well. So put the extra away. We could sell the periwinkle and the other fish. The rest we want to bring to town to sell at Pierre's. Just because that lets me get the money right now. And then we can potentially go over to Clint after that. Buy what I need to get a gold bar and iron bar. Because of the gold bar and an iron bar, I've got what I need to get a sprinkler, which then lets us expand the territory more. Bored. Could someone bring me a cave root? Okay. Hey, fried mushroom out of the trash. Okay, that's just blocking that area. Hey, the Ins, thank you so much for the 180 stream streak. Catch the last 180 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. I hope you've been having a good day and all that good stuff. Alright, so... sell the fried mushroom. Let's see. 28, 46, 67. Let's see. 87... 108, 122, 132, 136, 143, so let's grab 143 of these seeds. Which would leave me with one extra. But it's kind of one of those things that I expect to get the math wrong. Actually, hold, please. I want to grab 8 more. Those will expand the farm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those will be adding another tile to the farm. Was okay. Was okay weekend, but sleepy already? Yeah, no, it happens. Alright, so now we need to go down to Clint. And we want to buy 5 gold ore and then 5 iron ore. And that's for making sprinklers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should leave me just about enough. Potentially open up one more set of tiles. Clint, the future husband? Yep. A future husband who's absolutely without question going to, absolutely without question going to charge for your upgrades even after you're married. Be like, I know the worth of my labor. Just because we're married doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. Like, dude, I am bringing in the most of the money in our household. The least you could do is help me fix my tools so I can bring the money for our household better. This isn't about a question about labor. This is a teamwork kind of thing. I don't work for free, even for my spouse. I mean, Harvey doesn't give you a discount when you nearly die. Yeah, I always felt with Harvey, though, you could kind of get away with it that, like, maybe that's literally what it costs Harvey to do it. Because even the messages when you're not married, Harvey makes the comment, like, hey, I'm going to have to charge you this amount. It never came across as, like, I'm going out of my way to, like, add a surcharge here. Now, granted, you could still be like, yo, give me a discount, but that might literally be the cost of the medicine. Versus, Clint is definitely making money. That's definitely Clint's main source of revenue, is like you doing the tool upgrades and that kind of thing. Alright, so that's all exactly how it should have landed. Now, unfortunately, I had early on, I put this summer squash in a weird position, so that kind of sucks. Yeah, so the summer squash is like weirdly messing with all that. So we'll just go over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 to cut across. Give me the stone. We're gonna yoink all these trees out of here just to clear up the space. That all looks clear there. Oh, I forgot. That's a row with a scarecrow. I need to go one over more. It's fine. It's all gonna get shuffled around anyways. You know, the one extra. Then I need to... Should have already been doing this. Drop you in there. Alright. Because the temptation is to buy these tiles in between here. I don't need them, so it is kind of a needless expense to do that. But just to make maneuvering around the farm easier, and then when we get the upgraded sprinklers, it'll be a lot less of a pain and all that as well. Versus what we're dealing with right now. Meanwhile, I can drop the extra surplus in here. Oh, did you max out a stack? Okay. We are finally at the point I probably need a second box. How much did a box cost? Alright. I'm grabbing out basic crafting supplies. And for right now, I'll chuck those in the other box. Honestly, moss isn't worth a whole lot either. Yeah, so basic crafting supplies goes in that box. We did get these trees that we, I don't remember where. Oh, we got those from, the lottery thing. Oh, we'll grab that out of there as well. Go and grab the seeds. The fertilizer out of here as well. Yeah, so this is just kind of a box for chucking a whole bunch of junk into. Apple tree for Paul. Yeah, my big thing is I got nowhere to put it. You have to have, like, a whole circle around it open. Because I could potentially see putting one fruit tree here and one fruit tree there, but I can't reach the whole way around it to get rid of all the other trees around it. So, what I might do is I might make this like an orchard up here eventually, if I get some of those trees. Right now, I don't think that's something I'm super worried about. Okay, so that'll be 9-ish before that's ready. I don't really need to fish for more garbage. Our fishing is maxed out. What I think I'll do is, while we wait for that, I'm going to take 2 seconds on my other monitor, and I'm just going to see if really fast I can't find the time fast forward mods. So Nexus mods, Stardew Valley. Popular, where's the search? The search for time. Let's see. Control the speed of time. Time is still fast forwarding the game as I'm looking at the screen. Yeah, it is cool. Let's see. This mod lets you control the flow of time and speed it up, slow it down, and freeze it all together. This can happen automatically or when you press the button. I'm mostly just looking for... Okay, button defaults. And freezes time, comma, speeds up time by 1 second per 10 game minutes. Combined with control to decrease by 100. That's a bunch of shortcut keys I'm not going to remember. But that does look like the one we probably would use. Dynamic day and nighttime, don't care. Time freeze, not what I'm looking for. I think that's the one. It was updated 6 months ago. It's very highly reviewed. So what we will do is potentially I'll get that ready. Because the idea is all this thing does is, like, for situations like this where I'm standing around waiting, that I should be able to just, you know, sit there and go, okay, hit a button, and, like, time just goes faster for a little bit. Because I'm not looking to, like, pause time or anything like that. We've been running into a lot of situations where I'm stuck just kind of standing here, with not a whole lot I can do to be productive. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Where's my folders? Grab you. Extract. Okay. Copy that mod. Where was it? All right. That's right. To do this, then I would go to Steam. Go here. Browse local files. Mods. Just chuck you in here. Definitely nothing goes wrong messing with mods in the middle of doing other things. And just in case it needs, so it's saying speed up with comma, slow down with period. And there isn't like just a reset back to time, so it's just a speed up, slow down. That's good to know, though. I'm sure we could configure it or whatever like that. Alright, so you should be about done. Because then all it should take for that to go into effect is just rebooting the game again. So I do apologize about that. But I think everyone will appreciate for situations like this where you have to stand here for 3-4 minutes to cut that down to a significantly lower time. Because as long as I don't freeze time, or like slow down time to allow me to do more, like we won't go slower than normal time, so I can't like get more done or whatever. Okay, so we can get a tap and a mushroom log and summer seeds. And all that stuff. So we'll quickly do the real fast reboot here, just to get that mod in place. So that the next time I have to wait for Sebastian or whatever, it can be faster. So we close that, do this. As soon as the game comes back up, the mod should just automatically be enabled. And then it said it was comma to speed up, period to slow down. So the idea is like when we're waiting at the bar for people to show up, we speed up time till it's evening to go harass people at the bar. Okay. Because there's probably mods to do it, but there is no, like, managing a bunch of mods around that just detects what's in a folder. Okay, so quick check. Mod options. Yeah, so time, speed. General options, enable for festival days. Change our tick length. No, do not change the festival days. I want you to be the normal speed. I'm assuming one's the normal speed. I don't want you to freeze time at all. Like, I just want to be able to speed up time. Still not hearing music? The music's playing. If you're not hearing music now it's on your end. Because I distinctly see it popping up and down on there. If you mean on the title screen, I turn it off of the title screen because there's no music settings on the title screen. Yeah, so... it's quiet. I mean, it's pretty loud for me. Not like loud. Comma and all that. Oh, wait, didn't want to do that. What tile did I unpurchase? I'm actually surprised it remembered the tile. Okay. So I've got to adjust that. Because I'm using a Dvorak keyboard, those shortcut keys are me moving. One. I think it's one per each of those. This is always the thing. Okay, so... slow down time will do... that button, so way over here on my right hand. That's the button for unbuying a tile. Let's say... okay. Oh, that's not what I want here. Okay, so that button's already used for stuff. That's kind of annoying. Let's choose that and go here. Numpad 0 for slowdown time. Numpad decimal for faster time. Why can I not move here? I own the tile. It's a poppy seed. Why can I not move there? And I own it. I'm a little confused as to why I can't move on that tile over there. It looks like I missed a couple seeds over here. And I believe when I hit the reset, it put us back to normal time. Okay. So we'll need to buy more poppy seeds. Right, and this is another one of those spots that I really do need to buy the neighboring tile so I don't have to go around and be all awkward about it. Yeah, what is the deal as to why I can't move here? But that tile is off limits. It doesn't look like it has the grid there. I can't buy it here. So I don't really understand what's going on there. Because I bought that tile to make sure I could walk through it. Alright. We'll just figure that out later, I guess. I can go like this. Set the trash to process. Alright. Yeah, no, it could be, depending on how you have your sound balancing, treble versus bass and all that, it might just not be thing. Or it might not be a super noticeable thing for you. Because it's actually, like, it's not particularly quiet. Like, it's not blastingly loud or anything. But I actually feel like it's a pretty solid balance so far as the game sound relative to me. Because, like, I usually, when I'm talking, I'm kind of solid in the yellow area where you want it. And I would say the game sound is usually right at the top of the green sound most of the time when something's going on, which is just a hair below where I am, which is usually where you want it. It's because, you know, you want to be slightly louder than the game. Otherwise, the game just drowns out your voice, and then there's no point in talking. You can keep that. I'd rather have the copper bar. Alright, so we've got 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16... Well, sorry. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 flowers. Which would have been 2 sections, plus 1 I had missed previously. And we got some free trash can cookies. Yeah, so I'm curious where it says freeze time at 2 a.m. I didn't turn anything on. I'm really hoping that doesn't make it so I don't pass out. I think if you freeze time at 2 a.m., you pass out automatically. And there was a separate tick box for before 2 a.m., which I did not turn on. Because I still want the consequence of if I stay out too late. The only thing I want from this mod is when we're stuck standing around, you know, waiting for something to happen, I can, you know, speed up time so I don't have to stand around. Or at least not stand around nearly as long. Okay, there's 6 there. There was the one I missed. And to avoid dealing with that in the future, I'm going to buy these 3 tiles. So now I can reach all that. I still can't quite reach everything in there, so I'm going to have to buy 1 more tile here to reach that. But that will make our lives easier. There's all that. Nothing else I want to deal with today, so we drop. It's going to take me further to relearn that habit. Alright. Because I'm also curious, if where we saw those things saying, like, 1... I don't know with Stardew Valley timing. I don't know, like, when you go into here. All these. They were kind of all over the place, but they're all within, like, 0.1 or whatever. I am wondering if that's actually one reality in Stardew Valley is like time moves ever so slightly slower in the volcano or ever so slightly faster in, you know, this screen or that. I could see that being a thing and just, you know, like being subtle. Because games do a lot of those kind of things where they ever so slightly nudge things to be a little bit easier for you for different conditions. But I genuinely don't know what if any of those. It's stuff like the, we've talked about the magic hit point. That there's a lot of games that have what's referred to as the magic hit point, which is your last hit point is worth more health than all the rest of your hit points. Not combined, but the idea being you're far more likely to get knocked down to that last hit point than, you know, statistically would make sense. And they do that as kind of a thing to make for more interesting, compelling gameplay situations where you sneak away where you've got that tiny fraction of a health and then, you know, you narrowly survive. It'll be something like maybe your character has 100 hit points, but like the last health point counts for 5. You know, gimmicks like that. And that's very, very common. They also do stuff like one that's fairly well known is in Portal. There's areas where you like launch yourself from one area to the other, and the game will actually kind of finagle stuff to slightly draw you in towards your objective, so that even if your angle is off by like just a couple of degrees that you would have missed to hit the wall and fallen down, they just narrowly kind of nudge you in the correct direction if you're close enough. Or the same thing, like when you jump down into a portal, it'll like nudge you into the portal as you fall. Because otherwise the level of precision you would need... Cool, even more cookies and snacks. Because otherwise it'd just be obnoxious trying to like get the precision exactly right. So it's kind of like, yeah, you're roughly right, we're gonna go ahead and give it to you. And while you can argue it definitely objectively makes the games easier, at the same time, there's a level of precision needed sometimes for those kind of things that is not fun. Going back into the day of like the old like Ninja Gaiden games and everything, where you could have to have like the pixel perfect jump or you miss and just straight up die. You know, you want to make a certain leeway, and with some of those things, like, you know, you're jumping across this giant room, being off just 2 or 3 degrees means completely missing, versus you're only like that far. You could be off by like 5, maybe 10 degrees and still achieve your goal. But there's lots of that wink wink nudge, giving the player a hand kind of things that happen in games a lot. A lot of like rounding in games are put in the player's favor. Is another one they'll do that, you know, something hits you for 10.5 damage and you've got, you know, 11 hit points left. It won't round up, it'll round down, because there's no such thing as a half hit point for so far as the math is concerned and character and all that. Alright, give me some good. I'll take it. We've been hoarding that fertilizer so that when winter comes by, or sorry, not winter, fall comes by, the cranberries are probably our biggest paying crop right now, that we will be able to like do the entire field with fertilizer to make sure we can get like the maximum value out of those cranberries. Just make cranberries like our big pay month. We will want to make sure, so we're sitting at somewhere around, I would guess, 170 tiles worth of space, and I believe the cranberries run 240 a box, or for a thing of seeds. We will want to make sure we set aside enough money that we can get all the cranberries we're looking for. Let's set those aside so that as we pull fish out of our traps, we could start using that to get more fertilizer made. Alright. Then we got our summer squash. That's another almost 1,000. And that almost 1,000 should be just enough to buy that last tile that, like I said, when I go to harvest the tile way down here on the right, I shouldn't have to worry about it being off anymore. No, also, I can break you. Alright, so buying that tile, I can now reach all these other things here. Oh, I think I'm moving... yeah. There was a tree right there. More trash to process. And just checking in all the ones that are kind of like on their own schedule. That's our tree that's kind of in the way. I'm also noticing I don't own that tile down there, so that makes it a little hard to clear around. What is your deal? I wish this tree wasn't here. 'Cause this one I understand I can't cross because I don't own the tile. But it's almost like there's two different things on that tile. When I go to harvest that, we'll get a good look at what's going on. But for some reason that one tile is just giving me a little bit of grief. Let me drop you off. And let's see here. We can't get tuna, so there's no reason for me to go to town today. So this is Friday, so we're gonna go and harass everyone on their way to the bar on Friday. If I had gifts to give them, we'd give them gifts, but I don't, so we're just gonna harass them. Because the goal here is to start slowly working up those relationships. My plan for right now is basically just Friday we harass them there, and then Sunday I catch whoever I can at the at Pierre's. Yeah, we'll need to next season get that area cleared out. Hey Snowball, how's it going? So let's see. For considerations, so what we'll probably need to do is not buy more land on the next two harvests, because I'm probably getting 2 more harvests out of the poppy, and that's because I'm going to need to ramp up our money to have enough for the cranberries, because those are going to be upfront a pretty big cost, but they pay out exceptionally well. So you want a hot pepper? I don't have a hot pepper. Hitting all the trash cans. Okay, so let's see this now. So we're just speeding up time a lot, so 10 minutes in the game is now 1 second. That's because we're just racing to the evening. I believe it's 10 seconds, so it's normal. What do you want? Got some really important things to do right now. Kindly go screw you, man. I'm just trying to socialize. So, I was at the store the other day, and Pierre showed me a poppy you brought in. I bought it. My mother used it to drive... I thought her mother used them, like, excuse me? My mother used to drive the bus to Calico Desert, but the bus stopped working a few years ago. Mayor said there's not enough money in the town coffers, or else he'd have it fixed. Oh no, Mom's making lentil soup tonight. I wonder what Alex is doing today. Huh? I didn't notice you standing there. I wonder if anyone's birthday's today. I better check the calendar by Pierre's shop. I don't think I have a way to catch Shane. Yeah, I don't have a path that goes there. We can grab Jody real quick. The food at Joja Mart may not be the healthiest for my family. With such low prices, I'd be crazy to shop anywhere else. RV. People don't get sick much during the summer. That's nice, but it's also less business for me. You have to stand a single tile out of range. You suck, George. Alright. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oh, Rual Storge. This is embarrassing. I threw one of your poppies you sold to us in the compost bin. Now the whole thing smells horrendous. Where did you find that thing again? It's a fine-looking day. On days like this, I like to help Evelyn with the public gardens. George spends his whole day in front of that darn television set. I wish he'd go outside more. Some fresh air would do him good. As he's like literally sitting outside there. She's strong for her age, but I think she appreciates all the help she can get. George saw you coming and swerved, pretty much. He's like, nope, not dealing with this today. Kid's got a trash can on his head. You seen this? I kinda wish I had a cat. Unfortunately, my dad is allergic to pretty much everything. So you've revealed Pierre's weakness. We can exploit this. You know, I used to live in the city, and I have to admit, this place is much nicer in the summer. The city is so hot with all the concrete. If I wasn't so busy, I'd come help you on the farm. But Gus would be upset if I had another job. We could tell Gus to mind his own business. Oh, hi. Are you satisfied with the quality of my summer seeds? And I'm keeping the time sped up to just get people in here. It looks like a decent day for fishing, doesn't it? Yeah? You're a fine-looking young man. Why are you wasting your time talking to an old gal like me? You can use the tapper to harvest syrups, other useful liquids directly from trees. Rual Storge, you look puzzled. I guess the hot summer air can make you a little dizzy. It's a slow process, but it can result in quite valuable. Alright, so I've learned a lesson today. If you really want to get fish biting, make sure you put some bait on your hook. The weather doesn't really matter to me. I typically stay near my shop year-round. Depressing, huh? Love me. I need to be loved. You'd catch me at the saloon most nights. Animals are great company, but I need to spend time with people too. We're pretty insulated from the rest of the world here in Stardew Valley. It has its pros and cons. I went shopping last night, picked up a poppy on sale for only 175 gold. It was revolting. No wonder Pierre is selling that trash for so cheap. Why are you so mean? Oh, hey, Jan, sorry. If you and Maro become friends, I'm sure she'll show you how to use a telescope out back. Pretty exciting, huh? Yeah, so I learned a lesson today, and that lesson is fast-forwarding time has no effect on the movement speed of any of the other people, so they just, like, go to the next part of their schedule. So because it took them as long as it did to walk over there, we actually are pushing our luck for passing out from it getting too late. That happens at 2. We're going to be back and fine, but it just means it's kind of once the wave of people start going in, I need to stop fast-forwarding time. Because we almost missed people because of how fast everyone was coming and going. And needing to, like, dip for all that. And time is back to what it was. Endermeter's like, you know, if you and Maro become friends, we're gonna have a long talk. You and me. In the shed. I suggest you steer clear, farmer. Okay. We'll have to go down here. Pick up this sprinkler. And put it back. Cool. Is that the right amount? Yes, it'd have been eight tiles down there. We already grabbed those ones and dropped them in, so yeah, we're good. Okay, so it's Saturday. Do we have anything on the board we care about? Nope. We're just gonna go ahead and chuck stuff in their respective boxes and not give a crap about any of this. Go right back to bed to Sunday. Because I don't want to just have to hover around town to try and catch people to talk to. You do get a little bit of friendship every single time you have a conversation. But when I say it's a little bit of friendship, I mean it is a very little bit amount of friendship. Yeah, so a bunch of these will be good to harvest tomorrow. Alright. I really wish it was a different button to pick up the baskets as opposed to the other stuff. Yeah, birthday is the bankable day for interaction. Yeah, the big thing is with my limited mobility, making sure I've got stuff ready for birthdays and all that. Because like right now, our gift options are extremely limited. But I do need enough interaction so that the relationship decay doesn't prevent us from building those friendships or whatever. Okay. So I'll make that really fast until Pierre opens. Because then people make their way to Pierre's for church. And it's 10 seconds per 10 minutes is the default. Let's Let's grab Alex. I got these new shoes yesterday because my old pair were at a brown smudge. I just threw them in the garbage. I wouldn't have donated them, but I don't like the idea of some weirdo wearing my shoes, you know? What? Not so fast, George. Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. Yeah, the mod will show whoever's birthday's up here. Those have a picture of a gift. And I got Jody and Kent. What in the world am I gonna do for dinner? I don't know what to do with myself now that I'm back. I'm used to having more structure in my day. Okay. Think that's the bulk of the people who go to church. It's not as many as I thought it was. I'm struggling to make ends meet. I don't have enough patience. I guess I should try getting patience from neighboring towns. I think that'll call it. Because I was expecting... Oh, well, there's Evelyn. The big thing is a lot of the people who show up here today... Do you ever get the urge to go exploring, Rual Storge? Okay, pretend you just want a free vacation. Where would you go? Sorry, but it's you. I get stuck up for this being our thing. Okay, so we go to the beach, a dark cave, an old gnarled forest. Let's go with old gnarled forest. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. So Evelyn's gonna go over there. That's fine. I think we're done with the social interaction for the day. Yeah, so unfortunately it seems like the church Sunday is not as good as I was expecting it. It was really kind of only 3-4 people. Versus the bar, we get like a good 8. So a little underwhelming. But that's okay. Is that trash can lit on your head? Yes. It's an incredibly rare and valuable hat. It allows me to demonstrate to those around me my value to the world. Looks rare and valuable. It is, ironically, it is actually a fairly rare hat if I remember correctly. I just killed a poppy seed trying to hit that tree. Smooth. So whatever number of seeds I pull, or number of poppies I pull here, plus 1, is the amount I need. No, that's not true. I actually have 1 spare seed. So whatever we pull out of the poppies here, we'll just want to get that many, because we don't have enough for another harvest. This is our last round of poppies. I still have 6 days left, so I can still grow more. But poppies take 7 days, so they're not an option anymore. And like I said, we're going to want to keep the money from this harvest to have money for seeds in the fall. It's your subtle dominance over Linus, who we've never spoken to. Yeah, no, that was the thing. It was very heavily implied, well, not confirmed, that they were like potentially aiming for a fall release, and that they did make the Concerned Ape made the comment that the anniversary would be a great day for an update or whatever. Needless to say, it didn't happen. So what is here? Like, I own the tile, but I can't seem to walk on the tile. Tried hitting it with things, and I'm not really sure what's going on there. Because I was able to plow it, so it's not like there's a rock or something in the way. As In Before 1.7 comes out the same day as the next RimWorld DLC and you don't know what to play. Who am I kidding? RimWorld would win. Yeah. No, I don't know. Like, that all depends on what we got going on. Because I really enjoy RimWorld and I really enjoy Stardew Valley. How are the sprinklers working out for you? You missed a day? I'm gonna have to rewatch the last stream. They're working out great. You want a sweet pea? That's not happening. Stop that, yuck! I need to stop going in the trash cans, because every time you do that, you do actually lose some friendship with people. I keep getting caught. That's not happening. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. You have to see how many poppy seeds we need to get to do... Well, sorry, not poppy seeds. We'll have to see... Oh, that's right. So we should sell the last poppy seed because I can't plant it. And the reason I can't plant it is we got 7 days to grow it and I got 6 days less of the month. That means I can start growing it, but it'll just die when the fall starts. And then that'll leave us with nothing. So we're going to go ahead and... Alright, so 1, 30, 44... 57. Let's see, that's 57, 65, 75, 91, 110, 124, 142. Alright, so I've got 5 days that we can grow in. Because while there's 6 days left of the month, it's not inclusive of the day you grow things. I think genuinely it might just be... My only option might just be to do the wheat. Yeah, but the extra seed? Yes. The extra seed I actually did need. We can grab 143 if it's too much. We're growing wheat. Part of this is to kind of hold the tiles there. That's fine. So that, like, I don't need to re-plow it all again. Oh, hey, Marnie, if you're right here, I'll talk to you. Marnie? I love animals, Mr. Rual Storge. If you treat yours well, I'm sure you'll become good friends. And then you'll eat them, because that's what it's like to raise animals. You get your pig, you become besties, and then it becomes bacon. And then your kid cries for some reason. And then they become a vegetarian and say that you're awful. This is why we don't name our animals. I really should have learned that lesson pretty early on in life. You don't name the animals you're gonna eat. It's just bad for business. It's 152. You clipped into the map. Gotcha. No problem. What I could do then is whatever I'm short, I could just run and deal with it. Over there, we'll just get this planted in the meantime. Never question me again, I'm always right except for when I'm not. Yup. Yeah, no, we're definitely short. Short about 8, it looks like. Yep, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll be 8, that'll be 16, 24, 25. So I'll go and grab the 25, because those will all be needing that thing. Name your farm animals after food? I don't know. Oh man, the proto version of Stardew Valley where you could harvest the animals for meat. Yup. There's been a few games in this genre where you've actually had it where you can like raise pigs. And then like they don't typically make like a big thing like you take it to the slaughterhouse or anything else like that. So much as like you basically sell the animal as its primary income, and it's just very heavily implied that, you know, you're doing that. Or you can, you know, harvest, quote-unquote, the animal, and it gives you, like, bacon or whatever. That's very clearly, it's like, oh, I understand. I did not math that right, because we got you, 1. Oh, no, that's math right. Yeah, because we have those two, so that's 16, and plus the loose one there. And then those we'll just let sit, and those will rot for the end of the year. Already checked the community. Yeah, we checked the community board. It was nothing useful for us. Yeah, we can't do the sweet pea. I mean, the rabbits give you feet somehow. Yeah, that's always been a weird one in the game where you just... It's like, okay, you get a little rabbit floof. It's like, sure, I can understand getting a little rabbit floof. You know, maybe the rabbit's just a very floofy rabbit, and every once in a while, as you're, you know, giving it them pets, it leaves you a little floof. You're probably not going to be able to realistically make a commercial venture out of that, because it's not like it's a lot of floof. But there's at least something there. But, the idea that, you know, the rabbit leaves you a foot, it's like, the rabbit kind of needs that. Generally speaking, the rabbit's not going to be doing particularly well if it is down 1 foot. I missed a seed spot somewhere, probably. Just grows back like a lizard's tail or something. There we go. I was saying, that should have fully filled up. Alright, so we can go ahead and just sell all that. We're not buying more seeds right now, because that should be it for the season. They're specially raised rabbits. They've been through years and years of genetic experimentation. They managed to get them to be rabbits that can regenerate limbs, just to really foster the rabbit foot trade. Allow the rabbits to regrow their feet, which is a truly nightmare scenario where you're like chopping the feet off rabbits so that they grow back as a commercial venture. Yeah, that's horrible. It's also pretty amusing, like, how many people, like, I sold the poppy seeds. It was like, it was so disgusting. Like, dude. Like, it's a poppy plant. Don't be mad at me because you bought a poppy plant and you're like, wow, man, I don't like poppy. It's also one of the only times I've seen them say, like, something is disgusting that they've been buying. Alright, so we will get one more round of the summer squash. It's like a slowpoke tail, but more morbid. Yup. Let's remember your wife Abigail eats rocks. Well, that's because they're quality artisanal rocks. They're not just any old rocks. Abigail clearly has taste. Only the finest of rocks. You think Abigail is one of the funniest characters? If for no other reason than just that bug. Like, she was not supposed to, you know, basically respond so positively in that manner to the rocks. Like, it's not that she couldn't like the rocks, but the fact that she said this looks delicious was a bug. That her prompt for how she's supposed to respond to receiving, like, gems and all that was just the same as her food. It's such a... I mean... Concerned Ape did patch it out. Yeah, it's such a shame, too. I don't really have anything I need from town. We're basically just kind of rushing into fall now. We've reached that point that there's not really much for me to do at all until we get there. And it's Friday. And we're not going to harvest these yet. We're going to deliberately leave them unharvested. And the reason for that is then I won't need to do any of the work at the first day of the fall for plowing it. It'll stay plowed. And one row too early. And the next day, when we get there, I'm going to want to fix this lineup. If we have enough money for it. Okay. And then today is also Friday, so we're going to go over to the bar again. And this time we're going to fast forward time just until we start having the people start showing up. And then we'll set time back to normal. And the goal here is to just slowly kind of trickle feed the whole, you know, getting these friendships starting to get sorted out. Because we have not done well with that. Oh, when we switch tiles, it automatically sets it back. Okay, that's good to know. Fast forwarding makes the lightning way more aggressive. Yeah, so time returned to normal when we went out here. And I have to fast forward again. Shane, buddy. Don't you have work to do? Yes. My work is going to be harassing everyone on their way to the bar this evening. Have you ever done the Easter egg hunt yet in the Tileman challenge? I have. Keep in mind the festivals in this mod were able to just walk around in them fine. I wonder if it's anyone's birthday today. I better check the calendar by Pierre's shop. It's not, buddy. It's like, you've really been ignoring everyone's birthdays. I'm trying to give you a subtle hint. It never rains in Calco Desert. That's where my friend Sandy lives. I wish I could have visited her today. Hey, so I picked up a poppy seed at the store last night. Grandma made a special casserole. Not good weather for sports. Oh well, I can always lift weights inside. Because my entire character art is sports ball. And by that I mean grid ball, which is a very unique and not sports related at all. Sebastian, no, I can talk to you. If you're lucky, you might see a frog in this weather. Ah, it's too slow, it's fine. It's a mod. We just picked it up today, just for stuff like this where I get stuck trying to... Because we're trying to get the friendships started. Because if we max out friendships, I get free tiles. Maybe I should cook something new and exciting today. Something spicy. Do it. Yeah? You're a fine-looking young man, but you're wasting your time talking to an old girl like me. If you really want to get the... If you really want to get the fish biting, make sure to put some bait on your hook. I really need more lines. You're expected to have developed a little bit more friendship with me by now, so I have more of a dialogue and rapport to build off of. But, you know, you kind of been popping all them trash cans and pissing everyone off in town, and really the friendships are kind of all in the toilet around here. You're really letting the town down on this one. There's Clint. We saw Harvey inside. Weather doesn't really matter to me. I typically stay near my shop the year round. Depressing, huh? Soon you'll be able to love me more than I love me. I'm gonna be obsessing about you. I'm gonna watch you sleep. When you went to your sister's a few years ago, it rained. The frogs literally seemed to rain down. Small frogs all over the ground and windows. Oh, yeah. No, I lived at my parents'. It was, when we'd have, like, a hurricane or roll through, like, where everything was just super wet the next day. Usually, for the next couple of days, you would find well, the longer the water sat, it would be more and more, but you'd find a ton of frogs shortly after all that, you know, rainy weather. So I doubt that the others are going. I'm trying to catch Harvey on his way out. Because for me, Harvey's going to be kind of an annoying character to catch. So the fact that he went to the bar today will be good. I imagine he leaves at probably 9. Come on, Harvey. You probably wake up at like 5 in the morning to prepare for your doctor's appointments for the day. I know you can't handle being out at all late. It might be even one of those things that the plan being to aim to be here at 10 p.m. Because it seems that's when everyone nopes out. Hi, Rual Storge. Read anything interesting in the library today? I'll see you around. What is my friendships like with everyone? Well, I've got a couple at 1, and I got Demetrius at 2. Just hanging around the rain with your trash can hat. Just flagging the you're trash bullying. Your sister lived near the beach, so it's good to stay there. Then chill at the beach, had barbecue, enjoy life. Yeah, no, that's excellent. Trash can hat. Wanting to say hi to all the townies. Goodbye, tree. Just walk to the screen and just watch it go get knocked down. I have so many torches. Where do you get the trash can hat from? The trash. It's a very rare drop. It's very rare, but if you keep popping trash cans, sooner or later you'll get it. So we are not harvesting the wheat today. It's all ready for harvesting, but we are leaving it exactly where it is right now. And we're checking our board. Nothing here. Well, has a nice long day. It's time to go to bed. Don't want to strain ourselves. Dear all Storge, tonight at 10 o'clock p.m., a rare, beautiful event will take place. The Moonlight Jellies will be passing Pelican Town on their long journey south for the winter. We're all gathering at the beach to watch. You don't want to miss it. See you tonight, Demetrius. Ugh. Obligated social interaction. Ugh. People. I really don't know why I can't cross that tile. Yeah, and I think it's just bugged. That tile's bugged with the Tileman thing. I did the same thing last time too. I wanted to clean out the little bit of grass and just instinctively did that. I'm gonna just plant mixed seeds. It's fine. We'll just let those handful of tiles go to waste. I did the exact same thing the last time, too, where I was effectively holding the tiles by leaving the wheat on them for fall, and saw some grass at the edge, like, oh, I gotta go knock that grass back. Wouldn't want that grass to go in and damage my crops. Swish. Give Demetrius a strawberry. Yeah, sadly at the festivals you can't give stuff to people, from what I found. Which is a shame, because I could definitely get behind, like, carrying, 50 diamonds with you, and then just going to the festival, and just dealing with all that at kind of one big go. I got these new shoes, because my old pair, I literally said this line yesterday, or whatever. What? Well, so I can't go to the Moonlight thing until the evening. So it massively sped up time. So at some point Evelyn's gonna go by, and people mentioned that Evelyn likes the broken glasses. So, you laugh about that, Kyoto Chick. The way when I did the one where I romanced Leah, is I just got the brown mushrooms out of the cave, and brown mushrooms, I believe, one of Leah's loved items, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, it might just be liked. And And it was very much one of those things like wake up every day, you know, like twice a week, run over to Leah, give her a mushroom, and then go back, you know, like go back to doing my regular routine. Because the moment I could get into her house, just every day, beeline to her house, give her a brown mushroom, go back to just doing what I was doing. Yep, no, it's fast forwarded. Hey, George. Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. No, I'm not cold, George. It's like middle of the summer. It's probably like 80, 90 degrees. Well, it's probably, this being temperate, probably like 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside. I'm definitely not cold. Probably mildly hot. What in the world am I gonna do for dinner? I don't know what to do with myself now I'm back. I'm so used to having structure for my day. So we're definitely gonna run to the thing where I'm gonna be getting the same dialogue again and again and again. So I do imagine eventually we're just going to not engage with the dialogue. Now, I believe it's 10 p.m. in game that we can go to the Midnight Jellies. Gotcha, yeah. Now, like I said, I think the brown mushroom was one of her liked gifts, so it's super easy. It's so much structured by having a daily routine. I know, right? Like, Rual doesn't have a kitchen? No. Costs extra. Harvey! Harvey, don't do it! Don't step out where I can reach you. Hey, farmer! So I stopped by Pierre's the other day and bought a poppy. It was the first time I've seen one of those here in a while. I cooked it for dinner last night, and it filled the house with an unusual odor. I don't even want to know where Pierre found that thing. Anyways, I'm struggling to make ends meet. I don't have enough patience. I guess I should try to get patience from the neighboring towns. Or to make some patience, if you know what I mean. Have you considered violence? Have you reached Robin? Yeah, no, we reached Robin a while back. That's why we have all the sprinklers. Without Robin, I wasn't able to get the wood I needed to... Or the stone, rather, I needed to do a lot of things. The wood was actually okay. I was really expecting Evelyn to pop out here at some point, so I could give her the glasses. Thank you, dear. I've been looking for these everywhere. For my reading glasses. My, they become filthy. Sweet peas are in bloom right now. They've got such a wonderful fragrance, haven't they? Oh. I can't smell video games. Despite the efforts in them trying to make it so we could. Which is probably one of the worst ideas I had ever heard of. Do you want to smell your games? God, no. Absolutely not. Games can't get basic volume settings right. We don't need them to be dealing in the smell department. Are you sure you're set to 1 second per 10 minutes? Because it looks like very normal time to me. There's 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. I'm doing the math, and that's not that. So we set it back to normal. And now we've got it. You definitely don't want to be smelling a trash can lid. Alright. I mean, it definitely was working earlier because we had that rush at the bar. But now it doesn't seem to be working at all. Well, that is what it is, I guess. Because we need to wait till the festival, so that's going to be a couple of minutes, unfortunately. Let me try and snooze that. I'm not ready for my break yet. This Tomb's not home yet, unless she's managed to sneak in here way earlier, which I'm not expecting. And so kick that ad break as far down the road as we can. Making sure that's not Tomb trying to get a hold of me. What is this? That is nothing meaningful or useful. Hey, Jess. Do you want something? I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. Oh no! Me telling you that I'm not supposed to talk to strangers is talking to you. Which, you know, means I'm talking to a stranger. Run away, stranger danger. I bought the tastiest poppy from Pierre's shop the other day. He found it himself while exploring in the mountains. I didn't know Pierre was such a talented forager. Say, are you growing any blueberries on your farm? I do enjoy a fresh blueberry. So, as you see, Pierre absolutely taking credit. He's like, yes, I went to the mountains and found a poppy on the side of the path. It was definitely not sold to me by Farmer Rual. Emily usually cooks dinner, but she makes weird stuff like quinoa. Quinoa's not weird. Quinoa's kind of in that same department as, like, rice and that kind of stuff. You came all the way here just to talk to me? How kind. Yes. Yes. I certainly came here just to talk to you and not because I'm patiently waiting on the festival. Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, we don't do quinoa very often, but like every once in a while I can go for a quinoa. Like I said, it's kind of in that same, I don't think it's like the same family as rice or anything quite that close, but it's in that same rough area as rice, where it's like another grain and whatnot. A lot of dietary fibers, so like if you're trying to eat healthier, quinoa tends to be a good option. Emily's helping Haley with her fiber intake. It's important. Get your fiber. Keep things going regular. I'm pretty sure you're 10 p.m. I can go here. I kind of wish it gave the time. That's one of the things that Coral Island does, is when you run into this situation where you're trying to go where a festival is, it'll be like, this isn't available until 10 p.m. What should I do with such a warm, lazy day? Any ideas? Hi there, mister. When you see hot air balloons drifting over the sea, you'll know if summer's in full swing. Alright, we can go bother Clint. Don't you have work to do? Screw you, Clint. I'm just trying to live my life here. And the fast forward mod worked for an entirety of like 2 days and has stopped working. Okay, that's the nighttime. Yeah, so it's 10. Let's see if I go into a building and step out of a building, if I can, like, reset it or something. Oh, I might be able to walk into your house. Nope, that's definitely still just running at normal speed. No difference whatsoever. Weird. The seeds are high in protein, dietary fiber, B vitamins, and dietary minerals, especially potassium, magnesium, and amounts are greater than in many grains. You need to buy some of it in real life. Yeah, no, like I said, you'll find it in the same kind of area in the store. You'll find it like right near where the rice and all that is. Or like if you have an area that have like lentils and all that, you can kind of find that rough area. Like I said, me and Tomb don't do quinoa regularly, but every once in a while we'll pick up like a bag of quinoa. Because you can get like the bags of quinoa, kind of the way you can get like the little rice bags that you can grow really quick. That you just kind of have to chuck it in water, boil it. Hey Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been doing a lot of Arc Raiders recently, but does simulation and strategy as kind of the primary content they do on their channel. So definitely a good time over there. One of the places I end up the most after my own streams. Also did a whole lot of Stardew Valley before they got kind of into the Arc Raiders wave again. Hello, Farmer Rual Storge. Be sure to drop by my store tomorrow to purchase your fall seeds. Alright, let me go ahead and get that shout out. So shout out Simcopter1. Again, go check him out. Good times. Usually streams after me. So when you're done here, it's usually a good place to pop over. You like to do quinoa and fried egg for breakfast once in a while. Yeah, I can see that. It's almost like an eggs and grits things, but instead of, you know, the muck that grits can be a lot of times, because every once in a while I'll get like good grits, but most of the places I find grits, I tend to avoid it because it's always just kind of a textured sludge, because people always make their grits way too wet. I'm happy the jellies choose to visit during the trip to the south. It's a magical moment for our community can share together. And then she's like, this magic moment. Yeah, you're good today. Just doing some reading and got done. Making dinner for the fam. Yeah, we got leftover pizza from yesterday, so when Tomb gets home here, which is pretty soon, I'll take my, like, 5-minute break real fast to just pop down there, nuke some slices of pizza. That whole bit. Just checking to see if she's home yet. She is not. Apparently there's a rare green jelly. If you see it, it's a bad omen that horrible things are going to happen. I want to be the first to see it tonight. When you stare into the ocean, there's a chance something down there is looking back at you. Stare into the void. Scream into the abyss. Grits is like porridge, yeah. It looks good. You have porridge. Not really. So grits, you can put in a bowl. A lot of times it'll be like, you'll have whatever you're eating, then the grits will be on the plate on the side, so it's not that liquidy, not like a porridge. It's got like a little bit of texture in it. So like people do stuff where they add like cheese to it and all that, and that can be pretty good. So like good grits will do stuff like that, and they'll be still like, it's not, you don't want as thick as like mashed potatoes, but you want it close. But again, it's got like a little grit to it. But I do find a lot of places it's just straight up like goop. Yeah, grits aren't as popular down here as they used to be. You kind of have to go like to the breakfast places to find it. And it's definitely one of those things, like good grits can be pretty decent, but finding good grits is pretty rare to a point that I'd rather just get like mashed potatoes or whatever personally. Or rice or whatever. I touched a jelly once, and it stung my hand. Then Sam peed on it. And then Harvey said that was really dumb and just a meme from a television show. Summer is drawing to a close. I'm gonna miss the long days, even though I spend almost all my day inside. Hey, got any plans for the fall? Work. Corn maze, that can be good here. You can eat it? Yeah. Now you want grits with cheese and butter and salt and pepper? The full moon will guide the jellies to our shore. I still love that, like, the jellies coming here is such a rare phenomena. It happens annually, on a schedule. How do the jellies know where to swim if they don't have eyes? Wonder how many will show up this year. I can't go any farther in the dock. The sounds of the creaking woods are causing me to tremble. When I was a little girl, I fell through a rotten dock once, and it traumatized me. I could use some therapy. A whole lot of therapy. Yup. The candlelight shimmering on the water is simply breathtaking. It looks like a painting come to life. Do you have any fun plans for the fall season? I need to decorate my house soon. Yeah, it's like, you know what, Marnie? I can understand and respect that. I may the only have one good eye left, but I assure you, I will spot and fell a creature lurking in the dark. In the light, though, it's much harder. The glowing eyes of Lunali. Let's see. The glowing eggs of the Lunaloos make for a potent regent. Like they are rare jellyfish that have magical powers. I'm going to steal their eggs. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I noticed no one else was using this dock, so I quietly snuck down. I like watching the jellies too. I got too close to a wave and I soaked my foot. Clint. I don't remember that line, but all I want to be is like, aw, poor baby. In the most condescending way I can possibly be. The fresh smell of the ocean never fails to satisfy. The shame the summer has to be over, but I guess that's life. Back in the old days, we used to scoop them up and put them in jars. Times have changed. Times have changed. It was something about it being an ecological disaster than driving them extinct that our parents told us not to do it anymore. Then we just poked them with a stick on the beach, and we were told not to do that anymore. And, look, I got a long list of things here we did to kill a bunch of jellyfish. George and I have been watching the jellies come and go together for decades now. One time, we dumped a bunch of oil on the top of the water, lit it on fire. That really made some interesting noise when those jellies popped. Then the fire marshal said that we'd go to jail for that, so we stopped doing that. Moonlight jellies possess a deep blue aura of mystery. There's more to them than meets the eye. So they're Autobots. I didn't have time to put on my makeup. Do you think anyone would notice in the dark? Thanks for playing the Steam Next Fest demo. Let's Build a Dungeon. You just saw it, watch it back. Now distracted by Stardew. Hey, Springload Software, it's good to have you. Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with that. I can't wait till that's farther along. Because, like, the Twitch integration and all that was really wild and all that. Had a really good time with that. You know, obviously it being a time-locked demo and all that. Couldn't play more, but it's definitely excited to see that one. That was like, I was looking at the demos we played, and there's the kind of three standouts. That was the one for like kind of the Twitch integration, fun, chaos. We also had Everything is Crab for just kind of single player chaos. And then we had Roamstead as the game to sink hundreds of hours into because there's just a lot there. Yeah, the horse armor was great. I was loving the unethical monopolization references of just, you know, you've got a game with one quest in it that's only half functional, and you've got horse armor and battle passes and subscriptions and all that stuff. You appreciate the feedback of the Twitch integration too. We're continuing to work and make changes. Yeah, no, I think the Twitch integration is really good. It just, the votes are a little too fast. So I think honestly, like, if it was every 5 points, that'd be good, or just slowing it down. Like, however you do it. But yeah, no, it was excellent. So thank you so much for making that game, making the demo available. It's always good to be able to play that. Yeah, for those who missed it, that was 2 days ago. Oh, two? I think 2 days ago. We checked out, I believe it was 5 games, and I think that was the last game I did for the evening, was Let's Build a Dungeon. And we had a really good time with that. But yeah, no, it's always good to have the devs pop in, because it's especially good when it can happen during the game, I understand, with time zones and yada yada. It could be in the middle of the night for people, probably is. But, when we can catch devs in the channel while we're playing a game, it is really solid, because then people can bounce the questions off and get all that in real time. You played a demo for that last year, you think. Good stuff in there. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I didn't realize there was a demo for that. Oh, you should try it, yep. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's getting chilly breeze. Should have worn a hat. Hey kid, you're a farmer, so tell me, can you make jelly out of these things? Would save me a lot of money if I could top my toast that way. You don't make jelly with jellyfish, but I actually believe there is, in fact, a spread that people make with jellyfish. It's not something I'm super interested in, even as someone who likes fish. But, there's that, because I know there's also, like, a spread that people make with roe. That's expensive spread, way outside my budget. Nor is it something I'm particularly excited. I'll just do something like butter and cheese or something. I like the savory. But 8 a.m., 10 a.m. right now. Gotcha. Yeah, no, over here where I'm at, it's 9 p.m. Just checking real fast. Okay, so Tomb's home. All right, so we just hit our ad break here. So I'm going to be stepping away for about 5 minutes to welcome my wife home and quickly throw something in the oven. This is a normal thing that happens about 2 hours into stream. But I thank you so much, Spring-Loaded Software, for popping in here and all that. It's lovely to have the devs for games we play pop in, say hi, you know, chit-chat, all that kind of stuff. I got to step away for a minute to welcome my wife home real fast. While we're on the ad break, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll continue with Stardew Valley. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Hey, welcome. Sorry, I was just quickly grabbing food and all that, welcoming my wife and all that. But thank you so much for the raid, Space Case JLP. I got the acronym wrong, but I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. And I missed what game you were playing with the shout out. If someone could let me know what the game was. But welcome in, raiders. And also thank you for Serverlord for gifting that sub over to Spring Loaded Software. I do appreciate that as well, supporting the channel and whatnot. But yeah, what were you playing? All good stuff. And if you had to raid and run, that's totally understand. Let's see. Playing Loot and Ledger. I don't know what that is. Obviously, if you got to do your self-care and all that, don't let me keep you. But if you don't mind sharing, like, a little bit about what your channel's about and what Loot and Leisure is, I'd appreciate that. Came out January 20th. Gotcha. So let's see here. It's an old farmer's man rule. If you ever find up... Let's see, if you ever fish up a moonlight jelly, you gotta throw her back in the sea. If you don't, the mermaids come after you. You don't want the mermaids to come after you. There's a different kind of jelly that anglers sometimes pull out of the water. Despite the name, they are very different in nature to moonlight jellies. Okay. Every year I make sure to inspect the candle boat and patch any holes. Imagine if it sank during the festival. Haha, I've unlocked a new stress. You mainly just stream what you feel like and try rating out to others that you follow. Gotcha, well it's appreciated. It's not a bad idea to do that. Really. But squids, we'll have a whole coaling fest for them. Yeah, squids, screw squids. They're intelligent. We need to let them know their place in the pecking order. We, the fishermen, will keep them down. Like, come on, Willie, it's kind of messed up, dude. With each passing summer, my anticipation grows. Do you see the faint glow on the horizon? That must be them. They're coming. We're not ready. Alright. Greetings, Rual Storge. As the evening sets in, the moonlight jellies draw closer to the shoreline. Once we set out the candle boat on its way, they'll gather around the docks. What do you think we should do? Should we set up the boat now? No, we're going to go ahead and cancel the whole thing. We're leaving. Let's see. Loot and Ledger, currently early access, is a relaxing, well-regarded medieval shop management simulation where you sell daily goods, clean and enchant looted weapons, in sponsored cool. Yeah. I've seen a couple of different games that are that format. Awesome. Yeah, no, I've seen a few where it's like you send the people out to go get you stuff, and then you like manage the shop, because it makes sense. It's basically you're taking like the action RPG model and saying, well, what if shopkeeper? And I think it's a great model. I've had a fun with those. I've also had a couple that were pretty rough too, but that's not shocking with any idea that you see like a good 5 or 6 or 7, 8 games come out there, kind of all the same thing. You usually have the whole range. There'll be like 1 or 2 really good ones. You know, a bunch that are kind of, they're okay-ish. They've got their strengths and weaknesses. And then you have, like, a couple that are just, like, straight up not great. It's like the shopkeeping simulator-style games of, like, Supermarket Sim. You have, like, a couple really polished ones. You'll have a bunch that are kind of, like, okay, there's some things I like, some things I don't. And then there's the ones, like, way over there, you're just like, alright, this is just hot garbage. This is someone's hoping we confuse the name of the game with like the good one, or they're hoping that you're interested in more after you finish that and just grab the next one without checking kind of ones, where you pull it up and the reviews are mostly negative. This one is fun for you, not OCD friendly on storage, and got a cashier as soon as you can. Yeah, no, it happens with a lot of those where you're just managing it. One of the demos I meant to get to with Next Fest that I didn't was there was one called Farm to Table, that the basic idea behind it was that you, like, on this end you're like farming and foraging Stardew Valley-esque, but it's like 3D or whatever, so I guess more Roots of Pacha, or not Roots of Pacha, My Time series-esque, but you collect the materials, and then you have, like, you process those materials into goods, but then you also run the store where you sell it. So it's like the whole thing from start to finish. And weirdly, just the one seagull up here. So that one's Seed Promise. I didn't get a chance to check that one yet. We did one really heavy demo day, and I kind of said what I'll probably do is I will kind of wait till Next Fest is coming up to the end, and I might snag, if there's like a couple of standout games I missed that people are generally, giving good reviews of, I might peek in that. Because the inventory manages where you fail. You cannot put items in the right chest or they get cluttered. Well, that's the reason I love when games add like the stack nearby and all those like quality of life things and auto sort and all that. So you just walk into your room where you got like your trove of chests, and as long as you put stuff in there previously, you could just hit the button and it'll just dump it in the respective chests. Because I definitely find these days when I play games that are not lacking, or they're lacking that kind of quality of life stuff, it definitely is it's like, all right, it's time to slog through all my chests again. Where did I put my flint again? Which of these 10 boxes? And you'll usually find it like one or two, but there'll always be that one item that got misplaced at some point, and you're just trying to figure out where it went. The glow of the summer has faded. Now, and the moonlight jellies carry on towards the great unknown, which is very known. It's actually well discovered. They've mapped out the world already, so like, it's just over there actually. It's still impressive, but like, unknown, that's more for like marketing side of things. Really kind of selling the mystique. Yeah, it's cranberry season. It's money time. All right. So, I'm certainly not going to get the amount of seeds I need correct on the first day. Like, not first day, first trip to the store. Let's get all the wheat picked up. We use the wheat as a means of kind of holding the tiles so that I wouldn't need to go through and clean them all up again. Now that one sprinkler down there, I'm going to want to move. Yeah, so you can see where I accidentally cleaned up that area. Yeah, so we've got a bug here. Before we actually get into the day, let me go ahead, because we'll save after last night. And I just want to pop back in here, because I got one tile I should be able to walk on that I accidentally hit the undo by tile button, which works fine, from what I found. But for some reason, there's that one tile directly above that sprinkler. It's not let me walk on it. And thank you, Server Lord, for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Space JLP. I do really appreciate it, and I hope you, Space JLP, I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. But thank you again so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I do appreciate it. So we'll see if that unstuck the tile. Otherwise, we might just have a bugged tile on the map, because I've already tried, I can't rebuy the tile. It shows as me already owning it. And there isn't the concept of going and being like, sell back this tile as far as I can tell. Actually, that might not be true. I believe I can go into the mod settings, and under one of their like devmo options, I think you might be able to get an item that is to sell a title, which then I could potentially sell. Okay, it fixed. Yeah, so we just, in the future, if I have one that I accidentally refund and the title becomes unwalkable, it means I just need to go through real fast and just, reload when the day change. Alright, so, with all this, this sprinkler is mispositioned. That sprinkler should be here. We'll have to buy those tiles. So let's plan for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Then 22 sprinklers. And if I have enough money left over, we can make it 23 sprinklers. Let's plan for it to be 22 sprinklers times $240 each. I'm doing my head math, and that ain't working. But we'll see. Oh wait, salmon or the river. I can actually do that one. Yeah, 42,240 is how much money we would need. So, needless to say, that is not... I'm gonna get some money for the wheat. I don't think we're gonna get that much money for the wheat. I'll sell the hay. Yeah, I know a lot about the people going out here. That's one of the benefits of being the bartender. Sometimes I hear too much, though. That's fine. Look, man, I was here first. Gus getting in there before store opening. That's not fair. I'm patiently waiting at the door for my turn, because I can't go until 9. Okay. All right. Goodbye, money. Goodbye, all my money. Okay, so let's try and get all this stuff planted. You have some mixed seeds you could throw on there for now, though? Yeah, we'll probably do that. I was hoping I'd have enough money that I could shimmy that one sprinkler that's misplaced. But it's not looking like it. So let's drop off the hay. Yeah, no, the mixed seeds are good. We can go here, because this is the reason we've been holding on to all this fertilizer. This is money time. So I'll get it about half of these seeds will have the fertilizer. Yeah, spaceship and tile buy, yeah. So that's not going to happen, so we're going to have one of the sprinklers I won't be actually utilizing yet. I'm okay with that, though. Because when we get our first harvest, it's going to fix a lot of this. Okay. What is this tile buying? We are doing a challenge. So you'll notice there's a grid on here. I can actually make it stand out way more. So all the green tiles I own and I can walk on. Any of the tiles that are not green, I do not own and I cannot walk on. This is the Tileman challenge. And the cost of those tiles just gets higher and higher as the run goes on, until I can no longer afford them, that kind of thing. And to give you an idea, again, the red tiles I cannot walk on. So yeah, we're working on all that. Okay, so what I might do is we did grab a quest for catching salmon. So let's go quickly race on over to town and start fishing the river for salmon. Because it'll also give me a little bit of influx of money where I can pick up some more cranberry seeds. Because we want to get all that area covered with cranberry seeds as much as possible. Once we're about a week in, it's not worth buying cranberry seeds anymore. At that point, we'll just want to do crops we can turn around. Because cranberry seeds, I want to say they take something like 8 days for the initial growth. Before you get, like, literally anything. And then after that, you start getting a whole bunch more. Oh, it could be time to get the seed maker. I really should get a seed maker made. Just regardless of everything else. I do know it's going to be a plan during the winter to get powder melon as much as we can, and then just use the seed maker and just try and produce as much powder melon as we can, so that each time in the winter I could start growing crops. I really should at some point make my way to Willy so I can actually go and get the better fishing poles. Because we're still using the basic bamboo pole. And so what we're hoping now is we got one for salmon, and I think they wanted 4 salmon. And I'm pretty sure salmon we got on the river tiles. Or the river areas. Alright, Space Case, you have a good one. Thank you for the lurk and the raid and all that good stuff. It is appreciated. Okay. Yeah, so it's 4 salmon. There's our first one. We can also potentially get lucky and get stuff out of the boxes. There's our second salmon and some aquamarine, which we've already turned in some of those earlier. Okay. Yeah, so we get 2 more salmon, that finishes the quest, and then we just have to turn that in. And I think that's one of those ones where you just gotta knock out a bunch of them and then talk to the person. That's probably a Demetrius quest, where he's like, the local ecosystem is in bad shape. Kill them. We've already maxed out our fishing level as well. So we're here just for the quest, as well as to supplement our income just a little bit. Because if we don't get the cranberries down before the first harvest, like I said, we'll just want to plant things. Demetrius is anti-fish. Well, his whole thing is it's like, you know, hey, the population of this fish is out of whack, get rid of a bunch of them. You know, go catch a bunch of those fish to bring the population back in control. As if sending one person out with a fishing pole and telling them go catch a lot of insert name of fish is going to be at all a reasonable way of accommodating the population. Like you'd have to be able to reliably catch that specific fish and nothing else on any meaningful capacity for that to matter. Which sometimes they do that kind of thing, but you're probably not just doing that off the side of a bridge with a bamboo fishing pole. Probably gonna have a little bit more of a sophisticated method to approach it. I mean, if you just have, broadly speaking, a fish overpopulation, I could see it. But usually it's specifically there is a individual type of fish that's an overpopulation in the game. It's an excuse to make you fish and not be like, oh, you know, just wreck the number of fish in the area. Demetrius is funny to watch his dialogues, but he loves strawberries so much, and he wants you to check on the fish population. Yep. Like, Demetrius can come across as, like, deliberately obtuse quite a bit. Like, you're like, I think you're... And it's like, I don't think this is an act. I think this is deliberate here. But, you know, you can't catch tone and anything like that, so who knows. But at the same time, it's like, oh yeah, but he's also, like, the one of the few people who's like, oh yeah, this is a thing that needs to be dealt with for the environmental situation. And all that. About the only, like, really negative you get is if you start romancing Maru, Demetrius will eventually be like, you know, hey, my daughter Maru's got, like, all these good things going for her. Don't mess that up. You know, you don't mess it up for her kind of thing. Which I immediately ratted out her dad on that. He's basically being like, don't screw my daughter's life up. Which, you know, fair enough for a concerned parent and all that. But it's also one of those things like, yeah, your dad's being weird. Plus, I think between you and a potential partner, you probably want to be able to have that communication that you're like, hey, you know, this is something going on, like not keeping a secret from you or whatever. Like your dad is being a little crappy behind your back. With well intention, like good intention to be and all that. But definitely being like one of those things like, yeah, you know, you are deliberately doing that behind her back. You know, versus if she was present and he was like, hey, you know, she's got all these things going for her, please don't mess it up. With her present, that's a different story. Then it's like, okay, that's just a parent being, you know, careful. But, like, dodging that to, like, do that behind her back is kind of like, hey, scooch, don't potentially jeopardize my daughter's future. You know, whether or not for or against the will of your daughter. It's not messed up, but it's definitely, like, a little, not underhanded. That's not the word, because, again, well-intentioned. It's a little not great. That's about the only, like, negative scene. And again, you get it where he's her parent, trying to watch out for her well-being. But, you know, with all the characters being disambiguous, late teen, 20s-ish, like, we don't know the true age of any of them. They're just broadly, they're over 18 and probably under 30, somewhere in that giant spectrum. Maybe even, you could even argue maybe in the early 30s, but, like, they're just disambiguous in that whole range. You know, there's a certain point where it's like, alright, this isn't the time where you do this. Yeah, no, he's definitely protective. But, like, in that scene, you get to choose, like, do you kind of keep it quiet between you and Demetrius, or basically do you tell Maru? And I'm 100% like, no, I'm telling Maru. Because, like, assuming we're going to be romantic partners, you want her to know if, like, behind her back, her dad is, like, trying to do this kind of thing. Again, well-intentioned, but at the same time, you'd want to be like, hey, just so you know, your dad gave me this weird talk. Okay, so who was I doing that for again? Willy. So the good news is Willy's gonna be on his way to the bar soon, because Willy, I believe, goes to the bar almost every night. We can pull up our map, because I have where it shows where people are. So a bunch of you are already in the bar, but Willy is not. Willy is still down by the dock. So you pop on down here. Oh, I should talk to you. Hello, Rual Storge. Make sure to take breaks from your work now and then. I need to stretch my legs and get some fresh air today. Alright, Willy. Get your butt up here. So I'll do the thing where we fast forward time a little bit. Okay, put it back to normal. Because I can't imagine you'd head up there later than, like, 8 for starting to walk. Because otherwise you need to turn around right away. So it's looking pretty not promising that I think Willie might just be staying home tonight. I'm surprised we're getting the cinematic. So we have not actually run into Linus outside of a festival yet. Sounds like the raccoons are back again. Filthy varmints? Ah, you turned up right in the moment, son. Could you do an old man a favor? Could you go around that corner and scare off those raccoons for me? They've been causing a real mess. Thanks. Make sure to give them a good scare so they never come back. It was me. I'm sorry. I find a lot of hot, fresh food in these cans. Stuff that'll go to waste if I don't take it. Do you think there's something wrong with what I'm doing? Not everyone's cut out for this world, Rual Storge. You don't know what it's like to be me. I'm not harming anyone. I just want to live my life in my own way. Is that so wrong? Yeah, so you've got your choices of, yes, it's disgusting. No, it's a shame for food to go to waste. Yes, it's illegal. That's George's private property. No, but you should get a job and stop leeching off others. So, a lot of these are very judgmental. Like, the first one is a judgmental thing. The last one's judgmental. This one's more matter-of-fact, because it is a crime to go rifling through other people's trash. So, like, that one's not judgmental so much as being like, you know, it's not really about the food waste aspect of it. It is, you know, more along the lines of just the fact that, like, hey, it doesn't matter if you're trying to do this for, like, the conservation, not wasteful of food, and yada yada. You are stealing, or, like, you are not the stealing part, it's like you are, you know, potentially invading someone else's space. Now, it's different to think. Let's see, stop leeching, says the farmer who got his farm via inheritance, which of course is what you would say if you're that way. See, I do wish there was another option here, where instead of, yes, it's disgusting, that we had kind of a neutral between these two, that was more, it's like, what you're doing isn't wrong, but it's dangerous. Because you don't know if that person put food in there because the food was contaminated. You don't know if the person put food in there because it was prepared in an unsafe manner. You don't know if that person put food in there and they also happened to, you know, not for poisoning the food purposes, dump some type of chemical in their trash can as well that they were getting rid of that has now made that food incredibly unsafe to eat. And so that's kind of where I'd be leaning with that. Is more, it's like, it's not the disgusting part of it. That's just a personal preference side of it. And, like, maybe the hygiene argument. It's like, genuinely what you're doing is dangerous for your own health. You don't know what else people have been doing with the trash can. You don't know why that food is there. You know, that food, it could be that they got food, they realized, oh, this is contaminated with E. coli. Like, this is not safe. Like, eating this could potentially get you a thing. Slice their finger, it's got blood contamination. Right. So there's a lot of ways you can have food that is simply not safe. And you don't know that because you're rifling through the trash can. You don't know why that food got tossed. And yeah, a lot of it's just going to be food that's chucked, that the person wasn't hungry anymore. They didn't like the taste of it. It was a little stale or whatever. You know, that's perfectly safe food. But definitely like real me would be like, okay, this isn't a matter about like, you know, is it gross, is it not gross, rifling through the trash can? It's like, this is not safe for you to do. Like, you don't know what people have done to their food. And you have people who are awful and will deliberately contaminate food. We actually had, at the grocery store that I had worked as, like, one of my first jobs, they would take the food and they would throw it in the trash can and they would pour bleach on it. to keep people from going in the trash cans and taking food. And there are concerns about like a liability thing, which to me going, okay, but you're deliberately poisoning it now, so you've not improved your liability situation. You've maliciously poisoned this. And it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, you have people who do that. And so yeah, I would want something between these two options that's like, what you're doing isn't wrong, it's just not safe though. This one's technically true. It is technically illegal to go through someone's trash because they're worried about, you fishing out and like finding old credit cards and using them and that kind of thing, which is a big part of why it's illegal. It is also their private property. But it's like, okay, that's true, but that's not of the hierarchy of problems. It's the danger of consuming dodgy food that's the big thing. I am gonna say, because I want to be friends with everyone and get my free tiles, we're just gonna go, yeah, it's Linus's choice. It is, well, I mean, again, it is illegal. So it's not really Linus's choice. It's Linus's choosing to do it, but it is illegal. But yeah, it is definitely a needless danger. Let's say, no, it's a shame to let food go to waste. Which is true. Yeah, you go with, like, I usually go with option 2. I've done option 4, and it's mostly just like, oh, I thought you'd be more understanding. It's like that kind of response. Like, he doesn't make a big deal. It's like, oh, I thought you'd be more understanding the way I live my life. It's the same thing, like, you can ask him to join you on your farm at one point. It's kind of a very similar response where it's like, oh, I thought you understood me more, or something like that. He's not harsh about it. He's just like, oh, you just don't get what I want. Thanks, Rual Storge. I knew you were an open-minded person. I feel good about what I'm doing. I'm not harming anyone. You can go home. I promise I won't rummage in George's can anymore. You can tell him you scared off the raccoons for good. Wait. I know what you were doing, Linus. If you need food, just ask. I don't want anyone in Pelican Town to go hungry. Here, I've got a basket of zucchini fritters for you. Just make sure you dip them in my spicy marinara. Go on. Take it. Take the fritters. It's like, yep, I'm a blacksmith. My father was also a blacksmith. My grandfather was also a blacksmith. I bet you can't guess what my great-grandfather was. A sarcastic jerk, a silly clown, a blacksmith. I would probably say a sarcastic jerk. I'm doing it. A sarcastic jerk. Wow, that was rude. I was just being funny and you took it a whole new level. I'm glad you agree that I took it to a whole new level of humor, Clint. I'm glad we're on the same page. I was hoping it'd be a dialogue. He's like, no, well, yes, actually, but he was also a blacksmith. Please, Willie. I need you to start walking. Yeah, Willie is just putting his whole night in there. That's fine. The next time we go to Clint, he's charging me extra. That's certainly not helping with this whole, like, building friendship things. But, you know. I personally couldn't just leave that the way it was. Do you need to get the fish to prove it? I'm pretty sure you don't. Let's... Yeah, the fish make the good fertilizer. You can get rid of the big trees so you can see what that tile maybe? Get rid of the big tree to see that tile maybe? So I have to buy the tiles that the trees are on to get close enough to... Well, not the... I have to buy tiles towards the tree. To be able to get access to them. Because we are doing the tile challenge. So, a lot of where we have trees obstructing where I can't see around them, all those kind of things. Mixed seed time? Yes, I should do the mixed seeds. You are correct. Because we're not going to get enough money to get money things, so let's go ahead. Oh, you were... Alright, the star fruit was the summer one. Yeah, so we're doing the tile challenge, so I can't go on a lot of tiles. You'll notice like I'm weirdly walking around tiles that'll seem pretty random. That is because of the challenge. I don't have access to a lot of those tiles. So a lot of times where I have the trees obstructing my vision, I would like them gone, but that requires me to buy the tiles. And we've reached the point it's about 1,000 gold per tile. So I don't get much of a luxury around buying tiles here and there. It's a reason why you look at the farm and it's completely overrun. We're actually on year 4 in the game. So we are way in it. But this is just what I've been able to do so far. But yeah, so like I can't use this tile, but I can walk up and around. Because that tile I don't own, I can't cross these crops because I don't own those tiles. And I could buy the tile for 1,000. I'm not gonna, but I could buy the tile for 1,000. But yeah, so you're looking at the tree lines down here. I can't go over there, this is all blocked. I got a little bit of area I need to buy down here, where if we go down here, if I could buy these tiles over here, I could clean out... Actually, that tree might be in range. You know, those trees are too far. I can't reach any of these trees. That's what I have a heck of a forestry project. Well, the thing we got with that is I unlock like one set of tiles at a time. That I'm really at the most only cutting down like a couple here and there. Oh, it's a torch. Yeah, so this tree is 2 tiles away, so I can't actually reach that tree. Same with this one. And spending $1,000 to cut down a tree is not worth the time. I'm instinctively popping the trash cans just in case we get something good. That's not gonna pan out. I checked the board yesterday, right? I didn't, but it also doesn't matter, because one of those is a cave thing. I can't reach the cave yet. And then the other one is collecting a bunch of resources I won't be able to do easily. Okay, so Willie's standing in front of his house. Oh, we can catch Shane on his way to work. Keep harassing people with dialogue. What do you want? Go away. Screw you too, Shane. Screw you too, buddy. Alright. So we're gonna be needing to watch for when Willie goes to leave his home. Shane wants some Joja Cola. Yep. Yeah, I think Shane likes Joja Cola. I usually always did the pizza because I could catch Shane at the bar where they sell pizza, and by then I usually had enough money, I would just buy the pizza, walk 2 steps over, and give it to Shane. The trees look beautiful today. Sounds like Joja Cola. That checks out. I probably should just carry the Joja Colas on me. For like Shane and Sam. We got a stack of them just sitting there. Okay. There's some more cranberry seeds. And Willie's just gonna hang out by his dock toilet. He loves beer as well. Yeah. No, that was the, because remember pizza was another one of the things. And pizza, I think, is one of the universal likes, where it's all but, like, 2 people like it. There's a handful of them. I know diamonds are up there, pizza was up there. That, broadly speaking, almost everyone in town likes it. I'm pretty sure I could buy that tile, I could take advantage of it. What I can do for right now is I've got this sprinkler. And I'll do that one. We're gonna put them in the pattern where they'll actually be used. So we've got the CD, we can drop you off. Alright, and then the big question is, does Willie go to the bar on Tuesdays during the fall? Or otherwise go into town somewhere where I might be able to catch him? So, Stardew... Willie... and schedule. And we'll see if Willie goes this way. Let's try and catch people in the meantime. Exercise is important for staying healthy. I always make sure to set aside some time for it. As a parent, I don't have much time to devote to myself, so I try to make every minute count. Hey, if you need any materials or blueprints, my shop is always the place you're looking for. Plus, your business supports the local economy. Hello, did you have a good summer? I've been putting raisin in George oatmeal, but he hasn't said a word. I wonder if he notices these things. Alright, so Willie... schedule... There's Marnie. My nephew Shane's been staying at my place for the last few months. He helps out with the chicken, so I'm not complaining. Alright, let's get ourselves in position. So if we go down here to the fall... Alright, so it looks like his schedule doesn't change much throughout the year. So it's Tuesday. So his regular schedule is he fishes, he goes into his shop, he walks back out of his shop. So he's literally not going to leave the beach. If this is right. It was around this time of year when I first became mayor over 20 years ago. That makes me feel real old. It's been said that a pirate ship full of plundered gold shipwrecked here a long time ago. Random? Yeah, so the implication is that Willie is just going to walk in and out of his shop. That's his regular schedule. During the winter, he has an alternate schedule. On Saturdays, he'll go to the saloon. On Fridays, he'll go to the saloon. During the rain, he will go to the saloon. But yeah, so it looks like it will not be able to actually get the quest done because Willie's just going to chill at his place the whole day. So, rip quest. That's fine. While those are being watered, that's fine. Just gonna put you here. Go there. Or fertilizer. Alright. Yeah, so we got some pumpkins and corn and all that growing in here. I do kind of like how the highlight does show me what's going to be there. So all of these except the pumpkin are going to be stuff that we get that. So actually, I don't really need any more seeds. We've got the seeds filled in. What I need to do is get enough money to be able to buy some of these tiles down here. That way I can get all this shifted over, put the sprinkler in that spot, and start filling that in. That'll be good. What'll probably happen is when we get our first harvest, we'll be able to expand a bunch of this. And I still don't need these tiles. It's fine. So I can go over here as well. Anything on the board? Red snapper is an ocean fish. So does us no good whatsoever to have that on the list. Another thing I probably should do this year is finally get that last upgrade on our backpack. It hasn't really been a problem. Being unable to go through and grab a bunch of forageables and, you know, only having limited amounts of fishing I could do areas-wise and that kind of thing, I haven't had much need for it. But, you know. How goes our relationships with the random conversations? Not at all much. We definitely need to get some things. Yeah, at some point we'll probably want to actually get into the bar, and I'll start making a habit of buying pizza to give out to everyone on Fridays. To undermine Gus's entire business, just stand outside the bar with beer and pizza and give it to everyone on their way in. Alright. At some point I also am going to want to take all these torches we're collecting and do something with those. I don't think they're worth any money at all. Alright, so we got the driftwood. And I know the driftwood is good for Leah. The driftwood's also good for coal, and it's actually my primary source of coal. So that's the whole thing. Put torches on the sprinklers. I don't know if I remembered you could, like, didn't remember you could do that, or plain old didn't know in the first place. You don't convert it? I do once in a while, but we can't really get much wood very fast, because I can only cut the trees down at the periphery that I'm planting. That's the reason we have this obnoxious amount of trees here, is I am planting the trees constantly. Okay. That's kind of a nice quality of life thing to be able to make lights all that. At least with a fire because of the problem, there's water right there. Yep. Now you can farm at night. Right, the thing is with, my ability to do more farming has been entirely limited not by nighttime and any of that. It's been cash. Cash is my limiter. So that's been the whole thing there. Alright, so let's check anything on the board. You want a Joja Cola, Maru. Alright. Let's go in here. Let's grab the Joja Cola since we know there's a bunch of people who like that. I do have a Star Drop Tea, which really gives a lot of friendship and all that. I think I'll wait for that for someone's birthday I specifically want to boost a relationship. And I know a couple people like the Amethyst. Grab the Topaz. Grab the Aquamarine and the Opals. Well, the Opal, I want to say, isn't one of the normal gems. I want to say it's a special one. We'll probably just sell the Opal, I think. You can start burning some of these just to gift things to people. To try and help out with the friendships. Because I know Emily and Abigail like the Amethyst. Why are you giving me garbage? What do you want? Leave me alone. Alright, so Shane does not like Joja Cola. We're very lucky to have a small library in such a small town. When you're lost in a book, it's easy to forget the realities of your life. Maybe that's why I like reading so much. Sorry, I got carried away there. Shane hates this stuff. Yup. Yep, Shane was not a fan of the soda. Alright, so we want to catch Abigail. So you wanted one of these. Oh, that's exactly what I need from a part of my latest invention, Rual Storge. Thank you. The other parts of the world, it's springtime right now. Imagine that. There's no booze in this. Fair enough, Shade. Shade's like, I can't get drunk on Joja Cola. Good morning. That's one of my prizes. Sports hat? Who would want to wear a sports hat? Well, so we tanked our friendship with Shane a little bit, but we boosted with Maru. I'll consider that a good enough day. So, Abigail will probably leave her room at some point. We can hit her up with that. We also have Emily. Pop through as well. We let time run a little bit fast and see who we can catch running around. Someone popped the door down here. Is it Emily going to work, or... I think Emily will be on her way to work relatively soon. Ooh, where are you going, Gus? Oh, I think you actually have your appointment with Harvey? Okay. It's important for me that people eat healthy, delicious food. Unfortunately, in today's world, it's not so easy for everyone. 1 second. Gasp. For me? Thank you. I feel the urge to go shopping. Alright. We're waiting for Abigail or Emily. Because I believe Emily will go to work in not too long. Oh dear. A tiny crab appears to have made its home in my shirt pocket. That's the trouble with living on the beach. I'm gonna go bug Lewis in the meantime. The saloon gets pretty lively at night. I like to visit once a week to catch up on things. Alright, so at some point, Emily needs to go to work. Or Abigail needs to, like... Okay, so you're in the store. You'll probably switch where you're at. The problem is if I don't catch Emily going into work, it'll be very tricky for anything past there. Versus Abigail will likely leave at some point during the day. Wow, this is just my color. Thanks, Rual Storge. Last night, I dreamt my left hand had turned into a gigantic planet. Does that mean anything? Maybe be careful about what you're having before bedtime. Thank you, dear. I've been looking everywhere for my reading glasses. My, they become filthy. Today I'm baking cookies. They're shaped like little pumpkins. Maybe I'll tell you the recipe one of these days. Maybe, but probably not. Where are you going? Oh, no? I was about to be like, Evelyn going to the bar. Good for you, Evelyn. Yeah, no, I had someone mention that she liked the broken glasses. Like, all right. I wonder if I can get Pierre to cook dinner tonight. Maybe. Is no one open in the bar? Because Gus is still at the doctor's appointment. Usually the bar's open around this time. Alex keeps throwing them away. Alex is like, Gaston, women reading? What's this world coming to? It's like, Alex, dude, buddy, that's not okay, man. Holding the book upside down. There's no pictures in this book? It's like, I don't understand. There's no pictures, there's just the occasional graph, and I don't really understand what this is saying. It's got a lot of big words. Like graph. And line. What's this have to do with grid ball? It'd be curious to get to know about the characters more, because like I know Alex's whole thing of why he wants to go pro and all that with grid ball and yada yada. But it'd be interesting, like, you know, after you either romance or don't romance, but like it gets later on, you know, and a year or two goes by, like at that point, you've either made it or you didn't. Because unfortunately, the reality is when it comes to like a lot of those kind of sports and all that, if you don't make it immediately when you're young, that's that. That's just the end of it. You're not gonna get considered. That, you know, like an old timer in the sports is being like 32. There you are, Emily. I knew you'd show up. She's on her way to work, and you're just standing there silently, just holding an amethyst, like, above your head the whole time. Oh, it's beautiful, Rual Storge. I hope you didn't put yourself in too much danger to get this. Are you friends with Clint? He's a nice guy when you get to know him. He gets lonely working in his shop all day, but he's so shy he has trouble making new friends. Okay, I missed that Emily's entirely aware of Clint's whole situation. So it was like blissfully like, yeah, he's shy and has difficulty making friends and all that, but like, you know, I'm not gonna do anything to impact that. Like, he'll just have to figure that out. What's up? Isn't your name like Rual Storge or something? Oh, it's Rual Storge? Okay, sorry. Oh, I already talked to you. I missed that. I don't know, man. You'd rather be old with decent health than have a broken spine at a young age? Well, yeah, no, that's the other reality of a lot of sports. A lot of sports are really rough on your body. Even some of the ones you wouldn't anticipate being so. Penny's the only one I've got, so you best treat her kindly. Do I even have a heart with Penny? You don't have to worry. Wait, what? Wait, what was that symbol? Oh, okay. The UI mod is putting a lock on characters where it's like, hey, you've already given a gift today. Like, you can't give them more. So it's Thursday, so I don't imagine Sam's gonna be going by. But yeah, no, it's like, you look at something that you think of as fairly not that big a deal to your body and all that. And it can be just really rough. Like, I remember, and this isn't one I would say doesn't come across as particularly hard, but like paintball, half the people are having like blown ankles and knees and all that because you do what's called cutting, which is when you kind of, you know, turn your legs really fast to, you know, twist and turn to get wherever you need to be or whatever. And that can just absolutely destroy your knees and all that after a while. It's the same thing that happens to tennis player and basketball players, is a lot of the cuts will mess up their ankles real bad after a while. Paintball, you also like contort yourself into weird angles to like put yourself behind things. And there's a lot of like throwing yourself on the ground to get behind cover real quick. And all those kind of like shocks and bumps and all that will beat the crap out of you. Alright. So go to bed. I got a really big stack of Joja Cola just for Sam. And then there's hockey where you run around with razor blades strapped to your feet and get into fights. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like almost all the sports, there's some part of your body is paying the toll. With disc golf, it's lower back problems can be a real big thing. Lower back and shoulder problems. Because you kind of, you know, you twist yourself the whole way around to get like a lot of muscle behind it. But again, it's kind of twisting your body in a way that it doesn't want to do. When hockey fights, they must remove their gloves. Clearing out some inventory, so we'll get pretty close to getting our first harvest. And once we get that, there'll be a massive money influx that'll let me expand the farm. And then we'll have to find, as an alternative, like what we're going to plant. So when it gets to Friday night, I do have a bunch of stuff we can give out. I got some aquamarines. I think if I remember correctly, a lot of people like aquamarines. I want to say it was, I think Caroline really liked them. I don't remember. Let's see, the more I grew up, the more you realize how weird it is that fights are allowed in hockey. Playoffs are especially brutal. Yeah, I mean, it's entertainment. It brings fans to the stand, so it makes them money. But yeah, most sports, it's like absolutely not. Clint likes aquamarine? Yeah, that makes sense. I think Clint likes all the gemstones, if I remember correctly. And Emily, yeah, no, Emily also likes all the gemstones, but I believe she liked the amethyst the most. So, when it comes to everyone going to the bar tonight, we can plan to give the, that's the wrong way. We can plan to give the amethyst to Abigail, the aquamarines to Clint, and Emily. We can give, if we can catch Haley, we can give the topaz to Haley. We can give the soda to Sam. We're hearing lots of doors popping. I didn't catch Shane before he cut off the side there. So let's catch Penny. Fall is a sad time of year for me. Oh, okay. Oh no, Mom's making lentil soup tonight. Snail for him? Wow, thank you so much. This is terrific. The creep simulator, part of Stardew Valley. I don't know you. Good on you, Jess. Be like, I don't want to talk to you. I don't know who you are. Leave me alone. The food at Jojimar is not the healthiest for my family, but I give them what they're worth. Low prices. Local man camping out front of the saloon. And fortunately, Haley got past me. I hope things are going well for you on the farm. Alright, so gotta try and catch Emily on her way to the bar. Have you been going into the mines, Rual Storge? It's a dangerous place. I recommend against it. Don't worry, I've not done that. No, Lewis, you're making me pay for every tile. Exactly. Our headcanon is Lewis is pulling a scam on our main character here. And basically making us pay for every single tile. Get over here. For me, this is such a thoughtful gift. Thank you. I'm trying to put it away. It's a fine-looking day. On days like this, I like to help Evan in the public garden. She's strong for age. I don't want all this dialogue. Be quiet, Caroline. I just want your friendship, not your words. How to build a real friendship. Shh. I just want to be friends, not have a conversation. George spends his whole day in front of the darn television set. I wish he'd go outside more for some fresh air. It would do him good. Poor Harvey's never gonna repay his student loans. Probably not. Alright, come on. So the only reason I'm not fast-forwarding time is Haley does not go to the bar. So I'm only gonna get a couple seconds to try and catch Haley when she's on her way down to try and give her the topaz. I'm only gonna get a couple seconds to catch Emily when she starts going for that front door either. Emily's shift is at 4? Alright, that's good to know. Haley. Where are you going? And if we miss him, it's not the end of the world. I don't get any of these gems and all that reliability. But I'm kind of approaching this as we just kind of chuck them at people as we have them. You know, I have like the whole swarm of people coming in at the evening. So she'll probably start moving down at 3. And if Emily's shift is at 4, she'll probably start heading here around 3 as well. There's a good chance it might be an either or on who I catch on their way. But with that said, it might be potentially easier to catch Haley on the way out there, because ultimately Emily needs to leave as well. Thank you. This is my favorite stone. It's so pretty. Wow, I didn't realize it's Friday. Sometimes I lose track of time. Alright, Sam, get over here. Thanks, I really like this. Hey, so I picked up a poppy at the store last night. My mom wanted something good for dinner. I used to live in Zuzu City. The biggest difference is the noise. It's never quiet in the city. There's way more people around you, always, and it's always bright with city lights, even at night. I guess which setting you like depends on your personality. You know, if you had a crappy personality, you might like the city or something. Not to be judgy or anything, but you know, you suck personally. Okay, there's Emily. Not Emily. Yeah, it's Emily. My brain was mixing up Emily and Haley. It's so smooth when I hold it. I can feel an energy of all the mermaids in the ocean. Thank you. Another beautiful fall day. It's a pity it'll be over soon. Never really cared for Haley's schedule. I'm a little surprised that she's still up there. I was up reading until 3, this new book. Do you read? Only sci-fi and fantasy. Oh yeah? Well, did you read Cave Saga X? I won't spoil it for you, but oh man, it sucked. Anyone who reads it's gotta be really dumb. I'm gonna do 200 sit-ups tonight. Pretty dedicated, aren't I? Need anything? Alright. Maybe Haley snuck by me while I was running back and forth? Alex, you are absolutely bogarting this path. Every day, the same old routine. Do you ever have that problem, farmer? Yeah, no, I can check. I think she's still up there. Do you have a kitchen in your house? If you have a kitchen, you can cook all kinds of delicious meals. For me! Nobody else. Have you met the wild man that lives behind her house? I guess I really don't mind, as long as he doesn't bother us. Thank you, this is a very interesting specimen. Maro sure spends a lot of time working on those gadgets of hers. I'm glad she's so dedicated. My dream is to keep opening new stores until I become extremely wealthy. It looks like a decent day for fishing, doesn't it? Don't you have work to do? What was that, Clint? No, that's Willie. If you really want to get the fish biting, make sure you put some bait on your hook. I'm honored that you would remember my birthday. Thank you. My legs are stiff from sitting at my writing desk all morning. You catch me at the saloon most nights. Animals are great company, but I need to spend time with people too. So Clint should be heading this way any time now. I can't imagine Haley stays up there any longer. I probably missed her at this point. Yeah, so Haley did manage to sneak back home. Clint's still at work. So let's head towards Clint, because we can throw an aquamarine at him. And that'll be a round of gifts that we've given out to everyone. We've done our obligated Friday socializing. We watched a 10-year anniversary concerned 8 putting out. It was interesting seeing the early version of the game. No PoE? Nope. Clint. It's Friday night. The booze calls. Yeah, no, I found one of the more interesting ones, like, of the past versions of Stardew Valley before release, is that apparently they had, like, the crop of the day, the crop of the week, and all that kind of stuff. Hey, this is exactly what I've been... Oh, sorry. Hey, this is exactly what I've been looking for. I went shopping last night, and I picked up a poppy on sale for only 210 gold. It was actually pretty good. Weather doesn't really matter to me. I typically stay near my shop year-round. Depressing, huh? Clint, it's Friday night. You can watch Emily at the bar. Yeah. Well, the worst thing is the fact that, like, Emily is aware that he's shy and everything. It's like, oh, Clint. All you have to do is say something. Like, Emily clear's at least well aware of you and, like, your basic personality kind of stuff. Not to say whether or not she would be interested or anything, but, like, you know, you gotta shoot your shot, man. Man, I haven't been playing, Path of Exile in a hot minute. I just don't have the time anymore. I wish I did. I very much enjoy the game, but... Yep. It's just one of those games. You either have time or you don't. There's no in between. There's no casually playing Path of Exile if you want to get anything done, unfortunately. Alright, so we've got an eggplant ready. Chuck it here. Okay, now let's see if we can't catch Haley to throw the topaz at. Her birthday's not coming up soon. Let's check the calendar. Let's see if her birthday's coming up soon. I don't think it is. I think she has a spring birthday. But that'll get all that inventory, so we can check to see if Sam or Haley have a birthday coming up soon. Nope, none in this month, so we can leave all that alone. Largemouth bass are the lake. So that is a big ol' noperino. Alright. So look over here, check our trap. Then we can go ahead and run back. We're doing relatively okay on coal right now. And we're getting pretty close to our first harvest of cranberries. Once aphids will be able to do a lot. As Andrew says, yeah, it's hard to get into Path of Exile, especially Path of Exile 2 because the main scenario is just rough. Yeah, Path of Exile 1, I've done so many times, so I'm not super worried. Path of Exile 2, it was fine. I did through like the main story the one time. I really kind of only played it one league. You know, it just kind of was like any of the other action RPGs, the slow, gritty, whatever. And that's fine and all. But like the whole thing that sets Path of Exile apart is the fact that it is a very fast-paced, you know, blow up the screen kind of action RPG once it gets going. And you can get there with Path of Exile 2. But it definitely feels like the game is actively trying to prevent that. Which is one of their stated goals. But it's weird to me that they have the thing that they were doing so much different and better than a lot of other games so far as like for their niche. And that their whole idea is then to go, okay, well, we'll stop doing that thing that, you know, we were the kind of the standout game for. And instead of keeping that going, what we'll do instead is just what everybody else is doing. And it's a big part just because the initial vision of the game was effectively be Diablo 2, but like actively being developed again. Alright, so let's just speed up time and see if Haley rockets on by. Your chiropractor is playing a lot of Path of Exile 2? That's good. I do know there are people who enjoy it and all that, to be clear. Just for me, it was kind of one of those things that, like, it just, I don't know. It didn't keep my interest. Darkhaven is Diablo 2 new game, has a demo on Kickstarter. That's cool. Like, I played a lot of Diablo 2 back in the day. Like I said, kind of one of the things that really sold Path of Exile to me. Yeah, I even do slower builds for Path of Exile. And even with that, you know, you still end up blowing up screens after a little while. Thought I saw Haley moving this way. Yeah, there you are. Yes, for me, thank you. It's too cold to go to the beach anymore. Sigh, what do you think I should do today? Stop being a selfish crybaby. Relax and read a magazine? That's a pretty good idea, actually. I miss Penny. Miss Penny makes me read a new book every week. At least she let me pick them sometimes. Alright, we're just gonna go head back. So we tried one league. It was way better than at launch. But do you feel like Act 4 in Path of Exile 2 was outrageous? Yeah, no, it definitely felt like the campaign... I understand the total campaign, I believe, gets to be about the same length as PoE 1. But the campaign just felt, you know, longer. And it's kind of one of the things that before Path of Exile 2, one of the big complaints is a new league happens that you had to slog through the campaign to then reach the maps, which is what you wanted to be doing. And so it's a weird choice to be like, okay, everyone complains about the campaign. What if, hear me out, what if we made that take more time? And you kind of just stared and went, what? Okay, tomorrow is payday. I don't know. It's fine. The big reason I don't play, even outside of all that, is mostly just doing the content creation thing. I tried a number of times to stream Path of Exile, and it was a game that I brought up on the channel a number of times. It actually, even today, still shows up as one of the games that is, like, more played in total hours on the channel. Not recently, but over the entire lifetime of the channel, it still gets, like, top 5 or 6. Just because of how much I played it earlier on in the channel. But it also, like, consistently had some of the worst numbers. And it's just, you know, it's not a good fit for the channel. Not a good fit for the vibe I think I'm doing here. It's not that it's a bad game or even a bad stream game. It just misaligned with all the rest of my content. Diablo 2 has a new Warlock class DLC. Is more than you bought the expansion back in the day. Yep. They are cashing in on that nostalgia. Also, to be fair to that one, kind of, though, is if we look at games broadly speaking, it's only been recently that games have actually increased their prices. You look at games going all the way back to, like, regular Nintendo, and a lot of those games, even back then, were, like, $60. And it's not with, you know, considering inflation of the dollar, $60. Even back then, were $60. And I'll always have someone like, actually, they were $20. No, if you're looking at a brand new game that dropped, a lot of them were like $40 to $60. Yes, they got down to $20 when they'd been out for a while and, you know, sat on the shelves and yada yada. But broadly speaking, a new game was around like $50, $60, sometimes as low as 40, really kind of depended. And then, you know, you fast forward, what is it? 30 plus years later, almost 40. And only recently did they finally crack $60 for like a normal price game. I'm not saying that they should charge more, you know, or anything like that. But when we're doing the comparison, you know, something back like 26 years ago, you have to sit there and take in the fact that the dollar has a different value now. You kind of missed the games and then going to the stores, locked cabinets, and target stuff. Oh yeah, because that's how much those games cost, and they're very easy to shoplift items, so they all were locked behind the glass cabinets and everything. You never had the games out in the open. So you'd have to go to the electronics section and be like, yes, I want to buy this game, and then go in there, and like I said, it'd be like $50, $60. Some Super Nintendo games were like $80. Yeah, and that's a thing. And you're like, yeah, the game prices haven't changed not meaningfully until about the last 5 years in like 30 years. And sure as hell what money's worth has changed a lot in that time. And again, I'm not saying we should charge more for games, but it's also those things that, like, some of the expectations when we look at what a game cost 30 years ago and now and be like, ah, well, I had to pay extra for less game. Now it's like, well, yeah, money's worth less now. Let's see. You remember in the late 90s, your dad bought a PC for £1,000 and you couldn't believe it until 5 years later, that was the normal price. Like, you couldn't believe it was cheap, or you couldn't believe it was expensive. At least you got Tangible Logic, the CDR cartridge. You did. I've spoken my piece a couple of times about, I do understand a lot of people want to hold on to physical media, and usually my pushback about like, it's one thing that you're like, I prefer physical media. It's like, cool, that's fine. But I've definitely had where people can get, like, not talking down, but kind of in that area about it. I'm just gonna sell the corn seeds. Because if we go to plant something, I won't want to plant corn, I want to plant something else. But you'll basically be like, oh, you all are just buying, you know, the thing. What if Steam goes down? All that's like, well, cartridges stop working. That's also a thing. They have a lifespan, and yeah, if you're very careful about them, you can get them to go longer than their lifespan. But broadly speaking, CDs and cartridges do have a lifespan of how long they work before they start getting dodgy. And some things you can fix by taking out your alcohol wipes and cleaning up the connectors and all that. But like when stuff like the chip goes on it, that's it. There's no saving it. You gotta get a new chip, and the chip's effectively the game. Yeah, because the first PC was like $2,500 in the 90s. Let's see, but do you think of $1,000 back then? Month's wages easy? Now a week? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You miss Rent a Game? Oh man, I'm not sure if this will show up on the stream at all. Let me see if I can get this. Me and Tomb went to the fair recently. I don't know if this will show. So they had a thing, you can't read it, it's the Blockbuster Experience. Was a thing they had at it. And you looked in there and it was like a Blockbuster where you had your long displays of all the empty cartridges in there. And they're like, hey, you can pay $5 to go into the Blockbuster Experience and you can even keep whatever you rent. Which of course I'm looking at is like, okay, that's cool. But I also definitely don't want a VHS right now. Let alone a DVD. Like, I definitely don't need these. They're very genuinely just going to go into the garbage or on my shelf, because I'm not going to use that. Let's see, what? It was basically a bunch of people got together stuff and effectively made a Blockbuster for an event to go in there where you'd pay $5, walk in, and it was designed to kind of, like, live the nostalgia of Blockbuster. It was just like a little pop-up thing. You weren't actually renting, you were buying, like, movies that nobody wanted and games that nobody wanted from like way back in the day that they could get for cheap. Probably pulled a lot of them out of like thrift stores or whatever. They say you can keep what you rent and then they send you a late fee that's like 5 times the cost of what you buy it outright. Yep. Let's see, $496, the first upgrade was a Pentium 3. The $496 on and a Tandy was like 1,000. Yep. Alright. So tomorrow we get our crops. Or bought them at Blockbuster. Either way, I mean, I'd be surprised they bought them at Blockbuster, because Blockbusters, I think the last one did finally close. They were keeping it open for a very long time. I thought it did eventually close, just unrelated to anything business-wise. I'm trying to remember. There was something about that I remember reading. Because I know they had one left for a super long time. Yeah, that's from a bygone age. Back when places like, you know, that phased away, and eventually like Sears would phase away. Like Sears is still around last I checked. I think they had 4 stores left. Because one of those stores is in Orlando. That me and Tube, it's been a while. Like 5-6 months, we actually ended up at the mall it's located at. So we popped in there just to be like, hey, it's the Sears. And it was absolutely clear that place was closing. They were doing construction, they had taken Sears off of the wall on the outside of the building and everything. It's like, oh. They're like, don't worry, we're not closing. I'm like, you're absolutely closing. There's zero question about this. You are 100% closing. I did see the spot I had missed. We'll just get a seed of some kind to plant there. Like, if they're taking the name of your company off the wall, you are closing. You don't fool me. Plus, like, you got what was clearly your warehouse supply sitting here on the floor, you know, still, like, all packaged like you got out of the warehouse. And, you know, you had all the clothing stuff that they were selling. And you have, like, a normal kind of concentration you have of your displays, because one of your most valuable things as a retail shop is your shelf space. So you kind of want to maximize that. And so they had, like, the density of shelves at maybe 1/4 to 1/5 of what it normally is for a Sears. And I was like, this tells me you are running out of inventory in your warehouse, which tells me you're just not getting that inventory in the first place. Absolutely no question you're closing. You live in a cranberry growing region. The irrigation sets of the farm are super cool looking. Oh yeah, where they flood the fields so cranberries all float. I cannot get you a hazelnut. They just kind of sift the cranberries off the top of it. Super meal. Heck yeah. Alright, so we gotta wait for them to open. I was thinking the same thing was 486. I just assumed it was a typo. Yeah, I don't remember what our first computer we had was, because I didn't know enough about computer specs back then. And then the next one we got was a Pentium 1. Pentium 1, 100 megahertz. Hoo boy. Flying. Hi, are you doing okay? Yeah, I know all about the people living here. Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue you've read about 30 times already today. 8088 on a green and black monitor. I remember the green and black monitors. Like I said, I don't remember what the spec in the computer was, but I definitely remember the one where it's just everything was that green and, you know, green and dark. But like when we're saying black, it wasn't like true black. It was actually kind of a mid-range gray because the monitor would light up. So it'd be kind of those things that you could see the screen very easily from anywhere in the room kind of deal. Like, all right, there we go. All right, so the problem we have is we don't want to plant another cranberry where that is, because it'll take 7 days to grow. By then I'm only going to get like 2-3 harvests. So anything we have from now on are not doing that. I believe the fairy seeds gave me relatively good money, if I remember correctly. So for the one plant we have in the bottom, I'm going to grab a set of fairy seeds. We should be able to get more fields. Grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because we have the area on the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I did that last time too. That should be correct. I wasted a little money in that. And we got Infinity Simplex with their 310 stream streak. Catch that 310 streams. Not missing one. Besides Commodore 64 and lent out stuff, your first full PC was a Pentium 1, 120 megahertz too. Yeah, I want to say there's like the Pentium 1, 100 megahertz. And I think you could get an upgrade for it that would make it like it could go up to 133 megahertz or something like that. The turbo button actually worked. And would bring it up 8 to 16 megahertz. Yep. And it would just shorten the lifespan of your processor because it was effectively like overclocking it to a certain degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll start with that. And then we'll see what we have left the next day. Yeah, no, because I remember the 133. And then I don't remember... I know I got a Pentium 4, I believe, as the first computer I got for myself. Was, I believe, a Pentium 4. I believe the Pentium 1 was a Gateway 2000. Gateway being a brand, and 2000 being made in 1995, I believe. Okay. Alright, so we will want to buy this tile for a sprinkler. That'll give me access to this. I want to pick you up. Buy this tile. And those 3 tiles there. So now it's all connected. I'll buy this tile as well. So I can put the sprinkler there. The torch on top of it. Okay, I already had that process, that's fine. I can carve away some of these trees that are on the edge of the property. Giving me a little bit more visibility. Oh, not that tile. Don't want to accidentally plant that tile. Okay, so we got that. Grab your trash. Go around here. Okay, we got all that. So water you. And that's right there. And that's working right now and getting itself ready. So let's go back down here and clean this up a bit more. Alright, so want this tile. And to carve that back. Okay. Alright, we got all that set up. How long do you have left? Yeah, let's run over and let's buy... Well, no, actually, we're good on the materials from Clint, because this will give me the 1 sprinkler for here, this spot. Then we can get another sprinkler going wherever I can fit it. Well, actually, that's all set. So we'll get another sprinkler going up there. Oh, right, but I'm going to need seeds to plant. Right. Let's go grab some seeds real fast. I'll grab 8 more of the fairy rose seeds, so I can grow those real quick. But this will be a big day because I'm getting 3 separate additional sections. So 3 separate sections that are 8 more plants each. One of them I technically kind of had before, but we are expanding the farm a lot today. This is the reason why the cranberry season's so big. Because the fall is kind of your time from the crops. You can kind of make the most money until you get to like way late game and doing starfruit and all that kind of nonsense. Some of the townsfolk are wary of strangers. You have to win their trust before they'll open up to you. Just be persistent. You'll get through to them. Alright, so the mayor has told me to be persistent. So what we need to do is we need to simply stand outside everyone's homes and talk to them one by one every single day. Let's see, a German retro streamer is now living in Ireland, offered to take it off your hands if you ever want to sell it, he said. Oh, your first PC was a 1.2 gigahertz Thunderbolt, and even upgraded to a graphics card with a GeForce 2 to a 6000, something like that. Yeah, I don't remember half the stuff, because I did a bunch of computer upgrades, but man, I don't remember exactly what I got. I remember it was a big deal that when the first graphics cards came out, and you could get, you know, your, what was it, Voodoo, I think was the brand? Was like the Voodoo graphics cards were some of the first graphics cards. I remember it was a big deal when I got my gaming laptop. Yeah, 3D Effects Voodoo, yeah. I remember when I went to college, I had, you know, managed to put aside enough money from working a bunch of jobs while I was in high school and all that kind of stuff, that I was like, okay, well, I need something that can move around a bit, and I got a gaming laptop that was a Dell something or other, XPS something or other, and I remember it was a whole big deal because it had a dedicated graphics card in it, and it had like the NVIDIA was it like physics card or whatever it was, to offload calculating physics to the separate processor and all that. That was considered some fancy stuff at the time. Okay. Sounds of cards exist back then? Yeah, no, I remember having, was it the Sound Blast 16 and being like, oh yeah, Sound Blaster. Got myself a real nice sound card here. Had your game port built into it. So you can plug in your Mad Cat joystick. Mad Cats were the cheap joysticks, the budget ones you got like Walmart or whatever. Then you have to mess with the IRQs for an hour to get to work. Yeah, you got to boot up your computer, it just doesn't work correctly because your sound card and your modem put themselves on the same IRQ, or the game port would be on the same IRQ or stuff. And it was just agony to deal with, because especially people just not knowing about any of that stuff. That ended up being where I had to learn a lot about computers and all that, was that time frame, because if you wanted to play a game, you just had to be able to do your own IT stuff. It was the only option. There was no working around it. You go to play a game with a buddy, you have to get your dial-up thing, and you'd have to get your buddy to go to their properties on their network settings to find their IP address, so you could turn around and then have because you'd connect with dial-up, and then you get your IP address, then you go to your buddy and be like, hey, here's my IP address. And they go to join your game and have to enter the IP address. And you'd be over the dial-up, and then your mom would pick up the phone, and it would drop the game. And none of those things saved properly back then. So if you were an hour or two into the game, that's just too bad. Game's over. Whole game ruined. Yeah, PCU emulator that needs you to set up the IRQ ports, so you can truly relive the old experience. At least there's no firewalls to deal with back then. Not typically. You could get a firewall back then, but it just wasn't really necessary. Not like it is today. I remember being a whole thing that they were doing demonstrations of stuff where they would take a computer with no firewall, no antivirus, no nothing. You know, even like having it like DMZ'd in the ISP's like security stuff, and then just put like an old XP machine just today, put it on the internet, and how fast it would get virus infected while not doing a whole lot of anything from all the different things scraping the internet trying to scan for stuff and finding, the moment they come across this fully open XP machine, just almost immediately compromise it, since it doesn't get any security updates in forever. That any 0-day vulnerabilities that are found, that's just too bad. You get a hardware one eventually, but even then, no port forwarding for games. Yep. Yeah, no, the port forwarding and all that only really came to be a thing because you'd end up having multiple computers inside your network. So you'd end up having, your modem and your switcher router or whatever behind all that. And you had to be able to, like, tunnel out and all that. You had more and more security stuff you had to worry about with, malware really picking up when the internet connections became a thing. Because prior to that, the only way to get malware onto people's systems is you had to physically give them, like, a disk or something and get them to load it up. Or they had to be on the same local network. And, that's not a thing that everyone's going to be running into. I'm probably going to have to water crops tomorrow. Let's see, you showed game 2 years ago that had you fiddle with IRQs and such as sound config. You think it's its own sound config.exe that had to run before the game itself. I still remember back in the day, a lot of games would have, like, their install file, so, like, their setup.exe, setup.bat, whatever file. And I remember a number of them that had inst-low for, like, your low system required installation thing. That was, like, right around the time that games started getting, like, actual sound files in them. They might have, like, very, very rudimentary 3D graphics or, nicer 2D graphics. And so it was a thing that you'd run into problems that some of the installers were, like, too graphically intense that they would run poorly, or you'd have more stuff going on that you needed to configure it before you had to do anything fancy. I remember having to do that with TIE Fighter, or was it X-Wing or TIE Fighter? I remember. It was one of the two of them that I remember having to go through and have to go out of my way to be like, I need you to use the inst-low version because it would make my computer run poorly. We're talking about XML memory next. XML memory. XML memory, like in no XML file format. It's crazy how many malwares and viruses there were. You never had a virus on your computer 15 years ago now, since 15 years ago now. Oh yeah, no, well, it used to be a lot of viruses back then. A big part of it was doing high profile stuff, like crashing a bunch of computers and making your computer, like, do all sorts of obnoxious things. Like, that was kind of what a lot of people did. And then people realized you can make a crap ton of money using malware. And then the entire formula changed. That instead of wanting to go high profile and make your stuff stand out, it's being like, haha, I knocked out all these computers. You wanted it to stay quiet so you could continue operating your bot network or whatever it was you were doing, because the whole time you're making money. So we do have a lot more stuff that protects you against viruses, and broadly speaking, well, there's certainly no shortage of not people who are not very tech savvy. Broadly speaking, people are certainly better nowadays than just grabbing some random executable from an email and firing it off. Yeah, I know EMS memory. I don't remember XMS. But, yeah, they used to hack for fame back then, versus the whole game's change that they want to run on your computer for as long as they can without getting spotted. So malware is still out there, and very common. It's just, a lot of times, all you are personally losing is you're losing, like, processing power and all that, as it just quietly runs in the background and, is part of a bot network or whatever, versus malware back then, would just hose your computer. Or again, like, change your background into obnoxious things and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, data mining, key logging, all that stuff. So the game has changed. Now, that said, overall, the amount of computers being infected with malware, I believe, is supposed to be down. It's still pretty prevalent. A lot more than you would realize. It's just, it's lower profile and quieter versus, the random virus that make your computer blast some song at maximum volume. I think one thing that also really helped reduce the amount of malware we got out there is stuff like pirating software, torrenting, all that is still certainly out there. Like it's not gone by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not as prevalent as it once was. When we get into the days of like Napster and Kazaa and all that stuff, like almost everyone was pirating at least music or something. And that was just such an avenue for getting malware. You've also learned to be safer since then. You definitely download tons of viruses on LimeWare trying to get music. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was saying, is like very, very much back then, like, there was so much of just downloading dodgy files because you're like, man, I don't have like $60 to drop on like, you know, Unreal Tournament 2004 or whatever it was. So you just, you know, pop on, you download it or whatever, you know, because you were broke. That was your choices. Do all that. And nowadays with Steam and all that, or even there be a game you want and it just straight up wasn't for sale at your local store, and so your choices are either A, you drive like 2 hours to like the next big gaming store over there and they may or may not have your game, or you went online and downloaded it, and those were your choices. So it was more of an availability thing rather than a money thing. And yeah, no, that changed everything once like Steam became like very prevalent and you could just go online and get your game. It's there. Dear all Storge, 1 week from today we're holding the Stardew Valley Fair in Town Square. It's the biggest event of the year, drawing people from across the country to our humble town. If you'd like, I can set up a grange display for the event. Just bring 9 items that best showcase your talents. You'll be judging the quality and diversity of your display. The fair starts at 9 a.m. You don't want to miss it. Okay, so we can go here. Let's see. Your first job out of high school was scraping those viruses off of people's machines. Oh yeah, no, it was so like during late high school / early college, I used to run my own like networking solutions computer repair business. And even in the time I was doing that, which wasn't a very long time from when I started to when I, you know, wrapped up the company because I just didn't have the time to do it anymore. Even in that kind of window, I would definitely say the amount of viruses I was cleaning off computers changed wildly. Because at the beginning of it, you know, antiviruses were out there. It was like Norton and all them. But it was definitely one of those things that people weren't commonly getting antiviruses. They hadn't seen like the justification for the money yet. Did you keep the shorts? We haven't gotten the shorts at all. Keep in mind with the tile challenge, if it's not strictly needed for me to like make money and keep going, I probably haven't done it. Like, we have yet to go to the cave. We're in year 4. We have never been to the mines. Not once. We haven't reached the cave on the west side of our property. I want to get to that cave. We can't get to Willie's. We can get to the beach as in that tile, so I can access the festivals. But we haven't actually been able to get to the water on the beach. You get where this is all going. I haven't been able to reach Joja's yet. You want a gold bar, Jody? That is too freaking bad, Jody. That is not happening. Now I think about it, 2007 was 19 years ago. It hurts. Let's see. Malware was a horrible problem nowadays. In poor regions, you have a friend doing their gap year in Africa in 2007, and taking care of school PCs was been horrible for them. The malware, they say, malware you may write for fun will ruins a person's school's livelihood. Take forever to remove and reset, and they can't just pull these 5 GB upgrades for the vulnerability be gone. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I can't do either of your things, so go ahead and mind your business. Let's see. All right, if you were on Nintendo Switch and read the new user agreement very carefully, because you would not be able to do anything to fight back if you pirate one of Nintendo's trash games, because it can remotely brick the Switch too. Yeah, no, I know there's been talk about that, about being able to remotely brick the systems and a whole bunch of stuff. Obviously, I'm not a fan of that kind of thing. You know, building a kill switch into those, because all it takes is one, you know, particularly clever hacker to figure out how to trigger that, and now you've just given a way of disabling that. And that's always the catch with stuff like internet kill switches and device kill switches. Like, okay, cool. Anytime you create a feature for anything, hardware, software, otherwise, you kind of go, okay, what is the good things that can be done with this? What is the bad things that can be done? It's like, come up with your worst case scenarios and best case scenarios. And know, to a certain degree, those will at least be partially true at some point. The trees look beautiful today. And it can be a good thing to do those kind of assumptions. Because like I said, it'll just be one of those things that you'll make that kill switch is like, haha, we've defeated piracy. Oh wait, they just bricked a, you know, several thousand switches because some hacker figured out how to send the kill code or whatever the mechanism is to knock them offline. Alright, so that's not going to be enough for me to set up another sprinkler, I think, like that. So that's fine. But there'll be a couple of tiles. So I could potentially use those tiles to clean that up. We definitely can't get to the beach or anything meaningful like that. And in the agreement, they put the clause that you cannot sue for damages. Yep, that's not surprising. That is pretty standard stuff with all that thing, where it's like, hey, we have created the security measure to prevent you from pirating. By the way, if it doesn't work correctly, that's a you problem, not an us problem. Like, Keurig had it where you could only use their, like, with their own little chip and coffee cups, because they didn't want you buying the cheaper coffee cups that other people made. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, understand you're making sure people, like, you get your money from the device, because honestly, the Keurig itself, the coffee machine, you don't make a lot of money, it's the coffee. And you see people buying your machine and then not getting the bankroll off that purchase. But also, I'm very much not a fan of a bunch of those kind of, like, ways of forcing people to interact with your things. Alright, so what am I doing here? So those are ready to harvest in 4 days. We got a bunch of these, that'll be soon. Oh, we can drop the rest of this off. That's an is you, not me problem. Wonder if that... What did that hose through here? You wonder if that hose through goes through here? Yeah, I know Nintendo got a bunch of flack for it. There's been talks about not allowing those kind of things. Also, like, maintenance things and not allowing things to be keyed or locked or whatever to force you to only use their devices. I'm blanking, so we got everything ready there. It's Tuesday, so there's nothing I care about right now. We just need to keep advancing time, getting our harvests of cranberries, and opening up more areas for us to be able to work on. And then, as able, chop down trees. Because the moment we go that we're like, alright, let's upgrade our house or something, it's gonna be a whole lot of supplies gone that have taken years to collect. Yeah, so we got some of these are coming up ready here. Let's see, in theory, such stipulations last until they're challenged in court. This, of course, is dependent on one, court worthiness of the incident occurring, and the person or class having the resources. Read money to pursue legal action. Yeah, there's lots of terms of services that are absolutely 100% unenforceable, and they get written up anyways. That's been a thing that's been going on forever. You know, anything I need to do there. Like, that's still a thing that happens. We still have employers here in the US who your employee agreement at the beginning of the year when you get it will be like, hey, you are not allowed to talk to others about your salary, like including your fellow employees. That's strictly not allowed that they can tell you that. We have laws here that are supposed to protect you from protect you for your right to organize. And while, certainly do they actually work is one question to say, which, there's a whole thing there. But one thing that has been confirmed time and time again is specifically the right to discuss your wages with your fellow coworkers is protected, because otherwise you'd be unable to organize at all. So there's that kind of thing, that the moment it gets challenged in court, it's just an instant win, practically. And pretty much every TOS says, you cannot sue us, and it gets struck down all the time. They're just meant to be an obstruction. Yeah, I genuinely wish, when it came to those kind of things, that's very, very flagrantly a, this is not legal, this TOS clause. I do wish it was kind of something that there would be a consequence for those writing, plainly unlawful TOSs that's like, okay, well, here's your fine. Based on your revenue or whatever. Stop writing TOSs that you are definitely not legal. You can't just be like, you have, surrendered your rights. No, that's not how that works. The big problem is no consequences for companies illegally telling you not to disclose wages. Well, that's what I'm saying is they can get fined for it. It's just the fine isn't significant enough. And it's just kind of my mind is like a lot of those things when you're talking about suing at something at that scale, it's like, okay, it should be a fine based on revenue, not profit even, because you can really, really, really kind of finagle things to change the rules around profit. And you can finagle revenue as well, calculations. But that at least takes a little bit more effort. And again, can still, that one you could start making it look really bad to your investors and all that. So it's definitely one of those things like, oh, you're in legal trouble? Cool. This means you get charged 10% of your total revenue. But that's billions. Well, maybe you shouldn't break the law. But if it's a flat fee fine, it's just a cost of operating, the cost of business, all thing. You found out I was getting paid more than your coworkers on different work agreement, and it was told not to tell your coworkers. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They'll tell you not to tell you, I don't know where you're based at or whatever, but here in the US, them telling you to not tell your coworkers, they're not actually allowed to do that. Your right to share your wage information with people who have a reason to know. So your coworkers, your accountant, legal representation, these kinds of things, your tax person, that's all protected. Now, you can't turn around and go to the local news agency and be like, hey, I'm getting paid this much. That's not protected. They can tell you no on that one. But, again, the big one should be told you can't tell your coworkers, and that is very specifically not allowed. Find a percentage of their worth or exponentially increase the fine every day the TOS remains unchanged. Yeah, no, I also do agree with having a, okay, you've been found in violation of whatever, you have N number of days to fix it. And if you don't, the fine continues to happen and, increases, significantly there. And how about the total worth of the company at the current viewing, including all the departments and subcontractors? Well, the problem you run into with doing that is the calculation takes so long. Revenue, like I said, you can kind of game revenue, but it's harder to game revenue than profit. There's a lot of things you can do to really, really, really easily manipulate profit to not be accurate and all that, to underplay things. Let's see, you work in disability mainly. They would not get an extra 1.5 times on Saturdays and 2 times on weekend. Gotcha. I'm glad you have a union job, you don't have to deal with that. Everyone's paid the same and the wages are public. That's, I know it's a very unpopular move with, like, business places. That's one of the things I've been very happy to see. Not a lot of groups are doing it yet, but there are groups that are moving more and more towards, you know, your job applications, or not job applications, like when you have a job listing, that you would be required to disclose the wage range on that, and that some of them would actually have extra rules around like how big the range can be and yada yada, so far as like between top and bottom or whatever. You know, that way they don't go, the range is $0 to $1 million and put that for everything. There's some like attachment to the actual wage the person gets paid, and that you're not allowed to like hide the wage, because they have found by disclosing the wage up front as a requirement has been really good at reducing the rate that people end up accepting, like way underpaying and all that kind of stuff, because they don't get like tricked into it now. Alright, so today's another bar day. So try going fast. If we catch Pierre, I did get a sashimi out of the trash, which is what I need for Pierre's thing. Let's see. At least in the US, you're pretty sure if you sign a contract, the legal clauses, they do not hold any value. So if they fired someone who signed something like that, that part of the contract would be thrown out in court. Yeah, no, if you have a contract that has something illegal in it and it goes through the court system, they can null and void the whole contract. They usually won't null and void the contract section to section. They'll usually be like, this contract is non-binding or whatever. And that can be a whole mess, which has to go through the court system, you know, on a case-to-case. Yeah, you're a state employee, and you used to be union before getting promoted out. The union benefits all of us who aren't covered by it as well. All of our rules basically match those of the union. We get the raises. Yeah, and that's pretty typical in a place that has a union, even if you're not part of it. Broadly speaking, whatever the union fights for will be the base rules that, you know, end up applying to everyone over time. Let's see, there have been EU regulation that forbids major tech companies to just join all the data into a big services, Instagram, Threads, whatever, and violation costs of a percentage of their turnover, if I remember correctly, not profit. Yeah, so where you're saying turnover, revenue. A global turnover probably of that subsidiary. One step better than gas station sushi, sashimi, trash can sashimi. Yep. Yeah, so I definitely want to catch Pierre so we can give him the sashimi. If the company didn't give non-union employees the same benefits, more people would join the union to make it stronger. So it's self-defense. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it's an altruistic thing, but it's just kind of one of those things. Like, one of my first jobs working on the tourism side of things ended up having a union at it. And yeah, no, it's definitely, things were really good for a lot of us. Even though I was never union at that company, just the department the union covered wasn't a department I was in. I bought the tastiest cranberries at Pierre's shop the other day. He said that he grew the thing in his own yard. I didn't know Pierre was such a talented farmer. Looks like you might have some competition, huh? George spends his whole day in front of that. We've already read this dialogue like 30 times. It's a fine-looking day. On days like these, I like to help Evelyn with her park. Yada yada. She's strong, but she could use the help. I get it. You don't care about your family and you get them stuff at Joja. Hey, farmer. So I stopped by Pierre's the other day and bought a fresh cranberries. It was the first time I've seen one of those in a while. I cooked it up for dinner last night, filled the house with a delicious smell. It was a hit. I'm glad Pierre's stock is starting to expand again. Anyways, I hope things are going well on your farm. Oh, Harvey's in there. We'll try and catch Harvey on his way out. Yep. Let's see. You had a gas station. Servos, they call them here. Sushi, funny enough, like it was good. Not good as in fresh sushi at the sushi bar, but on the go starving. Yeah. It's just one of the reasons you have the meme about gas station sushi is you definitely run into cases where the quality ain't there. Have you gone to the mines, Rual Storge? It's a dangerous place. I recommend against it. Wow, I just realized it's Friday. Sometimes I totally lose track of time. Okay. So I'm going to start going here, and we want to catch Pierre. Pierre should come by the bar on Fridays. Oh, and here comes Sam. Thanks, I really like this. I used to live in Zuzu Town. I already know all these details. You told me like the last 30 times. Get more dialogue, nerd. Talking about food is so good, but after eating, I'm now hungry. Alright. Let's speed up time again. Now, the time doesn't affect the movement speed or anything of everyone, so you'll get this weird rush of everyone trying to run it at the same time. Another beautiful fall day. It's a pity it'll be over soon. Yep, it'll be over for all of us soon. I'm gonna do 200 sit-ups tonight because I'm a Chad. I'm pretty dedicated, aren't I? My entire personality is sports. Need anything else? It's about time. I was starting to get the shakes. I wanted this fish so badly. Munch. 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 Consuming food has been concluded. Now that's good. Thanks, Rual Storge. Hey, remember the cranberries you sold me the other day? I ended up serving it to the family for a special dinner. I can't say it was a hit. Well, back to business, huh? There. Is your farm still doing well? Maybe a few more of my seeds would spruce things up. Looks like a decent day for fishing, doesn't it? As everyone awkwardly stands around as I keep catching them all the time. Hey, so I picked up some cranberries at the store last night. Mom wanted to cook something good for dinner. I stayed up till 3 reading a new book. I think you'd like it. Why is Pierre a 2010 robot? Well, I mean, it's actually in the early 2000s of the game, so he's like way ahead of his time. Every day is the same old routine. Do you ever have that problem, farmer? Sorry for the walls of text. Large enough unions have the power by statutory law here, which probably was controversial in the 1950s, so I guess hence Amazon fighting for decades to be wholly classified as logistics business and not at least partially a retail business, because the union negotiated wages and conditions in logistics are way lower than retail. With the same ridiculous arguments in the public that got them lots of flack. Yeah, we have protections for unions here in the US as well that they get kind of confusing around a couple different things as well, but it's not really the size of the union that gets you protection, it's that a vote has to occur and go through and all that. That a percentage, I believe it is. I'm going to have the details wrong in this, so like you'll have to double check it. I want to say if it's a percentage of the employees that would fall under whatever the union is supposedly covering, have to vote to unionize for it to get the protections. Which is where it's that weird thing that when you're pursuing the union, they're not supposed to be allowed to do certain activities to prevent you from pursuing it. But if the union vote fails, then you don't get the same protections. So it's kind of one of those things you don't want to push for the union until you are like, okay, we can get this to work. And it also doesn't stop people from just breaking the law and paying fines and all that either, for union busting. But that's always the key thing of when you're going for like very publicly we're doing the union push. Once it goes that high profile, it is kind of a do or die where if you don't make it, there's a really good chance that ultimately those involved in the union push will be gotten rid of if you don't make the push. The other day I bought cranberries at Pierre's. It was perfect on a bed of greens and a dash of my special vinaigrette. Do you have a kitchen in your house? If you have a kitchen, you could cook all sorts of delicious meals. My legs are stiff from sitting in the writing desk all day. It's a simple majority, 50% plus 1. Gotcha. I bought the tastiest cranberries from Pierre's shop the other day. He said he grew the thing in his own backyard. I didn't know that Pierre was such a talented farmer. Looks like you might have some competition, huh? If you really want to get the fish biting, make sure you put in some bait on the hook. Don't you have work to do? You can catch me at the saloon most nights. And was a great company, but I need to spend more time with people too. So I was at the store the other day and Pierre showed me cranberries you brought in. Alright, so let's see if that alone, does that count as my dialogue? If I look at Robin, is her just saying, you know, we did that. So that does count as her dialogue. I don't believe we get more stuff. I bought it. Have you met the wild man? Yeah, so we've already got this dialogue. I'm going to skip all of this. Myro spends most of the time. Yeah, we've already read this, like, in the last half hour. I know we're skipping a lot of dialogue. We're at that stage of harassing everyone on their way to... I forgot you're going to give me $1,000 for that. We're at that stage of harassing everyone on their way to, the bar. Oh, we haven't hit up Clint yet. 50% of the workers that would be covered. So to be clear, they don't have to actually join the union for that 50%. It's just they have to vote that they would like a union. That once they get over half. So your membership would be voluntary. The weather doesn't really matter to me. I've already read this dialogue like 30 times. It is a tough thing to hit, but that's the reason why what you can do is the scope of the union. So, like, for example, there's been a lot of Starbucks that have been unionizing, where they might only have, like, in the teens to low 20s number of staff members tops for the location. And getting, 10 people out of 20 to say yes isn't a particularly hard thing to hit. Or you might have a grocery store that might have, like, 50, 60 employees. That again, it's kind of the same thing. Like getting like all of the targets countrywide to agree to the union is a hard push. But if you're like, okay, just the target in this area voting, is the whole thing. The hardest part of the union isn't even forming it either. It's getting the first contract ratified. Yeah, where you and the company have to like, basically argue with each other about what are the acceptable terms and all that. Then the company's trying their best to keep it as much in favor of what they want as possible. Well, you understandably need to push for as much as you want. And then on top of that, because you are dealing with not one individual typically negotiating or whatever, you're dealing with like the union, you usually have to get the union to agree to the terms by vote as well. And so it can be very difficult to get that. Usually once, though, you can get past that first one, most of the time, unions actually do pretty well once they're established. but it is prohibitively difficult to get one off the ground. Not impossible, but usually it takes, like, it's one of the reasons why successful union drives usually happen when a company has done something to really piss off the staff. Because, you know, it motivates people to, like, no, we're gonna need to do that. Let's see, here, if a job has a union, every worker automatically becomes a union. It sounds weird to you that people can choose to be members or not. Yeah, no. Well, here it's very common that you'd need to pay union dues, and people be like, they're going to take a little bit of your paycheck every time. You don't want someone taxing your paycheck, but the reality is, if you're part of the union, or like if your company has a union, on the average, you're going to be paid far more than if they're not. That usually you are going to come out well ahead. Well ahead, you know, of what those union dues would cost you. I want to say thanks for taking an interest in my work. Here's a cooking recipe if you like. Demetrius, fried mushroom. You pay like $250 a year in union dues, but you make like 20 more. Well, yeah, and that was, like I said, one of my first jobs, I was working in the tourism side of things. And generally speaking, a lot of those tourism jobs at the time basically paid you what was effectively minimum wage. It'd be like minimum wage plus 10 cents an hour or something. But like it'd just be a hair over minimum wage, just so they could say that they weren't paying minimum wage. But in that one job, we had a pretty strong union that did cover a fairly large amount of the company. I wasn't part of the company that was under the union. So like, I didn't really get a choice at the time, one way or the other, about being part. And even if I had the choice, you know, I had different views when I was younger. I probably would have been like, why would I want to be part of that? You know, I probably would have been conned into the, oh man, they charge you dues group. But at the same time, that company, while again, in the area, broadly speaking, those jobs would be basically just a hair above minimum wage. I was making, this would be like early 2000s, I was making on the upper end of $9 an hour, which minimum wage at the time was like $7, or something like that. So it was a pretty significant step up. So you consider that over the year, the union dues were relatively cheap from what I understood. That was only a couple of bucks per paycheck. You know, you're handily making more than that. And that union ended up being important because that's the same company that they wanted to save money. And so what they ended up doing is when it came time to get the health insurance and like renegotiate stuff, they kept in writing that they had the health insurance while not keeping the health insurance, which got them into serious legal trouble for a whole mess of reasons. Because people went to their doctors to go, you know, get whatever treatment they were under the impression that they had some pretty good health insurance, only to find they didn't have any at all, despite paying for it out of every paycheck. That got a lot of, that got almost an immediate strike. And then on top of that, the federal government got involved. Because that's illegal. That's really illegal. It'd be one thing if they said, hey, we're not offering health insurance, and people just got mad because they weren't offering it. Fair enough. That's what it is. But to take parts of people's paychecks to pay for a benefit that they don't actually get, and an important one like health insurance, that was a fiasco. I wasn't at the company anymore at that point. I had, but you see, yeah, in Quebec, it was its very own regulations. Interesting, this kind of regulation. It also just so happens that you have to pay the costs afterwards they're accrued. Sometimes the question is degrees of illegality, sometimes like a moot point, but dang, that's really illegal. Yeah, no, that's the thing, it's like, this is a people can go to jail for fraud level illegal. Hey, Jerry Mondu with your 5-string streak, I appreciate that. The important question is, as always, did the fine cost more than the scam to the people? If not, oh no, the company had to turn around and like do all the past pays. Like, I am surprised people didn't end up in jail for that, because that's not just the company going tee hee hee, we made a little money off the back of our employee. It's like, no, this is a very serious crime. When you eat certain foods, you'll perform better. Eating the farmer's lunch will give you nutrition you need to water and harvest crops better. Yeah, no, they got in serious serious trouble, almost lost their contract, all that kind of stuff. It was a thing. So what you're saying is the company is too small to properly buy politics. Actually, it's not. It is the company who runs a bunch of our national parks here in the United States. So if anything, they're actually really well connected with politicians. They just decided to cut a corner that was a little too illegal to a little too illegal to be stomached. The fact that no one ended in a prison cell is probably about as good as they were gonna get. It was an incredibly stupid thing on whoever was like, yeah, that's fine. Like, and I have no idea about any information around that. Like, I wasn't part of the court proceedings or anything. I was just kind of watching this meltdown from the outside because I had all my friends who still worked there and all that, and listening to the fiasco going, I was like, what the hell happened after I left this place? It almost seems like it had to be a mistake of some sort. How could they possibly get away with that for more than a day? Yeah, no, it was definitely a bunch of people got fired for it. I don't remember the details because this is going back like 20 years. But yeah, no, it was a whole thing. Like, someone would try to use their health insurance and immediately realize what happened. Well, and that's pretty much what happened, is like the moment the insurance lapsed and people went to go to their doctor and they're like, you don't have insurance, like, it got rejected. You know, rumbling started. It took a little while for things to catch up, but the moment it kind of got clear what was going on, that they didn't actually have health insurance they're paying for and all that, it was, you know, federal government got involved, the entire place just shut down because the union went like, it wasn't a fix this or we'll go on strike. The union was kind of like, we are on strike. We are on strike till this is resolved. There was no delay in that. I probably won't be able to do all these. We'll grab the 24. Let's see, was it the decision to make on their own, or with a bigger bonus? Blow it after I'm gone? I don't know what led to it. Like, that I don't know at all. Because again, at the time I was like 19 years old. I didn't really know about how a lot of that worked. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. You have to clean up more trees. Yeah. As your old man said, the Carpenters Union and most trade unions are less than worth their weight in brass. The school district union is the opposite. Oh, so you're saying that your old man is basically like, you know, unions aren't worth anything, whereas, you know, your personal experience is that your union has done really well by you. Is that my understanding? Because there certainly are bad unions out there. There certainly are unions that they take the dues and don't do anything. Or like exactly the kind of union we had when we were playing, what was the game? News Tower. Where you can, one of the things you get with the mob ties, if you go that route, is you can have a plant. you can have a plant as your union person for your tower so that you're unionized, but ultimately the person responsible for running the union is actually someone that's effectively, effectively working for you indirectly. So deliberately sabotages the union's negotiations to work in your favor. Which in the game gets you reduced cost of wages and all that. In real life, it probably, even with that kind of thing, couldn't go that far. But I could definitely see, in real life, having someone who is compromised running the union and doing, handling the day-to-day processes, you could muck up the whole thing to massively limit the effectiveness of the union. But broadly speaking, that's more a scare tactic a lot of places use for, like, anti-union kind of stuff, is to be like, oh, union's bad, corrupt, blah, 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 take all your money. They just don't want a union. Okay. Kind of sounds like a homeowners association. You have an HOA that are required to pay dues to, but the builder bought half the houses to rent out, so they have half of the share in the say of the HOA. Yeah. No, and that kind of stuff happens. HOAs are far worse. Because, like, what's potentially beneficial to you isn't necessarily aligned with the HOA. Like, in the perfect magical fictional world where everything works perfectly fine with it, the idea behind an HOA is that you can prevent people from doing stuff that would lower your property values and yada yada, that you can kind of agree on a bunch of rules that the people in the area have to live by to maintain property values and blah blah blah. You get the idea. That basically everyone is doing stuff to kind of maintain the neighborhood and keep it as a nice neighborhood. Unfortunately, the reality is people tend to be, jerks about a lot of stuff. They power trip about a lot of stuff, and they get to have that feeling of controlling their own fiefdom. You also have a lot of people who make a good amount of money, through HOAs by hiring out their friend to do the lawns or, like, whatever grounds need doing, and the other friend to work on the maintenance and all that. So they're kind of just passing money between them and enriching themselves. Because it's really, really easy in those very small, not particularly well-monitored things to get away with some pretty sketchy stuff. See, last time your union was on strike, the union leader ended it without a vote, left the union, and suddenly got high up position in the company. Not saying he was a plant, but oh yeah, so it definitely sounds like someone higher up was like, look man, we'll give you like $1 million or whatever for making this go away. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Because when your school district wrongfully fired your mom, the same school district as you worked with your mom's district unit to get her back at a job and restore her seniority and back pay for the time she's off. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, my personal experiences is I've worked at 3 companies that were unionized. And all 3 of them I wasn't in a position that was unionized because I got into, like, software development side. And the idea of a software developer union at the time wasn't really a thing. There are a lot more now, and they're moving that way, especially now with what's happening in that industry. But almost all of them had, like, the mechanics, for example, would be unionized, or we had the maintenance staff would be unionized. And broadly speaking, all the companies I worked at that were unionized had way better policies for the employees. And generally speaking, those companies were the ones that I worked for that did much better. A lot of the ones that weren't, they did all sorts of shady crap that was often self-defeating. Or they would run into the thing where they would just rotate through staff so fast that they're just kind of brain draining, that they'd have the staff that knew how to do stuff, and they'd be here for a little while and then be right back out the door because the person down the road was willing to give them better benefits and all that. And then they'd wonder why their company couldn't keep up with this other company. It's like, well, yeah, because, you've only got you got like the tiniest percentage of your staff that has more seniority than 2 years. About the time people figure out how to work on your stuff, they're already out the door. Because someone just hired them out from underneath you because they just have better opportunity over there. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to take a minute to quickly grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. What do you think you're doing? I'm playing Farm Sim. What do you think you're doing? All right, I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I am back. Yeah, and that was big ambitions. I really enjoy Big Ambitions. We just did a playthrough of Big Ambitions, when was that? Like, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, something like that. We did 3-4 streams or whatever it was. Very fun game. It's like, the serial entrepreneur tycoon, where you kind of sit there and you open a business, you get all that stuff going, and it's kind of like where you play some of those like supermarket simulator, that kind of game, but instead of like focusing on the one store where you're like putting the individual items on the shelves and that kind of thing, it's more macro scale, where you open up the business, you throw some staff members at it, you might work it a little yourself for a little while, but after that, you open your next business and you have them both going. And so the idea is just keep opening more and more businesses that you effectively create this like conglomerate of businesses. Then you get like a headquarters and HR department, headhunters, you know, purchasing staff, logistics staff, warehousing, and all that stuff. It's a pretty cool thing. The whole thing takes place in Manhattan, New York. So you got like Grand Central Park there and Broadway and all that stuff. All right, so you got you. Make the sprinkler. Okay, and it's looking like tomorrow I am going to have to water these ones, because that's going to take 5 in-game hours to go, which puts me at 11 p.m. That's fine. But then I got to follow that up by doing a 2-hour iron, which puts me at 1 a.m., which is technically doable, but I also don't want to deal with that. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And I'll just water the 9 tiles there. But then they added like manufacturing and all that kind of stuff to the game. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna end up buying these tiles, and I know it. I'm trying to put it off because it is not necessary for me to own those other tiles. Well, that was really dumb. I just slammed that seed with... It's okay. It is what it is. I can't take back the fact that I smashed that thing into the dirt. Alright, so I believe, if I remember correctly, that, Caroline wanted a pumpkin for her quest, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, right, I need to go to Clint and buy some ore. That's fine. Let's see here. Do we have that on here? Carving pumpkins. Alright, so Caroline wants one of these pumpkins. So we'll set aside our crappiest pumpkin for Caroline, because we are just a good neighbor like that. We planted that in all those spots. We can get you all sorted out. Grab some snails to get some more fertilizer. You can put a sprinkler down there. And then we should be able to catch Caroline today to get the pumpkin to her, I believe. Right. We're getting a little low on coal. Yeah, so we'll wait to get the sprinkler down, and that'll be the sprinkler we've got here. Then I've got enough material to build another sprinkler that I do not have the space for yet. This scarecrow is covering this area. That's fine. We'll just keep going left, carving out more and more of this, and getting ourselves more and more farms. So this has been pretty productive here. If we think about it, this whole area we bought today, this area we bought today, and then we got these two sorted out. So we haven't doubled the size of our farm yet, but we have massively increased it. Okay, so we can go here, sprinkler. Cool. And it's one of those things that means the next time when we go to harvest, you know, say I've increased the farm by 80% in size. it does mean the rate I will be able to increase the farm again will be 80% faster, because that's how much more money I'm making, you know, per cycle, whatever you want to call it. Alright, so that is the pumpkin for Carolina, whatever her name is. Okay. And we're getting pretty close to the end of when I can plant the fairy rose seeds, because those take 12 days and we've got 14 days left of the month. Let me in. Click too soon. So, sell you. Alright, that's 4 tiles I could buy. Almost 5. Now, unfortunately, I believe for this day out of the week, I believe Abigail and Carolina will go to their room, or go to Abigail's parents' room, because of all the people kind of going to the church and all that. But let's see when Carolina, Stardew, schedule. Let's see what your schedule is, because it's Sunday. So Sunday, she stands in her room, she moves 1 space to the right, then she'll walk to an aisle in the general store at 1:30 p.m., and she'll go to the community center, well, she'll go by the community center at 2:40. So what we want to do here is speed up time. So 1:30 is when they'll start making their way there. Aren't you cold? Sweaters suck these days. Yeah, so basically at around 1:30 she will head to an aisle in the store that I might be able to catch her. If not, 2:40 I'll be able to catch her. So this will let me hit up Jody, George, Evelyn, and Kent. I was not expecting you to walk oh, you're going to the river. Caroline and I are good friends. I tell her everything. She gets really awkward about it. I know what I'm gonna do with myself. Something, something, schedule, military, something, something. I've never been to the forest. It's muddy and I could get a blister on my foot. Oh, I missed Evelyn because she goes down there to the planting. What should I do tonight? I was gonna dye my hair, but then I decided against it. Alright, so you leave here in 40 minutes. Oh, the pumpkin I asked for 4 years ago. I guess it's a good one. Abigail will be so happy when she sees it. I promised her 4 years ago we'd carve pumpkins. And like, you know, assuming that she was 18 at the time, she's 22 now and probably not as excited about it as she was as a teenager. I'm gonna be honest, Rual Storge, you've really let me down. Oh, Rual Storge, this is embarrassing. I threw one of your cranberries I sold into the compost bin. Now the whole thing smells horrendous. Where did you find that thing again? Do you ever take a day off? Never. Okay. So now I can run down here. I'm a little mixed in how I want to approach a lot of this. There's a lot of good places to walk around here. It feels good to stretch your legs. So we can get the reputation with Clint by buying ore from Clint and selling that. Well, no, what I was going to say is there's a lot of people who, they'll be like, oh, I got, you know, like, I got, you know, some stuff you sold to the store. It was really bad. And it's like, okay, when did they get that dialogue? Like, when did the townies start to get so savage? Hey, so I picked up cranberries at the store last night. Mom went to something good for dinner. Here's to another week. Okay, so I've got 4 tiles. I mean, I got 4 tiles worth of that. Okay. So that'll be as much as I can without losing more tiles to purchase. And we'll see how we do there. Because I've got 2 more days I can plant these before it'll be like too late and I won't be able to harvest them. And fertilizer. Alright, so I believe I've got all of you planted. Oh, I missed a cranberry down there. That actually might help a little bit. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the sprinkler would go here. All right. Oh, I see what's going on here. I was getting a little confused. I'm like, why can't I plow this? Alright, and Pierre's is closed for the day. So I should just sell this right here. It'll see if that's enough to get me any more seeds, because we got room for 2 more seeds over there. Alright. But then we'll be able to put down the sprinkler to keep all that going. Oh, I guess I could smash that rock. No, I can't. That's why I didn't smash it. It was out of range. But yeah, so you get the idea. We're going to just keep expanding. I shouldn't have to worry about it too much until we're down to our last harvest. The last harvest of the season, we'll want to end up keeping that for spring, so I have money to buy more seeds then. There we go. Drop in the copper bars worth of materials. We can go here and sprinkler. Okay. So we can go to bed. We've just added another section onto our farm. Yeah, the extra couple cranberries didn't do much for us, but that's fine. That was just 1 bush's cranberries. Dear old Storge, I just want to remind you that the Stardew Valley Fair is happening tomorrow. Don't forget to bring your 9 items to the Grange display. Remember, the fair starts at 9 a.m. in the town square. See you there, Mayor Lewis. Well, it's gonna be another year of doing terribly at the Grange display. Someday we'll start hoarding stuff for purposes of actually standing a chance at the Grange display. Not this year. Probably not next year. Maybe, certainly, eventually. The corn. None of the rest of that's ready to be harvested yet. So I got room for two more fairy rows there that if we plant it today, it will be done in time for the season. If we do not plant it today, we don't get to have them this season. We'll just end up planting something else. Right now, I'll drop the copper bar. With 2 copper bar, I can make another crab pot. And I think that's where I want our copper bars to go, is to work on the crab pots and all that. Okay, so hopefully our small stack of corn here will be able to give us, you know, at least a little bit more money. That we could use that tiny bit more money to potentially get the seeds I need. And if I get a little bit more extra on top of that, that'd be great. It's also Monday, so we want to check the community board. At some point, I'm going to need to start going out of my way to try and get some of these other things done. So I can't help you with your thing there, and I can't drop the trash off anytime soon, unfortunately, because it's just way out of the way. But, like, the next time Pierre comes up wanting the quality crops, I think we go for it. Because we'll definitely have the quality crops, and I'll have to buy, like, a dozen tiles to take that off the list. Oh, no, we used the other card. I was about to be like, wait a second, didn't we get a ticket earlier? Yeah, no, we did use that ticket, didn't we? Yeah, it's fine. We got less than a minute. We'll just wait. Alright, so Penny's cutting across here. We can talk to Penny real fast. Hi, are you doing okay? Yeah, I know a lot about people's lives here. That's 'cause I'm a creeper. Or what is it? It's like, I'm a creep. I'm not a winner. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Also, Gus, you got nothing on Clint, as far as the creeping going on. At least they come to you, giving you more information than you want. Clint definitely stands outside people's windows, and then just breathes all over the glass. Alright, so 2 fairy rows. I've got time for that. And that'll be the last of that plot done. Oh, hey, I'll talk to you, Marnie, while we're here. Get over here. I love animals, Mr. Rual Storge. If you treat yours good, they won't betray you in your sleep like I've told them to. I know. I'm skipping a lot of the dialogue, because the dialogue does change as you get to know them better, seasons change, yada yada. But because we're being stuck trying to level up our friendships by endlessly dialoguing them, it's a lot of repetition, and there's definitely a point where I just don't want to repeat. Okay. And there's the sprinkler down, and we got a little bit more farm. And we can go to sleep, and we should start getting our earlier fairy roses out to be able to be sold. At which point, we're going to want to find a different crop to fill them in. So there's the 1 eggplant we got from the wild seeds. Okay, and a lot of these fairy roses still have, like, looks like 4 days on the average. Then we got 2 days on most of the cranberries. Anything on the board we care about? Nope. Then this is a stay at home and don't give a crap about the town kind of day. Oh wait, no it's not. It's a festival day. Alright, hear me out. So, what are we going to be showing at the festival? to disappoint our neighbors this time. Let's see here. Right. Yep. I don't have crap to put on there. And the worst thing is if I was like, I'm gonna be cheeky and I'm gonna sneak in and do some fishing to have some fish to show. The only water I have access to is in town, which is where the whole thing's going down. I believe it opens at 9. So I'll probably rush the dialogue there just to talk to everyone. Because now that I'm trying to take the time to talk to people, we're starting to see some initial hearts creeping up here. I'm also trying to avoid being caught doing the trash. I've actually been doing the trash cans a lot less. Let's just go over here and speed up time. Okay, it looks like the speed up time mod stopped working again. It seems to be a pretty unreliable mod. Let's see, here, have some koi I just caught. Pay no attention to that empty pond. Yeah, just like goes to the Grange display to start fishing, and it's like, it's fresh. I've got my ulterior plan. Cause the first year, what did we put in there? We put something like every single spot was it Fairy Rose, or was like no, it was Bok Choy. That's right. The thing we were growing along with what cranberries I could get was Bok Choy for anything that was a fast turnaround. So our first Grange to play was just 9 Bok Choy. And then the second one we did, because the first one was year 2. The second one we did, I grabbed 9 pieces of kind of wet newspaper, and I used that because it's the only thing I had. And this year, we're gonna let Joja know where we stand. Everyone's got their fresh produce, and we're with Joja. Greetings, Rual Storge. The Stardew Valley Fair is finally here, and the crowd is growing by the minute. Just like last year, I've set up an empty Grange display for you. Speak with me when you're ready to commence the judging. Oh, were you already finished setting up your Grange display? Yes. It's like, for some reason I felt compelled to go ahead and give you a box after the travesty that what you did was last year. Moo moo. I'm trying to talk to the baby cow. The animals here have been given their favorite foods. They're so happy. Feel free to pet them. They won't bite. Except for Rodney over there. That dude is a nibbler. Animals are kind and kind of like people. They also have feelings and emotions. Sheep have remarkable memory capabilities, retaining familiarity with both fellow sheep and humans. They even form friendships, mirroring close bonds with humans cultivate with one another. Yep. Is there anything I want from your shop this time? I wonder if those stack. Let's go for the prize ticket and another glow stick or whatever. Hi there, Rual Storge. I have never been so disappointed in my life by anything that has ever been left at a Grange display. You got 4th place out of 4. I even considered giving you 5th because... seriously. I am obligated to you to give you the low score of 41. Here is your reward for participating at 50 star tokens. Maybe next year you won't actively suck. Oh, don't forget to clean your Grange display. Oh, you've gotten anything below 4th? We got 3rd. We got 3rd when we did the Bok Choy. We beat Willie. So out of this being our third go at it, we got 1 third place and 2 fourth places. Wow. I got to low score. I guess Mayor Lewis isn't much of a fish man. Oh well. Well, I didn't win, but it was still satisfying to share all my hard work. Feels free. Feels great to be on the top. Ha, ha, ha. Nice effort, though. Some of our produce in our Grange display came from my little greenhouse. We've been carefully growing this stuff all year. Wow, that's the big cheese wheel I've ever seen. Very impressive. Get wrecked, nerd. It was a long bus ride here, but totally worth it. The valley is so beautiful. Simon loves it. Don't you, Simon? By the way, there's no bus back out. It's a fine looking town you've got here. Nice and cozy. Real sense of community. Real shame if something happened to it. There's so much to do. I don't know where to begin. Huh, my son has a knack for accuracy. I wonder if he got it from me. Can I play the slingshot game again, Dad? Please? I gambled and lost it all spinning the wheel. Should have went with green. It's heartening to see others take an interest in my work. Makes me feel like I'm doing something good in the world. I finished some of these pieces last week. Please inspect them closely. I stand behind my work. This blade is so elegant. Maybe someday I'll have enough money to buy one. I'm in the market for a new weapon. I wonder if I can negotiate a trade with Clint. Oh no, who's responsible for the littering here? Every year we get some tourists that don't respect our town. I want to say this wasn't in this festival when the game first came out. That I think the litter ended up getting added there for some reason, and then later on they're like, oh, we'll make Jody complain about it. Like, because I vaguely remember Jody didn't complain about that before, and then something changed that. I can't remember if the litter was already there, and they just added her making a comment on it or what. If you wish to peer through the mists of tomorrow, speak with my colleague, Welwick. She has an uncommon gift. And then Jody just snapped one day. Took a pair of high heels to her tourist. The young man by the tree seemed intrigued by his reading, but even with my powers, I cannot probe the innermost secrets of the heart. Next thing you know, a tourist goes missing. Litter in my town, will you? You're just like the rest of them. That lady told me my fortune. I don't know what to make of it. I didn't think asparagus could do that. Ah, yes, my crystal ball is swirling with visions of your future, young one. Give me the news. Ah, yes. It's Demetrius's birthday. He thought everyone forgot. But then you show up with a nice gift. What a good friend. Now I see you and Elliot in a dimly lit room. You look serious, but not unhappy. Something important must be happening. The crystal ball has moved on. You are now harvesting a plump ripe melon. You're on a wonderful looking farm, bursting with life. Ah, the crystal ball has gone dim, and that's all I can do for you, young one. Now keep in mind that your future isn't set in stone. Whatever I told you today can still be changed. Yada yada. This is me covering my bases for when this crap doesn't come true. Is Elliot one of the ones I got 2 hearts with? It is. Right, so it sees Elliot as my closest relationship. Which is why we got that dialogue. Maybe I should start a collection of clown figurines. George is on the verge of falling asleep. When Sandy and I were kids, we joked about running away from it all and joining the circus. I don't think we would have actually gone through with it, but it's fun to imagine. The Stardew Valley community is truly one of a kind. I think that's the first time we've interacted with Sandy this entire run. After being on my feet all day, it's nice to finally take a moment to relax. If you want to master the wood, you have to think like a tree. And leaf. I think Robin and I make a pretty good team, don't you think? I'm astonished by the level of craftsmanship on display here. Some people are so talented. Every 100 rounds or... Let's see, every 100 rounds of strength game I win, I eat another barbecue sandwich. I'm fasting today. I'm trying to maintain a diet for this fall, but I can't resist these juicy burgers. Life don't get much better than this, kid. Working 4 grills simultaneously is hard work. There's a large and hungry crowd to cater to today. Her name is Pam. I'm making a really mean fat joke about Pam. That's not okay, Gus. That is not okay at all. Right, so we wanted to get the 2,000 for what we have there. So we got 50. Alright. And now I'll do the whole thing where it's got a 75% chance on green of winning, because it's rigged. Which means we'll, of course, lose. We got 100. How much does it cost to do these? Play for 50. I haven't done this in forever. Let's see if we can do terribly. Because this will just be faster.
My feet had stepped back.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
And remember to love wifey.
I always love wifey.
I love puppy.
Oh, this isn't actually over. Okay. Alright, I think we did pretty good there. 78. With 91% accuracy. 180 stars. That's the reason I did that. It's like, okay, I could sit here and gamble with these and fight over those last couple. But with this, I can go and jump right up to 115. Because my usual strategy for this is just always gamble half. Because if you have a higher chance of winning than losing, you'll end up keep getting more. And if you're going by halves, it prevents you from accidentally just losing it all. So it'd be 170 would be about half there. Because we need 2,000. And usually the way this works is you just do it a couple times. You start getting a big amount of money ahead, and then you just blast ahead. Oh, that is not the right number. Okay, well, let's hope we win this. Okay, that's fine. That worked out. Because had I lost that, I would have basically been down to 0. Now it's 500. So we got lucky. I mean, not lucky. The odds were still in our favor, but it was an unnecessary risk. Because had that happened the last one, we would have been pretty much at 0. Yeah, so it just requires you to get a couple of wins in a row. green. 380. Because you can try and go for, like, the chain of wins to just jump through it. But even with the 75% chance of winning, the odds of getting that many wins back to back to back are not great. I can't remember if your star tokens carry over year to year. I don't think they do. So I don't actually need the whole amount, so I'll just do 750. So I'm not risking, you know, the roughly 900 or whatever. Alright, we're good. Let's go get our prize and then get out of here. Look at the prize ticket, because that could be good stuff. I'm going to see if those stack. And I do not care about the flowers, so I'll go here. So I wonder if that gives me even more pickup range and light, or if it just doesn't do anything. I believe they stack. Alright. Well, that does mean tomorrow we're going to want to drop by the mayor's to use the ticket for whatever we can get. Okay. Grab this stuff and process you. Yeah, it definitely stacks. We get like near the edges, it just sucks things in from like a mile away. And drop you off. Which is good, because that should mean, as far as it's drawing from stuff, basically anything I cut down, I should be able to recover where the tree goes down, even if it's a good ways away. Alright, so let's get the prize ticket dealt with. Because all that's watered and all that, so we don't have to worry about that. Honestly, relatively soon. Every season has their seasonal seed you can dig up when you hit like the little worms or whatever. We're getting pretty close to the point that I believe the fall season ones, because if you're too close to the end of the season to actually plant them, instead of giving you the current season seeds, it'll give you the next season seeds. And we're actually pretty close to the point where we will likely get the next season seeds. So you open up your place at 8:30. We can grab the driftwood. Yeah, so we moved up to 3 hearts with Demetrius. So we actually are relatively getting hearts at a decent rate for the people we're managing to catch to interact with. Yeah, looks like the mod's working again. Good morning. A fish smoker. Alright, so in a couple of things we get a book. I believe the fish smoker, I can't remember how much value it adds on to fish. I want to say it adds a decent amount. Catch Shane on his way to work. No, I don't have time to chat with you. We can catch Penny here real fast. We don't have a school here, but I'm doing my best to give Vincent and Jazz a proper education. Alright, let's try and catch at least, like, one decent fish. Like, high-end fish. Come on. Get fish. I don't look for bugs, but Mom gets mad when I'm all dirty. It's a tough choice. Talk to Jas real fast. Just silence. Alright, we'll see if we can't get like one more fish. Because then we'll go back and we'll set those up. And we'll smoke them. I believe that's an artisan good. And we'll see what that's worth. Because it could be if it's worth that, we'll see how long it takes to smoke a fish. And that could be something we add as like a minor supplementary income, is to just... Oh, are you going to go towards the library? I'll intercept you there and say hi. Okay. Because some of the smoked fish, that could be an extra income or whatever. I can't wait to see some pumpkins this year. The Spirits Eve Festival hats at the end of the season. It's pretty low-key compared to what you'd see in Zuzu City. But for a small town like this, it's a lot of fun. I do remember, like, where isn't it much, not nearly as popular as where I'm at now. I do remember a lot of, like, the little, like, festivals and all that kind of stuff going on that were always kind of fun. Okay, so let's go over here. And we're going to go ahead and smoke some salmon. I'm suddenly realizing I gotta put this someplace. Where can I fit you? Smoking a fish in 1 hour. That's not at all realistic. Smoking stuff is real slow. I mean, I guess it could be realistic. We're talking a really small fish. Like you're doing like smoked anchovies or sardines or something, I could see that. But a smoked salmon. Yeah, you're not smoking a salmon in 1 hour. That suddenly makes me realize, doesn't this thing have where you can show the prices? Show shop harvest prices. Oh, well. Curious about that. If it's those things they can go up to it and be like, this is what this is worth, that's what that's worth, right from the go. Requires 1 coal. Artisan good. Alright, give me some of this spare wood. I've been mostly, like, deliberately avoiding making the wood into coal just because I can burn through the wood way fast. Well, that's actually convenient. I can burn through the wood way faster than I can the, I can burn through the coal way faster than I can get it, plus all the rest of the stuff. We're at that point, I probably do just need to top off some stuff. And we're also getting enough area where I'm planting these trees, we are getting wood steadily coming in. Alright, so we'll drop off the smoked salmon as an artisan good. I'll have to see what that's worth. I do wish I had a regular salmon to go with it. So that way we can get... Let's, after this, let's go over and get 1 more salmon, and I will not smoke the second salmon. Just so I can kind of compare the difference. You know what? That's not true, because I don't actually care about the difference. The question is the smoking of the fish worth enough that I would want to go out of my way to deal with it. Because it wouldn't need to fish, like, the whole day kind of thing. It'd be a matter of just fishing enough to get, like, a good handful of fish to process as, you know, I'm running in and out. So that's something like 2-3 fish a day. 420 for the smoked salmon? It's not bad. I don't think I'd go out of my way for it, though. Like, it's money. It's definitely not bad money. But, you know, having to babysit these things and all that, it's like... I'd rather just advance the day and get my big, like, $20,000 payout from my farm. Oh! Yes, I gotcha. It was a plausible amount as well, and it wouldn't even surprise me jokes like that being in the game. Yep. My brain doesn't instinctively assume those kind of things. Alright, let's go ahead. We'll go to sleep. What is a salmon worth? Okay. If it was a joke, it's also the right amount. Like I said, it's not actually bad money. All things considered, you could make some really good money just lining up like five or six of the smokers, go through the day of just slamming out a whole lot of fishing, and then go the next day and just hit all those. For me, I don't think I want to deal with it. It's not like a bad strategy or whatever to go with that. Okay, so Fairy Rose is still growing. A lot of those have 2 days left on them. I'm gonna leave us a whole lot left this season for growing anything else. Yeah, no, again, that's not bad money at all. Like, you could definitely, because again, I don't have the things that make the fish worth more and all that. So I could definitely see if you had that boosting the value 50%, you know, that puts you into the 600s. So you can make some pretty solid money, I imagine. Unless that doesn't count because it's an artisan good, not a fish anymore, which would also be fair. Nevertheless, like I said, it could be good. It's one of those things that you'd probably want to go and get to the ocean and fish those things. Broadly speaking, the ocean fish are worth more. Alright. So, we should get one more harvest of cranberries for the season. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. Depending on if my math is right. Which is a big if. Either way, we're getting at least 1 more. And with that 1 extra harvest for the season, that should be enough to open up a bunch more spaces. We also have all the fairy roses that we've got planted. Those are all going to come in soon. I'm going to drop all these cranberries off so we can expand the farm again today. And so we can only plant stuff that's 9 days or less. You want me to get 6 copper ore from you. Or whatever the amount is. We'll check it in a minute. Which I'm okay with because I'll use those to make crab pots. It's Marnie's birthday. I don't really have something for Marnie right now. Yeah, so you want 6 copper ores. So we can go ahead and accept this. So what we'll do is we'll go in here, we'll sell our cranberries. we will plan to get 1 or 2 sets of more tiles. So we can get the seeds for that. We can run over to Clint, buy the ore for the quest as well as for an extra set of 2 sprinklers. And then with all that, we should be good to go to get all that set up on the farm for getting 1 last set of harvests, all that. And then whatever money we get towards the end of the season, that's our spring seed money. And then the winter we're going to rush through, but I am going to try and do the lap where we check just to see if I can't manage to get lucky and catch some winter melon, or whatever it is. Because if I can get the winter melon, we can process those into seeds, and then we can use the seeds to start being able to ramp up so future winters, instead of just kind of sitting there without anything to farm, we can get that going. In other parts of the world, it's spring right now. Imagine that. Cool. Alright, let me in. So sell all these. Okay, so I've got 7 days. No, that's not true. I've got 9 days that we can grow before the season's over. So we can do amaranth. I can get artichokes. Amaranth is probably better than the artichokes, though. We can't do the yam anymore. Yeah, so we're probably looking at the artichokes. That'd be 8 days, which would land us on the 27th for them to be done. I did not do the math to see how much of this... Oh wait, I don't need to do the math. We're getting new tiles. So we'll get 16 of these. 24 of these. I can run down here and see what we can get for a lot of these art tiles. So yeah, now we're definitely going up there in price. If you keep in mind, we were making about 20-something thousand last year per harvest, and now we're breaking into the 30,000s because of how much the field is growing, which is a big thing here. So you want me to get 6 coal, or 6 of that. That's 3 sprinklers worth. We'll have to get more stuff there. We'll need to talk to Clint in the evening about the copper. We do not want to process the copper into, we do not want to process the copper into bars. Yet, or it won't count. Yes, in the evening we catch Clint, we get the quest done, gives us some extra money, and all that stuff. The big thing is it boosts our friendship with Clint and all that. So we can go over here, and I bought 3 sprinklers worth of materials. So I'll get that going. Realistically, I'll be able to get maybe 2 of those sprinklers done today. Means it's a little ambitious. I do have 1 extra day I can spare on the artichokes, so it can bleed in tomorrow, and we will be okay if that happens. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Oop, I need to make sure this is actually in there. Does me no good to have the ore if I don't smelt it. I will need a stack of the wood. Keep coal coming. Because I've only got enough coal for about half of what I need. At some point, I'm going to want to get some of the extra tiles so I can put the machines right here. And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then once we've got this spot cleaned up, we can start buying some of the tiles to make this easier to navigate. All right. Okay, so I can grab you. Also want to top off our water. But it does look like I'll be able to buy enough tiles to get these planted. But I want to go and clean it up where I can get down the other side here. Because at the moment this works, but it's definitely not elegant. So then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright, so with this, we got ourselves another extra 24 tiles of farm. I do have enough money for, like, 2, almost 3 tiles. So I'm going to start at the top here, and there's 1, 2, because then I go down this stripe. And let's get that filled in before I expand the farm more, or I'm just going to get frustrated trying to move around here. Okay. Grab you. They're getting close to done there. We can drop all you off. We still got the sap and all that. We won't worry about that. So I've got about enough for doing more of that. So with that, I should have enough time to put in 1 more gold ingot and a couple of iron ingots before we run out of time for the day. Yeah, so this tile can go as well. Yeah, so I've got 6, that's 2, 5, 6. Alright. So we play our cards right. I can put the iron one in there, and then that'll get done around 5 or something. We can then put in the gold one, and that'll get done around like 10, 11 or whatever it ends up being. Trying to keep that grass pushed back. Yeah, then we can clear out here. Yeah, so definitely been a solid progress for this fall. And we're not even done yet. I got a full extra harvest coming in here. That'll be really good. So we are just slowly expanding the field more and more. You probably also noticed the amount of effort I need to go into like replanting, doing all that stuff has gone to be considerably lower. Yeah, so I plant you. You'll be done at about 5 and some change. So I follow you up with a gold, go run to deal with Clint, come back, put in another iron, That'll get me situated for 2 of the 3 sprinklers we need. I put the gold in, we go to bed, water the one patch down here, and then, you know, get the other iron in the morning. That takes care of all that sorted. Yeah, that's fine. We'll definitely also want to move those boxes outside at some stage. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to need to clean up, and I think it is going to be a matter of when the price jumps up to 10,000, it doesn't really matter what tiles I buy. 10,000 is 10,000. I don't believe it goes higher than that. If a tile's in the way enough, I'm willing to burn 10,000 on it. But I could see starting to like clean this area up so I can move around easier. Continuing to expand the farm. Because eventually the running up and down each row each time to try and move around will start to become a problem. That will just become a nuisance in its own right. We'll also have a point where I'll start switching away from stuff I have to harvest regularly throughout the season. To stuff like the star fruit, or the melon, or the pumpkins, the things that you only grow like 2 rounds of them a season. And they give you a higher payout per instance. There's a good chance when we get to that we'll start pushing artisan goods. Because then I believe it'll be like starfruit during the summer. I don't remember what the fall one is. I think it's pumpkin. And then the spring was cauliflower. But actually I think later on you can get either like pineapple or something. But that's where you're not as worried about having like the fast turnaround and all that for your crops. I mean, we could also keep it with the ones that have, like, relatively more time as well. Okay. So, Clint should leave his house at 7 p.m. to go to the bar. I believe. And so, at that point, we can catch Clint, turn in the copper quest. Okay, we already went by Lewis's to cash in the ticket. What's up? Your name like Rual Tricias or something? Oh, Rual Storge. Okay, sorry. Alright, so Penny will probably move soon. I can check, you know, catch Clint on the flyby. Keep things moving. Because Clint should be here moving this way in about 30 seconds or so. Penny will probably leave around the same time so we can catch Penny. How are we doing on our friendships? About the same. It's just talking to people is not very fast build-up. We're very lucky to have a library in a small town. You try to educate people. Maybe that's why I like reading so... Oh... Yeah, she's like, you know, you can use your books to escape, like, you know, the struggles of real life, maybe why I read so much. You're like, oh, poor Penny. Penny. Girl. You're clearly working through some things. Hey, Clint, what's it like to have someone creeping outside your door? Clint's like, Jesus, why are you hovering at my door? You brought the ores I requested. Excellent. These ores look to be very good quality. You can keep them, of course. I just wanted to see if our local geology is doing. And here's your payment as promised. Business has been slow lately. You should upgrade your tools. I could use the cash. Cool, man. Please don't try and guilt me into doing more business with you. It'll likely have the opposite effect. Very, very genuinely. If someone's like, I need you to buy things from me, I'm not doing too well monetarily, it feels real scummy. It feels real scummy. Like, yo, don't guilt me. Like, if you're like, hey, I got new tools in, if you're looking for something I can help you, that's fine. But like being like, aw, man, Times are really hard. I could really use you buying more of my products. It's like, dude. Hang the heck up. We're not going this route. Boom. Another tile bought. Because we're going to need to go down that side there so I can clean up the rocks and all that stuff before we expand again. There's one or two places down here I know I got tiles I should clean up as well, but I haven't. Because I know I could save on these tiles a little bit. Like, if I skipped this row, for example, I'd be able to do that just fine. So we have, like, you know, 2 rows I can't walk, 1 row I can. That'll get really tiresome to deal with after a while. Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and fast forward a little bit till the gold bar is done. Then we'll chuck in our iron bar. Any second now. There you go. So I have 2 areas down there to water. That's not that big a deal. Alright, and I believe the first of our fairy rows are going to come up today. Which we can still plant more crop. I was actually curious if you placed that before the animation went, if it triggered. I didn't think it would, but I was curious. Alright, so let's go ahead and start picking what we can here. Alright, so it looks like I actually have 1 more day for the fairy rose. We got a couple scattered cranberries here and there. Let's check the board. Nothing here. So let's chuck the corn and the cranberries in the normal sale bin. Pop it down here, grab those. And slowly work through our sap. Chucking down all our fertilizer and all that. Okay. Yeah, so you got 4 hours on you. I don't really have anything I need from town today till later. Don't want to wait till that's ready. We'll swap over to the iron bar. And then we'll go to town and harass people in the evening for the bar and all that. Give Sam his weekly soda. Alright, come on. Right, and once we're done with that, I can actually make myself another crab pot with the copper bar. So at the end of the evening, once we've gone through and we've harassed everyone on their way to and from the bar, we'll be able to go and get another crab pot to put over here on the bridge, probably. And slowly expand the rate we get trash and not so valuable fish. Went shopping last night and bought a fresh cranberries on sale for 75 gold. It was awful. No wonder Pierre is selling that junk for so cheap. Don't you have work to do? Yeah, so it seems like some of the crops, I think it's the quality, that like a regular quality one, they respond very negatively to. No. Vincent, no. Don't walk too far, Vincent. Aha. Ew, it's boiled beet night again. Oh, I hear you, Vincent. That does not fill me with joy. I don't know you. Alright, Lewis is going that way. I won't be able to catch you. Pam's going to Joja. Have you been going into the mines, Rual Storge? No. I hope things are going well for you in the farm. And I definitely don't want you creeping on everyone. People have been complaining. They're all like, everywhere we look, Rual Storge's just like hovering around. He stands at the bar all day. Stands outside my home. I don't know what to do about it. I hide scared in my house in the evenings. It's a fine looking day. On a day like this, yeah, it's you take care of the garden with Evelyn, it's fine. Alright. Speed up the time. Alright, you're gonna go inside. Then you're gonna come back out. George spends all his days in the front of the darn television. I hate it. The man hasn't so much as cleaned a dish in 30 years. Okay, so just speeding up time again as we wait for the bar rush in the evening. One of the things we also eventually should do is start making a move on the traveling merchant as well. Okay, so we're gonna start having a bunch of people working their way this way. Oh wow, I just realized it's Friday. Sometimes I totally lose track of time. Everybody go get past real quick. Thanks, I really like this. Hey, Rual Storge. I stopped by Pierre's the other day and bought cranberries. The first time I've seen one of those in a while. I cooked it for dinner last night. It filled the house with an awful odor. I don't even know where Pierre found that thing. Anyways, I used to live in Zuzu City. It's, yeah, Zuzu City, it's light. Deal with it. I bought the tastiest cranberries from Pierre's shop the other day. He said he grew the thing in his backyard. I didn't know Pierre was such a talented farmer. Looks like he might have some competition, right? Another beautiful day of fall. It's a pity it'll all be over soon. Hey, so I picked up some bread at the store last night. Grandma made her special casserole. I'm gonna do 200 sit-ups because I have no personality that isn't sports and gym time. Let's see, Stardew inhabitants needed the raccoons shooed away by Rual Storge. And now they need Storge shoot away by Rual Storge. Who's then shoot away by Rual cubed Storge. Regarding he's hovering around in my house. Yep. Every day the same old routine. Do you ever have that problem, Farm Rual? Hey, do you want me to go on a tirade about an existential crisis, Pam? Because that's how you get there. Do you have a kitchen in your house? You could cook food if you do. Hi there. Is your farm still doing well? Good. For I am taking credit for all of your work. Maybe buy a few of my seeds. Yeah, we're getting more and more where Pierre is taking credit for all of our work. Hey, farmer. So I stopped by Pierre's the other day and bought a fresh cranberries. It was the first time I've seen those in a while. I cooked them for dinner last night. It filled the house with an awful odor. I don't even know where Pierre found that thing. Anyways, it looks like a decent day for fishing, no? Yeah, so I'm guessing a regular quality gets that negative response, whereas like the better qualities get the ones. Hey, did you sell fresh cranberries at the general store the other day? I think I bought it. It's pretty high quality stuff. I'm impressed. Have you met with a wild man that lives behind our house? I guess I really don't mind as long as it doesn't bother us. I went shopping last night and picked some cranberries on the sale for 75 gold. It was awful. No wonder Pierre is selling that junk for so cheap. I was up to 3 reading a new book. I think you'd like it. I bought the tastiest corn from Pierre's shop the other day. He said he grew the thing in his own backyard. I didn't know Pierre was such a talented farmer. Looks like he might have competition. Maro spends a lot of her time working on her gadgets. I'm glad she's so dedicated. I know I'm rushing the dialogue a bit. Are you taking the clever way around here, Jody? No, you're going home. So we got Elliot, Willie, Marnie. I think that'll be everyone. Oh, and Clint still. If you really want to get the fish biting, make sure you put some bait on your hook. My legs are stiff from sitting at my writing desk all morning. You can catch me at the saloon most nights. Ann was a great company, but I need some time with people too. I'm so lonely. So very lonely. It's why I let 100% just absolutely let Mayor Lewis keep me in this like off-the-books relationship that really is demeaning to me in a very personal way. But, you know, things are a little tough right now in the whole, all of the young people are single, but like when it comes to the older people, there is not a lot of options for me, kid. I basically got Willie, I got Clint. And Willie's fine enough, but have you met Clint? He's weird. And Willie, he smells like fish. Forever. Hey, Clint. That Clint? It's only 6 in the morning, he already ain't right. I just absolutely like the idea of like Clint walking out the store just like, oh, okay. Alright. Hey, Rual, Storge. Why are you standing on my door like that? I went shopping last night and picked up some cranberries on sale for 75 gold. It was awful. No wonder Pierre was selling it to me. He figured we had something in common. The weather doesn't really matter to me much. Yeah. 6 in the morning? Alright, that Clint ain't right. You keep feeling called out. Fall's a sad time of year for me. Depressing does describe you, Clint. It's like, yes. Yes, it does. I am very curious when you romance Clint, how they managed to rework the character. They're gonna have to have him like have a major rewrite on almost all of his dialogue. Because it would certainly be a thing that, you know, you're walking around and Clint's like, I don't leave my shop very often. Depressing, right? Like, dude, Clint, can we just be happy together? Is that too much to ask? Can you just be like, I know I don't get away from my shop as much as I'd like to, but, you know, things are pretty nice when I've got them. I'm just waiting for, like, Clint to have a dialogue where he just walks up to you and goes like, I'm so lonely. Please hold me. Even if it's not real, I just need to feel loved. And you're like, Clint, please. Please, Clint. Just know. You feel like Samuel L. Jackson's line about the sewer rat and pumpkin pie applies to you and Clint? I can't think of what that is. You hate that Clint's the next romanceable character? I don't hate it. It's a surprising choice. Because I know a lot of people had their heart set on the wizard. Out of our choices we had, if it wasn't a net new character, that a lot of people had their heart on the wizard. Because really there wasn't very many options unless they made a new character. My prediction had been we were getting a new area, and that new area would have a couple of characters of which 2 would be romanceable. And that's just not the way it went. I am curious what they're going to do with Clint, though. Because definitely they cannot keep Clint just the way he is right now. Because if he's running around whining about being lonely and all that, and you're like, dude, I'm right here. I am right here. So what you understand is if we don't romance a character by year 3, they'll start dating each other. If we get home wreck, we better get Mommy Robin. Oh no, they don't romance each other. We're on year 4. Yeah, no, that's what you're talking about is what's known as the rival system. The rival system was in, I believe it was one of the Harvest Moon games, or maybe multiple. That the idea is you had a rival who would also start romancing, but that's just not a thing in this game. Like, you can go to year 100 and not a single person's relationship relative to each other's will change. Oh, no, in 1.7, I would be shocked if they implemented the rival system. I wouldn't be against it personally, but I would see a lot of people lose their crap over that. Yeah, no, if it's optional, I wouldn't be against it, because if we're talking year 3, that is pretty late to start the romancing. You normally get married year 1? I would say my characters typically get married year 2. Like, usually it's later year 1 that I start romancing. Like, I'll come to the decision of who we're romancing, I'll get that going. Man, I really wish I could just be like, I don't care about the bride, just stack these anyways. You know, lose the information, I don't care. I just want to be able to do this. So you have 8, 16, 23. Because it looks like how my Fairy Rosie picked. You dance with Haley at Flower Dance in year 1. Gotcha. That requires, like, beelining. You hate this challenge? Like, you hate playing this challenge or whatever? Oh, you can drop the fishing pole. I don't really need it. You hate Haley? Oh, like, hot take? I know. The completely comfortable and not hot at all. The lukewarm take. It just she's needlessly abrasive. She does have a redemption arc. I've talked about it before that I find her redemption arc to be like a little unsatisfying because, like, yes, in her cinematics she's better, but when you walk around she does have some of her old and new dialogue. So it kind of gives her a weird personality where, like, on one hand she's being randomly abrasive, and then on the other hand she's being kind of, like, very wholesome and supportive. And it definitely was just kind of one of those things that it leaves her seeming like she's, you know, she's just not that really supportive. Did Shane get his story update in 1.6, 1.7? You forgot? I wasn't under the impression he was getting a story update. Because, like, his story was already pretty fleshed out before that. If you go to romance him, he does, like, work through his problems and supposedly gets better. But the weird thing is, for whatever reason, when they made his room have, like, some, you know, have, like, just beer bottles and all that. So it makes it look like he relapsed. You like Sophie from Stardew Valley Expanded? Made you fall in love so hard that you can't play without the mod anymore? Yeah, sounds like Leah from Coral Island. Yeah, so Leah from Coral Island is a similar character to Haley. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I would definitely say I found Leah in Coral Island do a better job of, like, as you get to know her, she gets better overall about not being needlessly abrasive, where it feels like, from what I remember from when we romanced Haley in it, it definitely was one of those things that you got to the end with Haley where you fully romanced and had kids and everything, and she's still that back and forth abrasive. It's kind of like a lot of complaints that people have in Coral Island is if you romance Mark. Mark is a little condescending, a little talks down to you. Like, he's the one who gives you the nickname Garden Rake and everything, which, you know, supposedly becomes a term of endearment later. But Mark is also one of those things that a lot of people are very vocal about because it's one of those things that he kind of, like, way later after you romance, he has these lines, like, when you're blocking his path, he'll just be like, get out of my way or whatever. And it's like when you've been married to him a while and he just walks up next to you, he's like, get out of my way. And you're like, well, F you, man. Don't talk to me like that. You wish you could build Linus a better ton. Well, that's the whole thing. They have a whole part of the story where you get the dialogue that Linus about, like, getting him a nicer living situation, like where he could live on your farm and all that. And if you try to ask him to stay at your farm, he doesn't get upset. He gets more, like, openly disappointed with you. He's like, I thought you understood, like, the way I was choosing to live and all that. You know, like, I appreciate what you're doing, but, you know, clearly you don't understand me, that kind of thing. Like, Linus lives the way Linus lives because Linus wants to live the way Linus lives. Like, he actively doesn't want to have a house or whatever. That's just who he is. Oh, right, I was going to put the crab pot over there. Let's do that real fast, or I'll just forget it again. Screw what he wants, it's what I want. Hey, man, I'm sure there's a mod for that. That's what the mods are for. But yeah, no, like I said, I found personally for me, with Coral Island and Stardew Valley, they're very similar games. I would definitely say for me personally, I consider that, to me, Coral Island takes what Stardew Valley does and goes yes and, similar to how Stardew Valley goes to Harvest Moon and goes yes and. And I wouldn't say necessarily Coral Island or Stardew Valley are better games than each other. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. I find that Coral Island, as far as game systems and all that, you know, they had the chance to look at what Stardew Valley is and add more and flesh more out and add more quality of life and all these kind of things. So I would say it's stronger there. And it's got kind of the double-edged sword where it has a much, much, much larger cast of characters. With, like, wider representation and all that kind of stuff, which is excellent for having just about anything you want is kind of present there just about. But on the other hand, because it has such a large cast of characters, the negative you get out of it is you just don't get as, like, connected, attached, whatever you want to use for your word to those characters. There's kind of too many of them. So after you've heard, like, the 8th character give you their life story, you're like, you know what? I'm be real. I am out of Gives and F's energy right now. So I'm gonna need you to go ahead and take that and pack it up and take it someplace else. Because the Gives and F's energy is that train is fully depleted. No more fuel left in the tank. I was short 1 seed. So let's get 1 more seed real quick. Get our maximum payout and all that stuff. But yeah, no, I don't try and rush the romance. Usually my first year in Stardew Valley, I'm, like, focused on community center kind of stuff, because usually that's what I'm doing in my runs. Be very focused on getting all the community center stuff all knocked down, all that, so we'll get grab 1 more amaranth seed. But yeah, so I'm usually very focused on a lot of that kind of nonsense. And then it's usually around the later part of year 1, so you're starting to get into winter. That's when I start focusing on romancing someone. Just because you get into winter, you know, you'll go to the mine, you'll get enough ore, you'll pop over to Clint's, start a tool upgrading. You'll have, like, a decent amount of the mine done. And so you'll have those days you don't get to the mine right away because you had to wait for Clint and all that. Okay, so let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm 1 tile short of having that whole row cleared up. Wasn't 1.6 the final update? I don't think they called it the final update. Maybe they said that. I haven't seen it like Terraria where, you know, Relogic a number of times is like, no, really, this is the last one. You know, we've literally named it Journey's End, there's no more. And then a little while goes by and they're like, okay, look, man, there's another update coming, stop telling us. We can quit anytime we want. Yeah, no, it's definitely Terraria's the one who's normally accused of, like, this is the final update, no, really, this is the final update, no, really, this is the final update, no, really, this is the final update. And you just finally get to points like, look, man, it's not the final update. You may, in this moment, feel in your heart of hearts this is the final update. But there's going to be another one coming until, like, you dissolve the place, or you make a sequel, and then, you know, then that starts getting all the not final updates for a while. Honestly, so they tried to make, the same thing has been happening with Terraria. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I believe Terraria's done that. I don't think Concerned Ape has ever come across being like, oh yeah, I don't think I'm gonna update the game anymore. Concerned Ape's always come out that's like, you know, the game's not in its ultimate form yet, like, it could be more, I want to do more. But, you know, I think Concerned Ape will put out occasional updates forever. I think Concerned Ape will do that until such point that, you know, ends up with another game that really takes off if that happens. So, like, for example, if Haunted Chocolatier comes out and it gets, you know, a following like Stardew Valley, I could theoretically see at that stage that would become kind of the thing. I thought 1.5 is pretty much done with it and wanting to move on. He probably had some burnout. But I think it is one of those things that people circle back. Yeah, no, there's been talks about, like, he's talked about, you know, they have discussed in the company a number of times about bringing out a Stardew Valley 2. And that was something he said, you know, he'd potentially want to do someday. And yeah, in the event that Stardew Valley 2 became a reality, then yeah, realistically Stardew Valley 1 would stop getting updates. Because, you know, the updates would be just on Stardew Valley 2. It's also one of those things that I imagine he's probably in the same thing that happens with, like, the devs of Undertale and all that. Or for those who haven't heard, the devs of Undertale, when they've been talking about, like, future updates and all that, and releasing sequels and all that, with Undertale, you know, they didn't go for just endlessly updating. That's not the direction they went. They've been slowly working on a sequel. And the developer kind of was very open, almost like lamenting, being like, no matter what I do for the sequel, it will not be as good as the original. And people are like, what do you mean? It's like, well, even if I made a game that was like Undertale, but just executed better, so new story and all that, but basically conceptually the same thing, because it's the same game I already made, you know, there would be people who'd be disappointed in that because it's not a new original idea like Undertale was an original idea. So, you know, I would expect it to do not as good. At the same time, if I don't do the same thing as Undertale, most likely it will do worse as well. So you kind of have the, because of the knockout success, you don't really have the place to go with that. And I wonder if, for example, both Relogic, which is Terraria, and Concerned Ape, which is Stardew Valley, if behind the scenes they have that same kind of thing of like, oh, I could make the next Stardew Valley, but like you already kind of know most likely will not be the smash out hit that Stardew Valley won. Not that it wouldn't be wildly successful or anything like that, but Stardew Valley came out at a time when the genre was extremely underserved. Harvest Moon wasn't really doing a whole lot at the time, and the last couple versions of it had kind of just been a rehash of sort of the same things to the point that they weren't really making much of them. That was kind of the only other big name out there. And so that's actually where Stardew Valley came from, is Concerned Ape was like, I like these games, nobody's making them anymore, I want to make one of these. And the game basically started as effectively a copy of Harvest Moon, at which point, once he had gotten that, like, footing underneath it, then he turned around and was like, okay, but let's do more and different. And that's, like, even by as if you watch his video from a couple days ago, he put on his YouTube, the 10-year anniversary video, even that, like, when he shows the very first prototypes of the game, he's like, at this point, I had basically created Harvest Moon. Like, a bad Harvest Moon, but I had created a Harvest Moon. That's what his game was. And then from there, he's like, well, let me add more, let me add more, let me expand, let me add more. And that's where he got a lot of the systems that Stardew Valley differentiated itself from Harvest Moon with. I also found it interesting as one of his later prototypes right before release that he showed like the character walking model, and he made the comment as like, oh, there's the old running model. Man, I remember how stiff that was. And I looked at him like, I'm gonna be real, I don't actually recognize the difference. Like the earliest character models, there was that. But when he got to one of the later versions right before it released and all that, he had pointed out, he's like, oh yeah, this is a different running model than we had. And I was just like, man, this looks the same to me. This just looks like Stardew Valley. Like, I don't know if it's something minor, like they made the knees bend a little different, or like the character's like, he's got like a little bop. I thought it had like the little bob up and down as he ran. But he was definitely not happy with his previous running or whatever. Did it have less of a bounce? Maybe. But it was definitely one of those things I didn't super notice a difference in the moment when he's saying it. It was just interesting that he had put a lot of time in towards making the mines procedurally generated. And would have you run in them and dig around very, very Core Keeper-esque. And then just scrap the whole thing. Bring back the goblins under Stardew Valley. Yeah, they had like a whole goblin village that was under there. And it looked like he had put in a ton of work. Like there was multiple different like sceneries and thematics around the village. And all that. It's like, holy crap. This was not just like early baked. You had definitely poured a lot of hours in developing this thing. And again, the procedural dungeon as well. And it's like, nope, doesn't fit what I'm looking for. Binned the whole thing. Which is honestly a kudos things to developers for doing. There are a lot of times that projects will have something that's really just not really meeting the expectations, really delivering what they want to deliver. But because they've kind of already invested the time, they don't want to just throw it away. And they'll stick it around, and sometimes it'll be something that they scrap the main idea, but they'll kind of have like a minor inclusion nod of like the idea broadly. So like instead of having the whole goblin underground, maybe they'll just put like, the goblin in the game will like talk about, the community underground. They'll just, give like a pan overview of what had been developed, even though we can't get to it in the game because it doesn't exist in the game itself now. Or, they'll have, like, a joke about it where people knew that this was underworking, got scrapped. But no, like, other than the goblin existing, as one of the NPCs of one goblin, the whole thing's just gone. But it can be hard where you've poured hundreds of hours into making all the sprites and animations and the music and all that kind of stuff. And then you go, you know what? Like, this doesn't fit the vibe of the game, or we've made this mechanic, it's just not fun. You know, whatever the issue is. Let's just bin it. Oh, I'm sorry, there isn't a goblin in the game. My apologies, in the game it's a dwarf. Yeah, there is no goblins in the game at all. That's right, it's the dwarf that's in the game still. Yeah, the dwarf and the shadow people. But yeah, no, Concerned Ape apparently, like, showed footage of it on the 10-year anniversary. It, like, built out this entire underground goblin place. Is the Witch's Swamp modded? Yes. And yeah, been there, just throwing away hundreds of hours of dev work, similar work. Oh yeah. I think if you're any developer who's worked on, like, any length of stuff going on, sooner or later you'll have a project that you'll start putting in the hours and the business situation will change, that no longer that project makes sense, or, you know, your competition beats you to it, or whatever the circumstances are. But you put a bunch of hours into it, and then you just kind of... Oh, you're right! The Witch's Henchman is the goblin, the one you give the mayonnaise. You're right. There is that one goblin. I think that's the only goblin in the game. Yeah. But it's probably, like I said, they probably had the assets, and he's like, yeah, we'll go ahead and put the henchman here as just, you know, something for you to have to do. You know, to keep some of this work having some kind of value. Because, you know, you put all those hours into it, and you're like, well, I'm going to at least use something from it. Yeah, the henchman from the Witch is vanilla. It's something you do for the wizard. I don't remember what item you get from it, but it's just like one item you get for something that you just see the witch go over the top. And you just kind of go to the little swamp where it's got like 2 little spots of water. Oh, you're saying the Witch's Swamp? No, actually, I think you're right, because it's just like a little path that you go by the train, you just cut through, and you go through there, and you just walk into the house and grab one item, it connects you back. If there's more to it than that, then that would be the mod, sorry. But yeah, no, just her being there at all, I believe is unmodded. Oh, the trees look beautiful today. I would show you we could go up to the railroad tracks and see where the thing blocking it is, but I can't do that because we're on the Tileman challenge and I don't have the train tracks. Yeah, the witch is hunting a couple of shrine things that turned her kid into doves. Yeah. I believe we get one more harvest. We didn't get any of the other seeds up. So we should get one more harvest and all that, which is good. Yeah, no, that was, I'm trying to remember. So there's the one altar that lets you reset your, reset the skills here. So, like, where you get these things here where I choose to have tiller and artisan and all that. There's one that lets you reset those, I believe. There was one that lets you basically get rid of your kids. That what they do in the game is the kids turn into doves and fly away. Reset divorce spouse. Yeah, where basically you use it and it makes like the community just forgets that you were married ever. Oh, the skill one is Krobus' sewers. Gotcha. Let's get working on those. It's a hut, you see, you never been there. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so, because that was, we were playing Coral Island recently and had the developers for Coral Island jump into the channel. It was interesting because they jumped on the YouTube side. I don't have much of a viewership on the YouTube side. Like, we usually have a handful of people tune in each time. But it's definitely not that many people in raw numbers. My audience is mostly Twitch. But regardless with that, we did have the developers for Coral Island hop in there, and they're like, what is something you'd like to see in the game or changed? And it's like, I know you get this a lot, but there is no divorce mechanic in Coral Island. Once you're married, it's forever. And it's like, I know you've said, like, you don't want to implement this, like, I really think you should reconsider, because there's like 28 people you can romance in there, and if you want to see all their stories, realistically you can do that. It's like, it doesn't have to be the formal divorce mechanic, because I want to say, was that, what game was it was it Sunhaven? There's one of the games that you, like, give the person, like, a withered rose or whatever, and it's basically you ending the relationship, and they actually, like, acknowledge that you're divorcing them, and it's like, oh, that's a pretty feels bad, man. Versus Stardew Valley, you go to the, you can go and, like, basically reset your relationship, and it just basically, it's like they forget it ever happened. It just, you know, magic waves it away, which is still messed up when you think about it too much. But it's at least like, okay, at least with this one, you know, you, the player, don't have to deal with it. Versus being able to get through stories, because that's another one of those games that you just have, like, 20-something people you can romance. And you're like, look, man, if I want to see everyone's story and all that, you're just going to have to go through that. Like, playing through the entire game start to finish that many times is not going to happen. Or you do one of those things that you... Oh, that's not convenient. Or you do one of those things where you get a save file, where you've got everyone up to, like, right to the point where you can start, you know, pursuing the actual romance thing and just have a bunch of save files. The Rose of we were on break. I mean, in that one, it is the Rose of we're like, Rose of I don't want to talk to you ever again. Because I'm pretty sure when you give them the breakup rose in that game, it is a thing that it drops them to 0 hearts. Which, you know, is kind of appropriate. I hear tell, most of the time, a friendship does not survive divorce. Not always, you know, if sometimes it is an amicable thing where you're like, you know what? We did this thing, and it was a mistake. That does happen. But most of the time, someone's feelings are gonna be pretty hurt by the time it's all over. But yeah, so definitely one of those ones where they popped it as like, you could just make it so there's magic everybody forgets mulligan thing. You could even make it where you don't even make it an in-universe friendly thing. You can just have it fourth wall break that's like, hey, we know you want to see everyone's stories and all that, and you don't want to break anyone's heart. So this is the out-of-game mulligan reset. All those things that you did, none of that happened. It wasn't real. Just a dream. Put a cloudy border around it. That whole getting married to Mark thing, you know, that all happened in the pink pages of the script that is for a dream sequence. Just have the character wake up and go, wow, that would have been a mistake. The Rose of Amnesia. Yep. I'm gonna try and get one last round of the bok choy out of here. The bok choy is not worth nearly as much as the other thing. The old dirty rag of amnesia. And I honestly think there's good parts of all of that approach. Like, I think it's totally fine to have it where it's, like, kind of the harsh, oh, I understand, like, you know, feels bad man kind of thing. That there's value in having that. Granted, it's a video game, I don't need to deal with that. You don't need to make me hurt on the inside if you don't. It's not necessary. You know, let me play the game without having to, like, deal with the stress and all that of interpersonal relationships and the complexity around navigating them when you've locked the story behind me dealing with all this stuff. Okay. It's a video game, we shouldn't have to deal with the consequence of our own actions. Yeah, like, I'm okay if that's part of, like, the idea of the game. Like, right from the get-go, is that, you know, choices matter, there's consequences. So, like, where you've been playing, like, for example, the Star Trek game, I'm totally fine that, you know, I made this decision, and suddenly Chakotay's dead. Like, I didn't take the time to prepare, and now I'm down one Chakotay. Or I booted up the game and now Neelix is dead. And no one cares. I'm teasing. So it's interesting. I know there's a lot of hate for Neelix. Maybe I just don't remember enough about the series. Because I know that was around the time that I just didn't have as much TV watching time. But I know I watched pretty much all of Enterprise. And I watched pretty much all of Deep Space Nine. And also check out Treacle, fantastic content creator. Plays RimWorld as one of the main games on their channel, but has also done plenty of, like, the new Star Trek game and other things. Early Neelix was very dislikable. Someone has totally not been playing the Voyager game. Yeah. Well, that's I remember there was, like, to be fair, it felt like there was a lot of characters in Voyager when it first started that the characters were pretty dislikable. Like, there was a very large number of them. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, a lot of the characters started off in a rough place, and then as the season went on, or as the series went on, not the season, the series went on, they, like, found the groove of the character to either make them keep that, like, you know, whatever their unlikable characteristic was, and find a way to make that not as harsh, or, you know, they would have some character development. And hey, Alien, how's it going? But thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Well, I mean, okay, he was very possessive about Kess, who was a child. I thought she was about to say, like, that Neelix was like a child. I was about to make a joke because Kess is basically a child. In human terms, not that it makes it any better. Yeah, no, it's kind of the thing in sci-fi where you can be like, oh no, they're not a minor. They're an alien. It makes it okay. It's like, look, man, you're just trying to make, like, the perspective we're coming from is human. Now, if it was something like, you look at it and goes, okay, this alien species lives to be, like, 10 years old. Like, that's the lifespan. So technically, this person being romance is, like, super duper young numerically. Then whatever. But at the same time, when you look at the character, when you look at the character and go, right, but you're presenting them personality and everything as an adolescence, it is what it is. That was the turnoff for you. It seemed like they were pushing the old versus young relationship thing, and it was just weird. Yeah, no, I don't remember as much with that. Like, I know that was present and all that. But I think for me at that point, when it came to watching Star Trek, it was the classic watching the show, but also doing, like, 3 other things at the same time. So I don't remember as much from Voyager. Like, I definitely remember Deep Space Nine, and how that was a very different series. And I remember Enterprise. And I remember early Enterprise Wesley being completely insufferable. And then later on, he was more of a tolerable mixed bag. He did get better. You think he made a strong impression early on, and it was really hard for his character to shake the established dislike. He did some solid moments. It's interesting thought experiment though, morally of dating a different age. Like, does a 1,000 year lifespan consider it bad taste to date a human that's 40? I think Pandorific, you can look at the number, but it's more about development. That when you're looking at the development of person, like the level of maturity and all that kind of thing, because you could take that for example, like Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is 50 years old, Grogu, and clearly acts like a toddler. Even though that person's 50 years old, it would be creepy and wrong because they behave like a toddler. Like that's the mental capacity. At the same time, you've had shows that experiment with the idea that someone is technically like 1 or 2 years old, but they're just a full-blown adult. Like in maturity, in behavior, in development. Like they're just effectively cloned directly into adulthood. Which of course doesn't make sense in the real world with the way development stuff. Let's see, Deep Space Nine was the only one you have watched. Deep Space Nine was definitely the outlier in the series, not in a good or a bad way. It was just almost all the other ones were about exploring space and all that, and Deep Space Nine was like, no, we're here, and there's a war going on, and we're just trying to keep things running. Does he mean that, if that was the case with Kessa's species, nominally, they have a lifespan around 15 years, it still was very uncomfy, awkward, though, for the portrayal. Right. Because it's like, even though you know they have a short lifespan, where they introduce them, it still brings Kess across as, like, you know, a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old. It still definitely felt like a child. Well, a teenager, but still a minor. Vampires enter the chat. Let's see, there are consent guys for fan fiction for that exact reason. Right. So, like, with the vampire thing, or, like, elves or whatever, they live hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. Most of them, it's kind of like their youth aligns primarily, for, like, a lot of fantasy, their youth aligns mostly human-like, where the teenage years are roughly the same, the child years are roughly the same, and then, like, once they creep into, like, that 20, from then on, it's just adults. You know, and then that would get into, like, the little uncomfy of, like, the 20 and the 60-year-old, but it's like, they're adults at that point. It's an unusual age gap and all that could potentially be unhealthy, but it's like, usually that's more of a problem of people just being at different points in their life than anything quite as gross as, like, the other things there. It is a great series. Yeah, I will give credit. I won't spoil things. I will give credit that you look at a lot of how things are presented in Star Trek, and the people, like, are constantly like, the Prime Directive, we can't help these people, the Prime Directive. And that they'll have, like, the moral thing about this. Straight up Deep Space Nine, they push the level of borderline war crimes to be like, no, we're solving this problem. You're like, okay, you're a scary man. That's it, it's gone. Try again. You also really like the storytelling with mixed reality, but you have to be careful with it. The classic being Klingon, Ferengi, human trifecta. Right. There's definitely about a thing, like, with the Ferengi being, like, super duper everything about money, and they're very sexist. The Ferengi, that is. And then, like, the Klingon being very war-oriented and all that kind of stuff, battle-oriented, for honor and all that. But it's definitely a thing when you start getting, like, issues dealing with children. You're like, okay, wait a second. This is some thin ice you're on. You gotta be real careful with this topic. This is a topic that gets very delicate very quickly. Let's see. But TOS explored a lot of differing moralities, visited places, and the Prime Directive making it something they couldn't interfere. Yeah, but, like, the number of times, like, it's funny when you're looking at Star Trek and constantly they bring up the Prime Directive and then immediately discard it because, like, based on our morality, that's wrong. We're just gonna go ahead and conveniently package that Prime Directive and kick it out the window because, by goodness, we say that's not right. You're a fan of both and really couldn't agree. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think the Prime Directive seems like a selective morality. Oh yeah, the Prime Directive, honestly, like, because I get the ideas don't want to interfere and you want to let aliens, they can have their culture and experience their culture as appropriate to you. We shouldn't be forcing our moral views on others, which is certainly a completely fair thing. But at the same time, it almost felt like a scapegoat being like, oh no, there's this problem here. Well, Prime Directive. Can't do it, oh darn. Let's see, the Prime Directive is stupid anyways. Even Bronze Age societies could be brought up to speed with modern medicine technology pretty fast. Yeah. Well, a lot of it was more about, from what I remember, and this is going back in memory, so massive, massive grain of salt. Or massive, not grain of salt. Massive being like, hey, I just probably could be misremembering it. I thought the big thing was more about, like in modern times, you have indigenous people who live on, who are living their lives on, like, these little islands and all that, who don't want contact with people outside. And a lot of that's kind of respecting that wish and letting them live with autonomy and all that. Because the moment you roll in, you will force a change to that culture. Good, bad, or otherwise, you will force a change to that culture. And so I thought it was more along those lines of the Prime Directive, was not influencing or messing with the other cultures. Right, elevated societies can't manage themselves properly without time, they'll avoid accidental annihilation. It's also something to say, like, elevating a culture by its very nature assumes the culture is a lesser. Which it could be technologically, so, but you get the idea. It's just definitely one of those things that there's a lot of discussion about what is the moral and ethical approach to a lot of these different situations. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with the idea that a culture's ability, like a people's ability to adapt to new technology and all that, is actually not that bad. Like, it only takes a generation or two to be able to, like, adapt to basic new tech and all that kind of stuff coming out. If you're running in real life, you'd only have to wait like 2 generations between each tech. Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty fast turnaround to the ability to adopt technology and whatnot. Because the Stargate had a great instance of that assumption, someone turning out to be essentially regressed to nature by choice. The Prime Directive was stupid anyways. Yeah, so I think, not all. Could they have given the items? Sure, but modern society doesn't use the tech that well. The thing about the Bronze Age society is they would be ready for it. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. There would be the responsible way of, if you were saying, like, hey, here's this group of people, we're going to bring modern technology with that. There's definitely the responsible and ethical way of, like, making sure to work with them as they go along the journey and all that. And then there's the, okay, we just kicked penicillin over the fence, went like that, and then rolled out. Gave them the list of how to make penicillin and moved on. And so then they just used penicillin for everything because they were in the Bronze Age and didn't understand at all how any of that worked. And then now they just have an endless series of superbugs because they just use penicillin for everything until everything's immune to penicillin. And since they didn't understand it to begin with, they've kind of made their situation worse by making these diseases that are incredibly resistant to things. That's not exactly how any of that would work, but you get the idea. the broad scope is like, here's how you make this later. Let's see, the cranberry, let's see, is that a cranberry in the row on the left, middle of the furnace? In the left of the furnace at the bottom. Yes, I see it. I actually overlooked that. Yeah, because I got a couple of cranberries that are like a day or two off from the rest. You know, they were ones that got planted later, that kind of thing. So we'll chuck these in here. Alright, let's top off the water. Check the board. Can't do cave carrots. We can run to town real fast. Is the Tileman challenge a mod? Yes. And if you haven't caught what the Tileman challenge is, you'll notice there's this grid here. I can make it so it stands out more. All those red squares, I can't walk on. I don't own them. They're off limits. And I can make them not off limits by grabbing this item at the top. And if I put my mouse... Oh, it's not going to let me put my mouse over it there. I can put my mouse over it. It would cost me 1,000 gold to get that one tiny, like, just that square between this sign and that fence piece, that little spot, 1,000 gold. Now, it starts out much cheaper than 1,000 gold, but it does get expensive very quickly. There's two modes you can do. You can do classic, which is the first tile is 5 gold, and then every single tile after that is 5 more gold than the previous tile. So you go 5 gold, then 10, then 15, then 20, then 30, and you get how that works. And then we have the tiered system. I'm using the tiered system where it starts, the first 10 tiles are 10, then the next 100 or next 90 tiles are 100, then the next 900 tiles are 1,000, and then next like 9,000 tiles are 10,000. You get the idea. So you kind of drop all of your money at the beginning, mostly just getting over from your house to the shipping container, because when you start Stardew Valley, you start with 500 gold. That's not anything with the mod, that's just normal. And so you want to take that 500 gold and very quickly make sure you can get to the shipping bin, because that is the minimum required to make money. Without the shipping bin, you bricked your save. And then you can either cut down trees using, like, forcing them to grow fastly, using kind of a, not a bug exploit or whatever, or you can dig for clay, which is what I did. I dug for much clay. So very much clay. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those challenges. So in a lot of the games I play, I like what I refer to as slow burn challenges. So they're the kind of challenges that you start with pretty close to nothing, and you just have to kind of slowly work your way up. In almost every game that you do that, as you make progress, things go a little faster and a little faster and a little faster. So most slow burn challenges, it's the early to mid game that things go really slowly, and then they just start picking up momentum. And that's kind of where we're at right now, is at this stage I'm at. You know, at the beginning, I had to buy one tile at a time from just picking up clay. That every 5 pieces of clay I got was one tile. And then we reached Pierre's, and then that gave me enough to start building out my farm down here. No sprinklers or anything, that came way later, because to get the sprinklers, realistically, you need Clint and Robin on this challenge, because you just can't get the stone for the smelter and the recycler just running around here. So you need Robin to buy the stone, and then you need Clint, because without Clint you can't really get the ores, because the mine is going to be very cost prohibitive to access and use for getting ore. So we just straight up walk up to Clint and be like, ore me. So let's go ahead and speed up time, because otherwise I'm just standing here staring at this thing. Ain't nobody got time for that. Now give me our sprinkler. But yeah, now if you like Skyblock, where it's just like a nice gradual challenge to make progress on. This is kind of that same type of thing where it is a very slow burn challenge. It's gonna take you a while to get through it, that kind of thing. But as you make progress, your ability to make money gets higher and higher. As your ability to get money higher and higher, you'll make progress more and more. Because the tiles do get more expensive, but until you fully fill out your whole farm, your ability to make money also grows rapidly. Once you get over that first hurdle, I would say the first hurdle is just getting to Pierre. Once you get to Pierre where you can actually grow crops, that actually gives you a lot of options. And then if you want to do the fishing, you can go for the fishing, and that gives you options there. Okay, we can keep making you into fertilizer. So you have 2 days there. Okay. And what I'll probably do here is I am debating if I want to go in here and just put a bunch of wheat seeds just so I don't have to re-hoe this. It'd burn some money doing it. But I think I would like to do that because otherwise I'm going to have to re-hoe that entire area. Where all of this I won't need to because it'll die then. Because we don't have enough time to plant anything and grow it. It will die here. You know what? Never mind. We're going into the winter. There's going to be nothing for all of this. Yeah, so we're just going to let that go, and it'll just become a mess. Winter is coming. Release the dragon. It is what it is. Anything on the board? Nothing on the board, so we don't care. And drop all that off. And we've almost hit the point that I am out of sap for making fertilizer. Okay. Yeah, so we got 2 days to that harvest. Dear all Storge, did you notice a chill in the air? It could just be the approach of winter. Or it could be the tingle of a dark specter come to take you in the night and take away everything you know and love that happens to live in the cellar on your farm. Here to help us celebrate tomorrow's festival, the Spirits Eve. Come by the town at 10 p.m. if you'd like to participate. Mayor L.J. Lewis. The 16th. There was no 14th, and do not ask me about it. It is considered rude. That's interesting. It got caught on the name Kirk by itself. It was like, nope. Kirk will be a nope-erino on that one. Look, we all know what Kirk got up to. I think it's fair. I think it's fair that gets censored. Because we knew the kind of things that Kirk did. Considering his depiction in the series, oh no, you're good. You're good, Trickle. It's like considering his depiction of the series, like, yeah, Kirk was like, we have found a new alien species for the first time. I'm gonna need you to come to my quarters for an interview. And you're like, Kirk, buddy, this is not okay. How is no one on the ship intervening here? You're all complicit through inaction. You all know what's happening. None of this is okay. He was carrying out science. Did he record the results? Because if he didn't record the results, it wasn't science. It was screwing around. If he recorded the results, it was science. Not necessarily good science, but science nonetheless. We are so close. The cave, I believe, is right here. Somewhere. You can't see it behind all the trees that have overtaken the property. I mean, obviously they cut the recordings from the show, but I'm sure there was. He wouldn't have just gone out and romanced exotic female presenting aliens for the sake of it, right? Right? That's when you realize the Prime Directive was made specifically by one of Kirk's crewmates when they became in a position of authority. They're like, we have the Prime Directive that we're not supposed to screw around with aliens. People misinterpreted what they meant by screw around, but they were willing to go with it because it still solved the problem. It just, you know, covered a little bit more than they'd originally planned with the scope of the Prime Directive. Yeah, the Prime Directive is mostly about allowing the society to follow their own laws. I think the writers hadn't really figured out the extent of the Prime Directive that much. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. It was protocol to do medical examination, so it was systemic. What? Huh? I mean, protocol to do medical examination for your own people? What? I mean, Prime Directive was protocol. That was... I mean, I guess you could call it systemic in the sense that it was the rules, so it was the system, but usually when you say systemic, usually has an implication behind it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Or a connotation. I shouldn't say an implication, a connotation behind it when you refer to something as systemic. But at the same time, you're like, well, it is. I mean, it is literally the system that you're supposed to do that. Yeah, let's see. Harry Kim broke protocol, didn't he? When he did his Rudy's with the alien without the given go-ahead from the doctor first? Gotcha. But visitors and new species? Oh yeah, going into medical? Yeah, I mean, that makes a certain amount of sense. But I think that would just be a safety thing for your people. That, like, okay, you've got a species you know nothing about showing up, you know, on your ship to visit or anything. It's like, okay, like, for all I know, they're a uranium-based species. That wouldn't work, but hand wave away. You know, maybe you should know if being in the presence of this is potentially lethal to you biologically. Did you sell cranberries at the grocery store the other day? I think I bought it. The quality was decent. Have you been going into the mines, Rual Storge? It's dangerous. Wine. Complain wine. Oh, we can catch Evelyn going back and forth. We're trying to catch him a little bit to talk to him on Fridays. George spends all day in front of the darn television. I wish he'd go outside more and get some fresh air doing good. It's a bad attempt to joke. That the cactus tendencies required safety. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, it's always hard with text. Hey, farmer. So I stopped by Pierre's the other day and brought fresh cranberries. The first time I've seen one of those in a while. I cooked it for dinner last night. It filled the house with an unusual odor. I don't even know where Pierre found that thing. Anyways, The food at Joja Mart might not be the healthiest, my family, but with such low price, I'd be crazy to go anywhere else. I love how she's just like, my family deserves, like, budget food. I hope things are going well at your farm. No, Carolina, don't go where I can't reach you. Ah, it's too late. It's way too late. Let's see, to be fair, Harry was a semi-immature hothead youngster in that respect, and we're in the Delta Quadrant. We can't deal with it like at home. Yeah, which is a certain amount of fairness. It's like Prime Directive's like, man, you are nowhere nearby. You gotta figure it out. Oh, home runs are definitely at play. When you have a spark with someone, it's hard to think straight. Yeah, no, there's definitely like a lot of stuff where it's like how Starfleet approaches anything normally. It'd be like, okay, you are literally decades away from any type of support infrastructure. You're gonna have to tone down some of the rules you got there, because that's what's gonna take to not die. You're gonna have to go to plants and all that stuff. No. Alright. Wow, I just realized it's Friday. Sometimes I totally lose track of time. I don't have your Joja Cola on me, Sam. My bad. Hey, where's my weekly Joja Cola? You forgot it. I'm hurt, personally, buddy. I thought I meant more to you than that. Something about cranberries. You didn't really care. And Zuzu City, and a bunch of whining about it being late and all that. For the record, I'm not reading this as much because it's like the 10th time we've read that dialogue this stream, so you don't get to have words anymore. What I'm trying to do is catch Jas, Vincent, and Penny when they stop hanging out over there. But I'm also trying to catch people going to the bar. Prime Director is what got them to Delta Quadrant in the first place. Just look at the speed run of the game. Oh yeah. That's the thing with like the game where you can get the ending where you're just like, nope. Like we're just going home. Another beautiful fall day. It's a pity it'll soon be over. Alright, so Jas and Vincent will probably try and cross. Let's be fast. Stop hanging out in the park, children. Hanging out time is over. Let the Ocampa die. We're going home. Well, I missed Sebastian. Hey, so I picked up some fresh cranberries and Grandma made her special casserole. I unga bunga gonna work out. My personality is gym membership. Ew, it's boiled beet night again. I don't know you. Fall is a sad time for year for me. Alright, Treacle. We already talked to Evelyn. Okay. Every day is the same old routine. Do you ever have that problem, Rual? Yeah, every time we talk, it's the same old routine about you complaining about the routine. So, like, I am in a routine about your discussion about routines. Do you have, like, and you discussing your kitchen and how I can cook. I did that to a coworker once. What was the saying? You know, different day, it was, different day, same crap or something like that. And it was also, like, different days, same conversation is, I think, what I said back to. He was like, you know, that's fair. Have you met the wild man who lives behind my house? I guess I really don't mind, as long as he doesn't bother us. Hey, farmer. So I stopped by Pierre's the other day, and I bought some cranberries. First time I've seen those in a while. I cooked for dinner, and it filled up the house with the most unusual odor. Where does he even get that stuff? Anyways. Yep, gadgets. Oh yeah, it's, you know, same shit, different day. But yeah, no, it's definitely is like same conversation, different day, and it's like, yeah, because he was like one of those things he would complain about, like that's just like his go-to saying is like every day, and it's like, dude, I get it. It is, we deal with the same nonsense. That's fair, but also, I'm tired of hearing you constantly complaining about the same thing. Yeah, so he's saying we got cranberries. You can't say it was a hit. Okay. So, who did we miss going in? There was someone we missed going in. We still have Clint, Willie, and Lewis, and Shane coming through, and Marnie. And this is the reason why we're bothering to be here, is we're trying to slowly get the friendships up. You might think it's like, oh, good, you're trying to be a good member of the community. No, no, no. This is very transactional. If I get their friendships maxed out, they give me a bunch of tiles. It's like 5 or 10 or 15 each. I don't remember what the amount is, but it's more than one. I went to the shopping list last night and got fresh cranberries on sale for 112. It was actually pretty good. Don't you have work to do? But yeah, so chilling here, I can just grab them on their way through. But it is like just a steady flow of one person after the other. Oh, it was Sebastian who got by. If you really want to get the fish biting, you gotta use bait. Yep, and you're complaining about your legs. And you talk about being at the saloon all the time because you need human companionship. Not that there's anything dangerous happening in the shower. One cracked ankle is more than enough. Yep. Is that what you did in Voyager game yesterday? I let them do the gambling thing, and it boosted morale. I appreciate with that Voyager game that they have, like, the main story that Voyager follows, and it does do most of that. But, you can choose to make different choices than they... From what I understand, they do a good job of, like, deviating off the main story using that stuff. So, like, the major beats, you can kind of try and follow along with what happens in the actual series. But you do have the choice of just kind of going off the rails. And once again, we wait at Clint's door to the moment he pops out. Yeah, he's just gonna be like, the weather doesn't matter to me. I'm depressing. Yes, you are, Clint. And I did catch you, right, Penny? Yeah, we got you. Because you were dropping off Jas at home. So we are waiting for Sebastian to leave. Our hat is certainly unique. It is a collector's and pristine thing of beauty. Alright, so Sebastian should be leaving here in a moment. Are we the trash can stalker? Oh, absolutely. I love that later on they did add to the game. You know, I was up to all night reading a book. I think you'd like it. Alright, so that means we talked to everyone. I do like that later on they did add a scene or two where, you know, you kind of pop out of the bushes and, you know, witness someone having a personal conversation or whatever. And they're like, why are you in the bushes anyway? And your character just kind of disappears back into the bushes. Alright, things are good. We're making really good progress on the challenge and all that good stuff. About to finish up fall. Basically does the Homer Simpson meme where he just kind of like disappears into the hedge behind him. Yeah, no, exactly. But that was oh man, like 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Yeah, no, we're year 4. Yeah, no, exactly. But it's one they added later. That's I love when games add those like meta humor things. where it's like, if you objectively stop back and look at the game, be like, wait a second, what are characters doing right now is super not something people would be cool with. So, like, the classic, like, Legend of Zelda, where, you know, you go in there and you smash all the pots and you get all the stuff. And, you know, so you'll have the person you go and you start smashing their pots and they start yelling at you to get out and all that stuff. Or, like, the Final Fantasy, where you just start walking into people's random cabinets and shelves and all there and start, like, rifling through other things looking for goods. And they have the person's like, he's robbing us, leave! Okay, I will buy that tile. That tile. Clean this up a bit. You see tons of sprinklers? And a manual watering? Oh yeah, no, we, that's been a couple streams ago in the game that we finally got that sorted. Buy that tile. And I'm just filling out so we have all those sorted out. Okay. So we do get a harvest tomorrow of all of my cranberries, so like the big payout. We're going to want to hold on to most of that for the spring. Ideally, I would like to, ideally, I'd like to go and get a bunch of stuff put aside for around the rest of it. So we're at that point now where I finally have enough of this that I can't quite make all of that into fertilizer. Let's check on the local day. There's nothing here. So nothing I need to be worried about today. Let's see. That was Final Fantasy VIII. When you're in someone's dresser, you can steal like 100 from them. But if you wait until later, it has 1,000 instead. Oh. Let's see. The first level sprinklers isn't worth it. As you call it. They seem to be really baby sprinklers, a bit crap. Oh yeah, no, the first level sprinklers in Stardew Valley are like almost unusably bad. Because they do a little plus sign. So if we look at these sprinklers here, that one, it's just, if we were to go down here, it would, this sprinkler would cover this tile, this tile, and this tile. So just those four. Which means putting them like any organization about trying to make them hit everything is really hard to manage. Because you kind of have to like zigzag them the whole way. And getting like the next tier higher sprinkler is really not a lot of effort. So it's just kind of one of those things like you could use them, or you could just not use them as well. And you're best off just not even bothering and just going for the next tier. Honestly, even these sprinklers I'm using, a lot of people don't even use these ones. A lot of people will go for the next tier higher from that, too. Now, granted, for me, I have the problem of going for the next tier higher sprinklers. I need batteries. And batteries, once you get a lightning rod, aren't the worst thing in the world to get. You just wait till summer, and every time lightning happens, you get free batteries out of them. So if you get a good handful of lightning rods, you can get a decent number of batteries a year and all that. The issue is, getting the lightning rods in the first place does require you to level some stuff up that I have not been able to get going. I think it was foraging is what's locked behind. And it also requires bat wings, which I don't have an easy way of getting a hold of bat wings. Oh yeah, no, the Tileman challenge would be even worse because I'd have to buy significantly more tiles to totally utilize the tiny sprinklers. And when you put that kind of cost on there, there's just no point. I'm just much better off just waiting for the sprinklers I have. Like, getting the bigger sprinklers, if I could get my hands on the lightning rods, would be great. But until I have that, it doesn't do me any good. Okay, so we can go over here, drop you off. And then I believe we're good, because this will end the season. I'm going to do a quick run over here, and the reason I want to do this is we're going to be watching for the worms. If I get really, really lucky and we find a set of worms out here or anywhere along that I can get at them, there is a chance that it would give me the powder melon, which is a winter-only crop. And with that, I could plant those right away at the beginning. The moment they come up, I could use the seed maker to, you know, try and see if I can't get another round of the seeds and just go that way. Unfortunately, it's not looking encouraging here. Now check up in the direction where Robin is. Because we're just trying to see if we can't get any of the worms. And no luck. All right. Because yeah, if we can get those, if we can get the powder melon early on, I want to start doing a thing where I work on getting more powder melon seeds. That way, when we have winters roll around, instead of having the whole farm just go to crap, I can go and start putting the powder melon. They're nowhere near as lucrative as a lot of the other crops, but it's at least something. Okay, so we've got all that. There's not much else for us to do here. We can drop off you. That, I don't care about that growing in literally at all. I could chuck some torches on there, but I don't really care about that. So that is it for the season. And now we go to winter, which is there's a whole not a lot of to do season. So we did get our roughly 30,000 from our cranberries for our last harvest, which is good. And we have to avoid the temptation to just buy up a bunch of tiles, because I could buy 44 tiles and that would certainly get a lot done. But then I wouldn't have the money for the seeds on the other side. Actually, I'll keep the snail for giving to Vincent in case we see him. We can grab the 3 torches and put those over there. At the same time, if anytime we come across the crocus, which is the purple flower, if we can get the crocus, then I can start... Well, no, I can't make winter seeds. That's right. I can only make up to, I believe, summer seeds with my current level in foraging. Alright, well, we'll start this nonsense again, where every time I walk on through here... You know what? We'll do it this one time, but I probably won't do it after this. Because I did forget, this doesn't give you foraging XP. It doesn't give you any XP. Like I said, if we do manage to get our hands on a crocus, then it'll be worth it for me to set those aside, so in the future, I can use those for making stuff. That actually might be something worthwhile, so I can get my hands on the other stuff. I probably need to change this, so I can see where I can walk and where I can't. So I know the green overlay will be a little annoying, but I cannot see the white tiles that mark where I can't go. easily. So I want to check the community board. That's why I came to town today. 80 hardwood and bug guts. I cannot help with either of those, so that's the whole thing there. All right. So I'm going to fast forward time and just ambush people walking in and out of piers. Okay. So is that the store the other day when Pierre showed me some cranberries you brought in? I bought it. Oh, the 25th will be having the Feast of the Winter Star. It's one of my favorite events. It's supposed to be a time where we show gratitude for all the good things we have in life. But for most people, it's just a time to relax and exchange gifts. Yeah, I know about the people living here. Because I'm a creep. The locals aren't going to creep on themselves, if you get what I'm saying. There goes Kent. I don't think Kent will go on a path I can catch him. I think you're reading today. Yeah, so you're not meeting with Jas and Vincent today. I want to say the winter, they don't interact very often. Alright. Yep. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Okay, so you're going home from the looks of it. You going to visit me out in the cold? I could use a little respite from my lonely rivers. And check out Azrael, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games like Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator. No. Farming Simulator, all that kind of stuff. Definitely someone to check out. I wish Abby wouldn't spend so much time in her room. Hi, did you sell me some fresh cranberries at the general store the other day? I think I bought it. The quality was decent. It's cold, isn't it? There's Leah going to the store. Where are you going to? Harvey's store? I love the way everything looks when it's covered in fresh snow. Hey, farmer. I stopped by Pierre's the other day and got some fresh corn. It was the first time I've seen those in a while. I cooked it up for the dinner, but it filled the house with a different odor. I don't even know where Pierre got that thing. Be careful you don't slip on the ice, dear. Well, that's interesting. So it gave me those tiles over there. We've had a few places that kind of thing happened, where there's kind of a handful of places that were just already accessed. Be careful an icicle doesn't fall on your head. Alright, set everything back to normal time as everyone beelines for... Where are you going? Did you see the snowman I built? No? We sell fresh over-the-counter medicines at the clinic. Feel free to stop by if you're ever feeling exhausted. I know being a farmer is pretty tiring work. Don't overdo it. Do you know? You got any hogs on your farm? You want any? You know what I'm saying? No, Pam. Please don't talk to me like that ever again. I don't know you. Why are you talking to me? Ahoy there, son. Looks like decent weather for fishing, eh? Yep, I'm a blacksmith. My father is also a blacksmith. My grandfather was a blacksmith as well. And yes, my great-grandfather was also a blacksmith. Good, you didn't ask me again. Because last time he was like, can you guess what my great-grandfather was? Like a sarcastic jerk. He's like, that was rude. Like, good. Yeah, let's make sure we have the Joja Cola on us for potential interactions with Sam. Yeah, I don't know why. There's a couple of places like that where they gave me a handful of tiles. Like, I understand the edge of the screen, it's so you don't get yourself trapped. Like, mechanically thing. Don't hold back, dude. Tell us how you really feel. This is definitely one of those ones you're like, look, man. Don't care. I have a whole basket of don't care. Give you a great big helping of don't care. I'll keep that for when we have someone whose birthday comes up that we actually want to go with. Yeah, I'll just go to sleep. Oh, I should walk around and check for the worms, each day. See if we can't get the powder melon. Or they can just appear on my farm. Ah, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the seeds. Okay. So while we're waiting for everyone to get anything going around here, we're gonna head on up. You want a walleye? I thought walleye was spring. Either way, it's rain or snow, so tomorrow, we can try and catch a walleye. That'll give us something to do more productive than just running around all day. Okay, so I got gifts that we can give to Vincent and Sam. I would also say, if we get broken glasses, let's save those for Evelyn. Because she takes a broken glass, is like, oh, thank you for bringing my glasses back. You're like, yep, they're definitely yours. I didn't find them in a mine or something. And I want to say the worms, like there's a reset almost every day. I want to say they'll last for a couple days if you don't pull them up. But there is a thing where it like spawns more in. Yeah, so it's not worth me buying my way over the worms because there's no guarantee they'll even get me what I need. And then if I don't need that route, I've spent thousands of gold for something that literally doesn't help me. Like, if it's one tile off, I could see justifying it. Or if it happens to be directly in line with someplace I'd want to go anyways. I went shopping last night for cranberries. They're crap. You suck at your job. I hate you. Thanks, Shane. I may paraphrase that a little. Oh. Oh! Rual Storge? You scared me sneaking into my room like that. So, I've been playing Journey of the Prairie King for hours, and I can't even beat the first level. This game is ridiculously hard. Well, either that or I'm just terrible at it. Hey, do you want to try this level together with me? I think it might be better with your help. You're really bad at this game, Abigail. I don't remember what button uses the power-ups. Oh, never mind, I remember. I remember a lot of people saying like they had a lot of problem doing the achievement for this one. Like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't an easy one by any stretch. The one that caught me and like really gave me grief was the minecart one. The minecart one I found miserable. Come on, let's keep going, Abigail. Don't quit now. Don't quit on me. This one just you have to try multiple times. The coins you get on each level are RNG. Yeah. Hey, that was fun. Well, thanks, Rual Storge. You seem to really know your way around to joysticks, huh? I guess that makes sense. Why would that make sense? Why would that make sense, Abigail? What it all would be like... It makes sense that you know your way around a joystick. But why? Explain. Like, why does that make sense? Using farm machine? But we don't have any farm machines. Aren't you cold? You should wear a thicker jacket, my dear. This weather isn't good for my joints. My hair is getting all frizzy in this dry weather. No, okay. Do you get tired of people asking about your farm all the time? I think I would. Oh, hello, Rual Storge. You must be getting very good at your farming by now, huh? Come on, Lewis. I've got to start coming up with a plan for improving the town next year. Well, this is Marnie. Oh, they're going to their workout thing. Oh, I missed actually talking to Abigail. Well, that's fine. I believe Sam came by here around this time yesterday. My nephew Shane is staying in my place the last few months. He helps with the chicken, so I'm not complaining. Last few months and 4 years. I was at the store the other day, and Pierre showed me some cranberries you brought in. I bought it. Hey, if you need materials or blueprints, my shop is just the place you're looking for. Plus, your business supports the local economy. Okay, so Vincent is at school today. What's the exclamation mark about? That's fine. And where's Sam? Sam's still at home. So if we're lucky, we can catch Vincent. Did Lewis do any improvement? No. That's kind of one of the gimmick with all of these games, like all of this genre. It is almost always you as the protagonist, like spend the time doing all of the like development work and everything on town and fixing the failing infrastructure and yada yada yada. It looks like Sam's on the move. I think. Yeah, Sam's on the move. And then the kids will probably be on the move soon. Where are you, Sam? Did you go into the bar? That was not what I was anticipating. Okay, that's fine. We'll get back to Sam in a minute. We'll catch the kiddos over here. When they go to walk out of here. Elliot's probably also going to leave there soon. Alright, because we want to get the snail to Vincent. Because Vincent likes snails. And then we want to catch Sam to give Sam the soda. We can start working on some of these. All right. Wow, thank you so much. This is terrific. Hi, Mom won't let me have any more gummies today. What? Hi. I try to stay indoors as much as possible during the cold winter. Hate being cold. All right. Okay, so we got people wandering in. I went shopping at the last night and picked up some fresh cranberries on sale for 75 gold. It was disgusting. No wonder Pierre was selling that crap so cheap. Do you want something from me, kid? Best look somewhere else. All right. The other day I bought cranberries at Pierre's. It was perfect on a perfect bet on a on a bed of greens and a dash of my special vinaigrette. It's pretty cold in my little cabin. Just snuggle up under a huge blanket and I'm okay. It's gonna be hard to gauge when I think Sam's gonna leave. I'm trying to check each hour or whatever. Oh, hi. It's good to see you again. Thanks, I really like this. Take it easy. Oh, hey, Alex. Hey, could you find Haley and tell her I said hi? No. Tell her yourself, man. Hey, man. Could you, like, put in all the work of maintaining my friendship for me? I really don't want to do it myself. Being friends is a lot of work. You have to say, like, hi, and occasionally show a level of compassion or empathy towards each other. Ugh, it's so unnatural for me. I just want to play grid ball. They need to vote out the corrupt mayor. I think someone has to run for the mayor's office to vote out the corrupt mayor. The classic, you know your local politician is utterly corrupt, but no one wants the job, so they keep it. Alright, so it's Linus's birthday. So unfortunately that means Linus will not be getting a gift because it can't reach Linus. Alright. And we can pop down here. Drop off the periwinkle. You used to romance Alex when you played for one reason only. I could woo him with eggs, and he was the easiest person to get to love me. We were entirely incompatible, but gosh, does that guy love eggs? Oh. I just realized there is no point I cross paths with Linus, so I can't physically do that. So it's 100% a relationship of convenience. You just wanted someone to love you. No, there's more to that. You just wanted someone to love you as inexpensively as possible. You didn't want to have to put the effort in. You just wanted someone to love you and just to make that happen. You didn't want this whole trying to figure out when the hell Elliot leaves his home, or like dealing with Sebastian and the fact they're like, dude, Sebastian, I need you to leave your office. I cannot woo you because you're on your computer all the time. You need a macro, right? I don't remember what fish I needed. It just came to the sun remind. Oh no, it's a bream. It was a bream. The problem is it's Linus who wants it, and I can't actually reach Linus. Linus stays up in that little spot up there on the mountains, and I cannot get to any of the places that Linus is located. So... Actually, you're not going to cross over here anywhere, I don't believe. You'll go over there and stand by the tree weirdly. So for the moment, none of the kids are moving anywhere quite yet. Because I really don't pay attention to what days are the kids' school days and not. Yeah, because Penny is still at home, so they're definitely not going to school yet. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and all that, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I'll see you then. All right, and we are back. So, I don't remember what we were doing. I believe we're fast-forwarding time and trying to catch people to dialogue them. So we can hopefully keep building up that whole friendship meter. It's so slow through dialogue. We gotta get the gifts. The thing is, there's a decay as well. You know what? Well, so the problem is, if at any point I stop, I lose progress. Because we are going through time quickly. But fast-forwarding really quick... Wait, didn't someone need a bream as well? Hang on. Let's check her quests. Pierre wanted a bream. Or a walleye. If you're ever bored, you can always hang out in my room. As long as I'm changing, of course. I don't have the fishing pole on me, I just realized. That's fine, we're just not gonna do either of those things. Oh, I need to go back here to regular time. What did you say? It's 1:40 p.m. already? My goodness. I still have tons of work to do. I hate working at JojaMart, but how else am I gonna make money in this town? Thanks, I really like this. Hi there, do you have everything you need for the farm? If not, we might be able to help you out. We carry a variety of useful items. Closed on Wednesdays. Right. And Jess and Vincent and all them are at the... Oh, you're still on your way. Jess! Because I fast forward time, everything's out of sync. So, Jess is on her way to the library. Vincent and them are leaving. Wow, thank you so much. This is terrific. I would look for bugs, but Mom gets mad when I get all dirty. It's a tough choice. Alright, so Penny will end up cutting across over here. I need to get something that renewably I can give to boost friendship. Hey, Juice, how's it going? Hey, Beard Princess, good to catch you. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll catch Emily. Haley and I aren't made for such a big house. It's a hassle to keep it clean. Ah, well, I really shouldn't be complaining. Your farmhouse seems nice and cozy. But hey, can we get a shout out for Beard Princess, by the way? People stay indoors a lot during the winter and do boring stuff. Maybe if I read a book, I'd be less bored. Nah. Books are for nerds. You wouldn't be a nerd, would you? I'd have to beat you up. Because my personality is non-existent. But check out Beard Princess. For those who don't know, Beard Princess has actually also been doing the Tileman challenge and all that good stuff. I think you called it the Tile challenge. It doesn't matter. The name's irrelevant. But basically doing the same thing that we're doing so far as the Tileman challenge. Is a bit earlier on in the challenge and all that stuff. On that stuff and all that stuff. But it's a really, really fun to see other people. Because also having an entirely different approach that I've had to it. Which has been kind of fun to see the differences on how that's been working out so far. But yeah, no, it's good to have you here and everything. Love seeing all the different ways. Yeah, no, it took a while to get the farming up and running, and now that that's going, at least that gives me a nice little pattern. Because I enjoy like the fishing in the game. Because I know I've seen people doing it that way, where they just beeline to the fishing pole as fast as they possibly can, and then just binge fish because the money. Can't do it. I enjoy the fishing, but I can't, like, 3, 4, 5 days straight of fishing, and I'm done with fishing. But yeah, I know it's been good. So if you're looking for someone else doing this challenge, Beard Princess usually streams earlier in the day than I do. So you check out the approach over there and then pop over here and check out the approach here and all that stuff. Especially early levels. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing. We're only now starting to try and work on friendships. So I was at the store the other day with Pierre showed me a fresh cranberries you brought in. I bought it. It's flu season, so you better take extra care for yourself. Make sure to wash your hands often. Okay, we got everyone working their way to the bar. If you want Gus to dislike you, give him a Joja Cola. He hates that stuff with a passion. I saw a snow rabbit earlier this morning. They're rare, aren't they? I have no idea. No, I don't have time to chat with you. I can go to the bar and wreck a pizza. Oh, also, if you want to hear a really good voice for Willie, check out Beard Princess. Does a really good, unintelligible Scottish man voice. Some fish come and go with the seasons. Others only come out at night and in the rain. Mine gets to be a lot more piratey. You can use a scythe to cut feed from grass. Or you can buy it from me, of course. I could really use the cash. Adios. Hey, what do you need? I think that's everyone who's going to show up at this point. Yeah, I can't do unintelligible Scottish man voice. Where punctuation doesn't exist, most of the letters on the outsides of the words don't exist, and breathing also doesn't exist. And you're just like, uh-huh. I guess this is one syllable? What? Right. So no more gifts this week because we don't have anything else handy. Alright. We need to find some powder melon seeds so I can start scaling that up. You had a tile layout for your farm? Yeah, no, that's been the big thing. So it took me till winter year 1 to reach Pierre. And then I went very hard on the farming side of things. And then it was, I think, last fall that I finally reached Robin so I could get my sprinklers made, because finding stone is just, oh, the layout is so nice? Yeah, it didn't start this nice. It was just a block of crops. And then when we went through the last winter and all the crops died, that's kind of the point where I went, it's like, okay, we're getting sprinklers down. Let's get this all flipped over. So let's drop you off. Let's pick back up my fishing pole. So that in the future, when someone's like, if you catch me a bream, I'll give you a bunch of money. We can be like, all right, I can do that. I like money. You said the magic word. The money word. I like money. It's great. For every pile of money I get to go 1 square farther. Someday we'll get the Joja. Herring I can't do. Can't reach the water at the beach. And we are looking for worms. And we want worms because the worms have a chance of giving us powder melon, which are seeds I can grow in this season. And if I can get those seeds, we can grow them, turn them into more seeds, and it won't really help us for this year. But if I can get myself like a cache of seeds, it at least means in future winters I can grow something, versus having a giant unlocked farm that's cost me tens of thousands of dollars, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars actually. I put a lot of money into it, that's the important part. And the entire winter, it's just sitting there. Not doing a darn thing for me. Which basically means the amount of money I'm making from it is pretty close of nothing. So the ways I can make money right now is I can fish a whole lot, see the comment I had earlier about just grinding fishing. Or I can walk back and forth and dig up the ground for winter roots and the snow yams, which we did our first winter to get ourselves enough money to get the crops going. But after about 3 seasons of digging up clay, I don't really want to walk back and forth and dig anymore. So instead, we do a quick pass, see if there's anything worthwhile in town, check the trash cans, all that garbage, and then we go back to bed. So we mostly hibernate through the winter. So we lose a lot of in-game time to that strategy, but at the same time, in human real-life time, it saves me spending hours and hours and hours fishing. Plus, we get a couple of periwinkle and lobster and all. Well, not lobster, but like crawdads and everything. Get her a couple $100. I also still need to reach the bookseller. The bookseller gives you a lot of really good stuff. It's also a bit of a money pit, which is both pro and con. But some of those upgrades will just give you like straight up really awesome things that it's worth forking over like 20,000 for to get. Unfortunately, it's going to cost me probably like $100,000 to reach. Well, more than that. It's going to cost me $300,000-$400,000 to reach her before buying the book. You still want herrings. I still can't get to the beach, so too bad. Pretty soon, we're going to switch back from scaling up the farm to instead focusing on trying to reach some of these other buildings like the bookstore in Joja that just from the practicality we're going to end up doing a Joja run because I don't know how on earth you do a community center run in this without losing your mind. Versus Joja just accepts your money and doesn't try to take credit for your work like Pierre. We've gotten a lot of dialogue about Pierre taking credit for our work. Come on, give me a couple of worms. All I need is a couple powder melon seeds. Nope. It is a Friday. We're gonna chill by the bar. Yeah, I finally only grabbed the fast forward mod today because I was sitting here just like waiting on things, being like, this is not the best approach to any of this. So there's Shane. Don't you have work to do? I hope things are going well for you on the farm. Okay, so Penny is already... Oh, wait, I might be able to catch her. Okay. Yes? Now we can catch Vincent and Jess. Oh no, Mom's making lentil soup tonight. Oh, I've already given you gifts, my bad. No more gifts for you, Vincent. There's a strict law. Two gifts per week per person, no more. 3 is just right out. Can't do it. I don't know you. Yeah, I can get behind a lentil soup. I can also understand a child being all like, lentil soup? Oh... Alright, looks like Caroline is going to the library. Even though it's cold, I still check out the public garden beds every now and then. I just want to make sure they aren't damaged too much by this before the spring returns. Alright. So we got them. So make sure we don't have anyone else hovering up here. Wrong way. So I believe it's a snow day. Who do I see over there? Oh, we've already talked to Mary Lou, so that's fine. Yeah, they're just trying to fast forward time. We want to catch people as they come and go to the saloon. One thing I've learned living here is everyone stares at you if you look different. And I like it. The worst thing about the snow is getting your feet soaked. You're lucky in those thick boots. Let's see, your brother makes the best stews, soupy stews, in real life. Lots of lentils, but iron grains. Oh yeah, no, if it was just like just lentil, that'd be just like plain old bean soup. That'd be pretty lousy. But yeah, like, you know, kids used to tend to have very sensitive tastes. I imagine a lentil soup you'd probably put a lot of seasonings into, usually. If it wasn't so busy, I'd help you dig around in that cave by the lake. I bet there are plenty of powerful crystals inside. Hey, remember that cranberries you sold me the other day? I ended up serving it to the family for a special dinner. My wife loved it. And Abby even started going to town on it after I smothered the thing with poison sauce. Well, back to business, huh? I mainly deal in edibles, so if you've got any ores or wood, you'll need to try selling them somewhere else. It looks like a decent day for fishing, doesn't it? Yeah, you very much dislike Brussels sprouts as a kid. Almost boiled to disintegration. That we've had that conversation a number of times on chat. That one of the things where parents are like, why won't my kids ever eat vegetables? Like, do you boil it? Is that how you're preparing? It's like, yeah. Well, that's because you've murdered the vegetables and made them sad. You presented the vegetable in its least appetizing form. There is times where you can boil a vegetable and have it be good, to be clear. But broadly speaking, when you're like, okay, what is the saddest way you can present broccoli? Boil it, unseasoned, serve it. Now, you ever so slightly sear it or whatever, and you toss some like seasonings on it or cheese or something, totally different animal. Carrots, the saddest way to do it, just chuck it in, boil it, no seasonings or anything. Now that said, different if it's in a stew or something, where there's a bunch of other stuff happening in there. But just straight up boil it. One, boiling actually gives you the lowest amount of nutrition of all the ways you can prepare it, because you leach off a lot of that nutrition by the boiling process. Broadly speaking, the more water involved, the less nutrients is left. You're a fan of boiled potatoes? Yeah, like there's things you can do, especially with like if you're going to season it after and do more to the process other than just boil it. But the number of times that like the parent just chucks it in the pot, boils it, and just strains it, it's going. No wonder your kid hates the vegetables. Penny sure does like old books. Oh, sorry. Penny sure does like old books. I think she's a heck of a lot smarter than I ever was. I'm glad. Mashed potato and gravy is your comfort food? Yeah. Like, that's the thing. You make mashed potatoes. Step one is to boil it. But then you do a lot of stuff after that. Time seems to move slower here. I have to brush my hair daily just to keep it, or else it'll just clump up into messy knots. It's a lot of work. I lived in the city for a year. It went by so fast. I'm surprised I haven't just shaved it off in a fit of passion. I suppose I'm too vain. Steamed veggies are still crunchy? Yeah. Steamed is definitely not as bad as boiled. You can definitely make steam work way better. If you really want to get the fish biting, Make sure you put some bait on your hook if you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You can catch me at nights in the most nights at the saloon. Animals are great company, but I need to spend time with people too. Alright, last couple. Hi, did you sell cranberries at the general store the other day? I think I bought it. The quality was decent. My parents were bewildered when I told them I wanted to be a carpenter. They were pretty old-fashioned. I went shopping last night and picked up cranberries for 75 gold. It was foul. No wonder Pierre was selling that slop for so cheap. I know they were yours. It's fun to live close to the train tracks. It's a reminder there's a big world out there. Hello. Demetrius seems to be lost in thought. The whole town is obsessed with your cranberries. It's like, you know, I appreciate you're all buying my cranberries, but I wouldn't imagine everyone would want the cranberries. The weather here doesn't really matter to me. I typically stay near my shop year-round. Depressing, isn't it? Yep, I am so depressed by even talking to you, Clint. I'm just gonna go ahead and, where did you go, Alex? Cranberries, little drops of joy? So you think I have PTSD from the broccoli that was steamed long enough to easily squish through the prongs of your fork? Yeah, that's how Mom used to make it. And of course, she had an excuse to not eat it herself. Yup. The whole town is obsessed with your cranberries. Cranberries, little drops of joy. Yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things. We've had that conversation a number of times. It's like, why do my kids not like vegetables? Did you steam it? It's probably because you steamed it. Like, what is the least appealing way to prepare them? You steam it. Because I've definitely known kids who would absolutely destroy veggies, but again, that was, you know, the parents would have to tone down the seasoning from the way they would technically prefer to eat it, because again, kids' taste buds are more sensitive. So if you take something that's like really seasoned up like a curry, it could definitely be one of those things that could be just ridiculously overpowering for their taste buds. But at the same time, when you boil stuff into a mouche, it's just not the jam. You do not want to try the infamous cranberry casserole. Thankfully, your mom was a great cook, so you like pretty much all vegetables since you can remember. Generally speaking, most of the time I would say my mom did a really good job of cooking that. There was definitely stuff like broccoli that got boiled from time to time, which is usually why I didn't care much for it. But broadly speaking, a lot of veggies, I remember really liking carrots. I really remember liking a lot of things. There was just like one or two veggies that you would end up boiling. I didn't look for the worms, just because they can show up down here. But there was a couple of those that, like I said, it was the same thing where, like, when it was boiled, it's like, oh. And you'd sit at the table and you're like, well, you can't leave the table until you finish your veggies. And you kind of sit there and glare at them for a while. You know, as you get older, you realize, okay, if I just wolf these things down real fast, I'll barely taste them, and I can go about my day. But as a kid, you're like, I don't like this. I'm not going to worry about other considerations. I just don't like this. Therefore, I don't want it. And I'm not going to deal with it. You know, and eventually you get frustrated and you would either eat them, or eventually it'd just be like, okay, Mom's not paying attention anymore. I'll just make these disappear. Which, you know, 100% she was probably well aware that I just chucked it in the can or whatever. As you finally broke down the forest, what's with the green tiles? I just changed the HUD so I can actually see them during the winter, because normally it's white tiles, and trying to see white on white is really hard on the eyes. Your ice will eat silver beet by the bowl if she could. She has loved it since she's 3-year-old. She loves all her veggies, opposite of me as a kid. Yeah. I think, like I said, a big part of that is how you present the veggies. Because, like, also, as I grew up, where, you know, it's like, you have to eat your veggies, or, you know, you know, if you don't eat your veggies, then you can't leave the table. By making the veggies a punishment, you've just made it a negative. And so that's just going to be a thing from then on. You know, the veggies are the things you have to eat or else. And that can really, really negatively impact how you're going to view / approach those things. There's a lot of that you have to be careful about when you make something associated with a potential punishment that very, very quickly it's going to just stay in that frame forever. Yeah, no, this is definitely easier to see. Because I tried setting up the other day and it wasn't letting me change the setup we had for it. And thank you, RJ, for the 25 stream streak. I appreciate it. You have yourself a good lurk and all that good stuff. Oh, that makes sense. Good idea, actually. Last winter, you remember hardly being a thing. Yeah, that was the thing. The button I had for switching it wasn't working. So I feel like eventually this one would take over. That we would use the red ones when they become more rare. Because this is what it was, and like I said, it's really hard to see the grid. Like, other seasons not so bad, but winter, it's awful. And all that stuff. The content way better? You rock? Always such a great time. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You usually just make platters of salad and deli meat nowadays for lunch. Then everyone can dig in their own sandwich, eat it how it is. Your tomato bushes are going mad at the moment. Cherry tomatoes. Yeah. I need to get my garden back going again. Oh, we'll keep those for Evelyn. The driftwood, I need the coal too much, so we're still doing that. But yeah, no, it's definitely... I used to keep, like, a really big garden, and it's just kind of one of those things that the different pests I would have to show up to eat my garden just kept escalating. And the last I had to deal with was, like, full-grown deer who had eaten entire plants all the way down to nothing. Like, I had a big old raspberry bush and ate it down to a nub in the course of one night. And it was kind of just got demotivated. We're like, you know what? I just don't want to deal with this anymore. So I got, like, this big planter I even had made for my back patio and everything, and it's still just sitting there. Dear all Storge, tomorrow we're gathering in front of Marnie's house, and you're not invited, because you can't get there. House for the Festival of Ice. It's a celebration in winter we don't allow Rual Storges at, so that we can finally have 2 minutes without you creeping on us like some sort of weirdo. There'll be snowmen and ice sculptures and ice fishing competition, and it'll be a truly joyous occasion. Arrive at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. if you'd like to ruin it for everyone. Mayor Lewis. Dear, don't have them here. Lol, raspberry bush is a weed. It keeps spreading. Yeah, so we get blackberries in some places here. Unfortunately, the wild blackberries here aren't like other places. They're really sad little things here. I was really hoping you would give me the powdermelon seeds. Because like I said, I don't expect to make any money from them this year. But if I can at least get like 4 or 5 rotations, your additions to dialogue are too seamless. Yeah, that's it's one of the things I enjoy doing, and then the people get a good kick out of it. I definitely catch people by surprise where sometimes like, man, Concerned Ape add that line? That's harsh. It's like, yep. Yeah, no, it's definitely Evelyn, you know, just ranting about George and all that. Yeah, you have a rough time in your life recently. Not that I'm trying to get any remorse. But your content has really made your life a lot easier and all that. I appreciate you. I hope you realize you had that impact. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing I aim for with the channel is that, like, I give people a place. You know, you've had a really stressful day. You're working, like, retail or something, dealt with some, like, customers who are just complete a-holes. Or, you know, you're doing, like, creative work or thought work where you get through the whole day, your brain's just frazzled, and you just need a place to kind of low energy, or you're dealing with anxiety or stress or whatever it is. Everyone's got a battle they're fighting. Or even just, you open the newspaper and you look, and you just need to not think about any of that for a while because, dear God. And it's just a place to, like, escape for a little while, you know, relax, chill, wind down for the day and all that stuff. Newspaper? Yeah, that's the dear God. It wasn't about the contents of the newspaper, it's the fact that you actually went out and bought a newspaper. I'm actually impressed you found one, really, if we're being honest. No, it's just, you know, everyone's got their stressors in life. And it's just good to have a place that for like 5 minutes you can just get away from it. Escapism therapy is a very real type of therapy. Not great by itself, but can definitely be part of being able to handle things better. If you want a cruel joke to play on my mother, give her a squid. She might not forgive you, though. I'm not sure why. Penny's like, haha, let me just tell you, if you want to just absolutely be ruthlessly awful to my mom, here is a step-by-step guide to just absolutely ruining my mother's day. Don't tell her I told you any of this. There's no reason I'm telling you this right now. Also, make sure it'd be great if you did it for her birthday. Her birthday would be the perfect time. Oh, I mean... yeah, no, life's fine. Considering she trauma drops you at like 1 or 2 points. Not like really trauma drops you. But she's like, oh, this time, like, I like to read because it lets me escape depressing things. It's probably why I like to read so much. Oh, I might be saying too much. You're like, I get it, Penny. You're having a rough time. You can tone it down just a little bit. She's like, please, I need someone to vent to. Nah, none of that's any good. Which, you know, fair. Sometimes you just need that. Alright, so let's fast forward time, because I want to catch Evelyn on her way out. I believe she'll go to church after George. And if we give her the glasses, that'll make her happy. Aren't you cold? They don't make sweaters like they used to. I say this during the summer. It's definitely not me who gets cold, it's definitely the weather. You know, summer, where it's probably like mid-80s because we're in a temperate climate, which means it's going to at least get properly warm during the summer. Because they don't depict it as getting, you know, snowy in the fall season, which means we're definitely not at an elevation or a temperate climate such that you would have winter incredibly early and late. Are you... With fast-forwarding time, they're only arriving at that. If I was rich, the first thing I'd do is hire a maid and a chef. Today is going to be a I'm just going to relax and think positively. Do you ever take a day off? No. My goodness, that would be nice. I don't know what to do with myself now that I don't have a strict schedule. The only thing that I schedule is conversations about my schedule. Oh, hey. Sam. I think Sunday's the week reset. Thanks, I really like this. Try not to make a mess, in the house or Mom will flip. Hi. Yes? Alright, so Evelyn's not leaving her house today. That's fair. I already talked to Penny. I believe we'll have more people potentially come here. Okay, there's Leah. If we fast forward till about 7. Ah, gotcha. Do you ever take a whole day off? It's refreshing to take a break. No, I don't. Why is everyone worried about my work-life balance? I get so sleepy when it's cold. Okay, so Harvey and Pam should come to the bar. Blah, my front yard's a mess. I hate to say it, but I do make a lot more money during flu season. I guess if people stopped getting sick, I'd be out of business. Ha ha! Don't get the wrong idea. I want people to be healthy, really, but I need my influx of money, so I may or may not have contaminated some food recently at the bar. If you purchase a high-quality fishing rod, you'll be able to attach bait and tackle to the line. Bait causes the fish to bite faster. Tackle will make your job a lot easier when reeling it in. There's all kinds of tackle with different perks. They're usually a little flimsy, so don't be surprised if the tackle breaks after a while. I really should scrub my floorboards today. I think it's that algae starting to form. Do you make time for cleaning? Never. We have never bathed once. Hello there, it's good to see you. Feel free to visit anytime you please. You just gotta pay the mayor your tile tax. That way you can reach my house. Okay, so Shane is certainly on their way to the bar. I don't feel like talking to anyone. Especially you. Here's a secret. Emily loves Ruby. It's her favorite of the crystal gems. She really likes the way she gets so mad. But it's okay, 'cause she fuses with sapphire to become garnet. And garnet's totally cool. I've said more than I probably should. I'm gonna go drink now. And that was supposed to be like a nervous chuckle, not something else. Right. Okay. There's just not enough to do in the winter. Oh, cool, cloth. It's cool when you get the cloth. And with the cloth, we are going to sell that. At least that's some money coming in. Shane at the bar, never. That would be one of the things, if like you got into Shane's story later and Shane just stopped going to the bar entirely. I've been away a few days. You guessing we got the full sprinkler setup? Yeah. Like, we actually did Factorio yesterday. And I can't remember if the day before that was more Stardew, or if that was the demo day. But we also did a day where we just, basically blasted a bunch of Next Fest demos. Found some pretty good ones. Okay, so you want a bunch of wood that I can't get you, and you want me to go to the caves, which I can't do. Come on, give me the powder melon. Oh, you missed the Factorio? Don't worry, we're gonna be doing Factorio tomorrow. I think for at least right now, I'm gonna do 1 day Factorio, 1 day Stardew, 1 day Factorio, 1 day Stardew. We'll see how many seconds I manage to keep that up before one game grabs my attention really hard and I just go hard on that instead. Or I get frustrated by one of the two games and I stop playing that for a while. But yeah, no, I made pretty good progress in Factorio. Like, I had the rocketry queued up, but we didn't get it researched yet. Alright, so no worms today. And we'll see if we can catch Evelyn. Because I'd like to give the snails to Vincent, the glasses to Evelyn, and the soda to Sam, and make sure we at least get that done each week. Obviously, if we can get a more socializing done, that's great. But that'll be kind of the big ones, is to keep up with that stuff. I went shopping last night and picked up fresh cranberries on sale for 75 gold. You guys are repulsive. No wonder Pierre selling that slop for so cheap. I don't know you. Why are you talking to me? On the 25th, we're having the winter festival thing. I haven't been given the driftwood to Leah because I need coal, and driftwood's a good source of coal. Yeah, I know a lot about people living here. Been creeping on them for years. That's one of the benefits of being a bartender. Sometimes they go to leave the bar and you just follow them home and peer into their windows in the night. Sometimes I whisper through the windows. Sometimes the cops show up. Oh, wait, I'm confusing myself with Clint. That happens sometimes. But yeah, I know that she likes the driftwood, but like coal has been a bit of a pain, and I don't have really easy way of getting wood. Okay, so you're going up here for Pierre's? I love animals, Mr. Rual Storge. If you treat yours good, I'm sure we'll become best friends. And if you treat them poorly, I'll come after you in the night, and you'll never see it coming. Treat your animals right. Treat your animals really right. By the way, right is as described by buying amaranth off my farm. Toodles. I'm looking forward to, I'm blanking on the name of it, the Stardew Valley-esque game that's going to have a serial killer. That's going to be going around town that you have to, like, you're doing your, like, cozy farm stuff, but also someone's killing the townies around town, and you're trying to both figure out who it is and all that kind of stuff. I'm very curious how that'll be. Because they definitely have put a lot of work into that, and it's been fun to see it coming together, so I'm really hoping it does well. Alright, it looks like the fast forward time mod is broken again. It weirdly seems to do that every once in a while, like after a bunch of dialogue, it just like gets stuck. Which it just basically gets stuck on normal time. It's just too cold to go outside much. But I do enjoy building a snow goon. Dead by Stardew Valley Daylight? No, it's I'm blanking on the name. Oh, it's Grave, not Grave Harvest, it's Grave Grave Seasons, something like that. But it's supposed to be coming out later this year. But the idea is every time you start a new game of it, one of the townies is randomly the serial killer. Thanks, I really like this. Everyone's indoors during the winter, so I can play guitar as loud as I want. The loud as you want just made me think of the song Avenue Q. You can be as loud as you want when you're making love. Oh, Avenue Q. I love the way everything looks when it's covered in fresh snow. Another year almost over. I hope you had a productive year. For those not familiar with Avenue Q, it is a musical that the characters are very Muppet-esque, and it is extremely not for children. If you've ever heard the song The Internet is for Porn, congratulations, you have heard Avenue Q. Evelyn, don't sneak past me. I was getting a drink. Thank you, dear. I've been looking for these everywhere, my reading glasses. Oh my, they become filthy. Be careful you don't slip on the ice, dear. You must science this up. It is a fantastic musical. You saw them live in like 2011? Yeah, that was a while back. They still play, if I'm not mistaken. No, Carolina. Don't deviate from the path. I wish Abby wouldn't spend so much time in her room. And Vincent's not going out today, is Vincent? Nope, okay, so Vincent's probably not going out, so I think we've got the gifts I can give out today. We got Evelyn, we got Sam. I think Vincent during the winter is not going to be particularly accessible since he stays at the house most of the time. But yeah, no, it's a fun one. So like the one is singing about having difficulty finding work because he got a degree in English Lit. They have a song about Schadenfreude, you know, which is taking the joy and suffering of others. So it's kind of like the person you don't like, you see them trip and fall, and you're like, you know, you get a little bit that's like, you know what? This makes me feel a little better. Probably shouldn't. That's probably not the greatest sign of character, but also, and kind of screw that guy. Dear all Storge, there's nothing more satisfying than cooking with fresh vegetables from your own garden. I've enclosed a recipe to help you out. Take care, Carlin. Parsnip soup, which you're probably expected to get year 1 spring. As we're just starting to get our first people up to 3 hearts. If we get any of these, like each one of these characters you get to max hearts, by the way, I get something like 5 or 10 tiles. I don't remember the exact amount, but it's a bunch of tiles. And considering the prices are going to keep going up, that's going to be a big thing. Now, with that said, though, chat, it is getting to be around that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night. I'm definitely not as low energy as I was yesterday, because I slept like crap yesterday. But still, I know I've had like a really not good sleep recently, so I want to make sure to stay ahead of that so I don't have to skip streams for her. Meanwhile, you don't have a kitchen yet? Yep. That's actually one of the things we can work on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like peek the mic real bad. That's actually one of the things I can work on, is we have enough money and access to Robin. That very genuinely what we could probably work on in this incoming year is, while we're looking at expanding the farm, we can turn around and start picking up some of those side ones. Part of me wants to wait to pick up the side ones. So at 1,000 tiles, the price goes up to 10,000 gold per tile. At that point, it'll be more cost effective for me to buy the upgrade for my house to get the 5, 10, 15, whatever tiles it is, than to buy the tiles instead. So that'll be the stage where we're going to be trying to like flip a lot of our priorities to starting to try and just get these freebie tiles we can snag here and there. I say freebie, you still have to pay for the house and all that. Like I'll probably put down a barn and a coop, not bother with the animals. I will put down the building because it costs like 2,000 and some change or whatever for it, and then get my 5 tiles and then delete the building again. To just get the tiles from it, because it would be again way more cost effective than buying the tiles. But that'll be as we go. So as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. We'll be picking up where we left off in Factorio. We're doing the space age run and all that kind of stuff. We are getting close to being able to unlock the rocket. I am able to queue up the rocket research, but it is 1,000 research, which isn't honestly that long. Most stuff researching is about 200. But there was other things I wanted to grab first. But we're going to have a lot of stuff we're going to want to make sure to get set up before we start doing the rocket. Because you know, there's no point in me trying to go to the art plant so we get our stuff locked in. But we're still relatively early in that run, that I've just barely got blue science on, and I'm doing that whole switch over where you go from just having your starting factory to making it so you can scale. But it'll be a good time, so I hope to see you all there for that. With that said, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I do not have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in over there on the YouTube side. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For those over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on.